Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Villain Deku Commit Heist. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What crime is most commonly committed? Different countries sport different answers. Some places such as New Zealand have a higher rate of assault or minor violence, while in Egypt there is a higher rate of corruption and drug trafficking. Despite this, however, there is one crime that stands above all as being one of the most reported and apparent in modern times: theft, pickpocketing, housebreaking, larceny, burglary, shoplifting, mugging, extortion, and just plain robbery. The official government page of America's FBI states that every 5.5 seconds a theft of personal property takes place, which is exactly why it is so crucial that we keep what is important to us close. Modern technology has kept up so far, at least. But as our resources grow, criminals begin to learn. Lockpicks on high-security doors, crowbars for drawers, and a simple USB to import certain data. As we grow our defenses, attacks will only get worse. The same certainly happened by the time quirks were introduced into the mix of things. Which brings us to the moral of this story. It takes UA 3 weeks to host a celebratory gala event for students, politicians, heroes, and other highly trained attendees. But it will only take Izuku Midoriya that very same amount of time to bring it all crashing to the ground. It's his final exam. After all, go beyond, plus ultra. When Izuku Midoriya was 6 years old, his apartment was broken into. Oftentimes it would just be him and his mother in the house, and while Izuku Midoriya was a strong woman, she had to be to bear having such a worthless child. She didn't have the ability to be in multiple places at once. The game Heroes and Villains had lost its shine after his 4th birthday. Before then he'd had a chance, but then on the off chance a group of kids would accept him into their fold, he'd only ever be invited to play the role of a hostage. The only role in any game where you could disappear and nobody would notice. Quirkless kids were good at disappearing. After all, why should he be any different? His mother was only one person, after all, and each time he'd begged her before to play the villain it's always mostly been the same game. One person versus another singular player. It grew too much to bear the loneliness when he'd hit 5. And Izuku politely took Inko aside to ask if they could maybe try something new. Izuku was good at hiding, and hide and seek was fun. Sure, a 3-bedroom apartment didn't have the most available hiding spots, but Izuku grew crafty. He'd learned to position cushions behind curtains and shoes at their bottom to appear as if he were there. He'd hid under mattresses and chairs as well as blankets and washing. He'd hid in the bathroom stalls as a teenager, bento in hand and blood dripping to the floor in steady droplets. He'd dive behind garbage dumps and alleyways to hide from pursuers and would run into the house full speed each time they arrived back with groceries to hide and wait as his mother unpacked their supplies before eventually heading after him. And it was one of those times. He'd crawled into his own mother's closet to peek out of a slowly widening crack in the oak finish only to realize something was off. Glass peppered the floorboards and all drawers lay open. Clothing lay unfolded as if it had been tossed. And his mom's work laptop was certainly not where it was supposed to be. As his 6-year-old mind finally came to terms with the fact that many things were off, the perpetrators had finally arrived. The first had their lounge television in his possession. The moderately sized item was held in place by 4 clamps that hugged the item snugly against the robber's back. Obviously a mutation quirk for him. But as young Izuku began to quiver, the other thief stepped into his line of sight. This was Izuku Midoriya's first ever interaction with a real villain. His features were fully hidden by dark clothing. A standard robbery uniform one could wear with only cold yellow eyes peeking out from the balaclava obscuring his features. And the aura had been threatening. Izuku held back tears as the sheer aura of bloodlust which he had believed at the time to only be possible from the use of a quirk hit him. A gasp tore itself from his throat as the man entered his line of sight and simply just stood there. And in a snap, those cold yellow eyes had locked onto green with the only separation between the two being a flimsy old oak closet, some coats, and a few feet of space. Izuku would never know just how long he stared at the man, and how long the man stared at him. He'd wished for a hero like All Might, or really anyone to save him, but nobody had come. Izuku Midoriya at the time was still absent-mindedly putting away groceries, not once even noticing the fact that the TV stand behind her was empty, or that her phone which had been on charge wasn't there anymore. And then, after however long of just simply staring, the two slipped away. Goods were in their possession, and one lone boy was left stuck in a closet, struggling to breathe. Quirkless kids were good at disappearing. After all, why should he be any different? He'd stayed there until his mom entered the room and screamed. Inko searched for Izuku before even calling the police, but when they did arrive it was far too late. They'd been briefly questioned over the events, but other than that the items were replaceable, and whatever insurance wouldn't cover the nigh unlimited pockets of Hisashi Midoriya could. He never played hide and seek after that. The duo were caught 4 months later, having stolen from 6 other residences and 2 major shopping chains. Their faces were brought up briefly on the news and caused Izuku Midoriya to cry tears of relief. Izuku Midoriya, upon searching the 2 criminals, found them sentenced to 3 years imprisonment, and their quirks stated on the public registry all convicted criminals were required to adhere to. 2 minor mutation quirks, one having 4 adjustable tendrils over the trapezius and latissimus dorsi, while the other providing vital structural support to the auditory ossicles of the ears. The bloodlust had never been something quirk-related, but merely something used. The 2 had only been stealing for extra money, not to hurt people, but to simply survive. And this provided Izuku with the perfect lesson on how even the scariest villains to him were people too, as well as a lesson on how even the most useless of powers could be used to incite fear and chaos. It had been one of the reasons he'd fully gotten into his quirk analysis, despite having started at an earlier age. The never-ending opportunities that quirks held were simply too bountiful to comprehend, and his mind thirsted for information. Many years later, he'd meet the hero killer, Stain, and remember this bloodlust. The memories from that moment of time, while he was 6, sharply came to mind, but were repressed backwards in lieu of the more important events going on around him. The same to be said the moment that he'd gone to save Katsuki Bakugo from kidnapping, at the hands of All For One's sheer amount of dominating power. But even though they are now in a dorm system, that wouldn't necessarily equate to them being safe, would it? Listen up, Hellspawn. Before you all leave for the day, I have one final announcement. Aizawa huffed and set aside their final quiz papers, shuffling the pages into a neat stack before plopping them down with the rest of his files for the day to the left of his table. Izuku was observant, as most previously quirkless kids were. He knew how to tell when a teacher was hiding something from a class. Now, Aizawa was good at hiding things. Like insanely good at hiding things. He was an underground hero capable of espionage and combat, and was good enough to balance out his highly demanding night job with his day job of teaching highly demanding students. He'd been working in the line of fire for 12 years and had spent 3 of them balancing out teaching with heroics. So the man had a large amount of experience in keeping information to himself. Luckily for him, however, Izuku also had approximately 13 years' worth of expertise in drawing out analysis from even the most meager amounts of information. At the beginning of the day, Eraserhead had woken up and immediately began to take roll. Immediately, red flags appeared in Izuku's mind. Every day of class, they'd always begin with a judgment on how many seconds it took them to get quiet. Every single day. Sometimes, the class would be too loud to hear him, but nonetheless, Aizawa would always find a way to bring it up. Except for today. From there on, it was easy to see just how their teacher was hiding something. The slight pauses whenever he finished a sentence as if waiting to bring something up. The longer periods of sleeping in class, or perhaps just thinking rather than a regular nap. While there wasn't any possible way for him to tell being seated towards the middle of the class and not possessing any hearing augmentative quirks such as Jiru or Shaoji, he would probably bet on Aizawa not actually having the general heart rate or breathing speed of someone asleep. And now that he knew for certain that something was off, it was easy to see it with other teachers as well. Ectoplasm Sensei was a man of few words, but even today the man hadn't asked a single question during maths, instead giving them page items to do in their workbook while occupied in a text file of his own. English with Mike Sensei carried on differently, however, as the man himself was simply more excited than average and thus asked more questions. When he himself had been called upon and processed to stutter out a random answer to whatever question had been produced, Midnight had just been straight up missing from their classroom. Ectoplasm once again had produced a clone of himself to stay watching over them as they completed a minor test on the different aspects of hero costume design. Or perhaps that had in itself been the real Ectoplasm? Maybe Ectoplasm never truly showed up to classes and instead just used a series of clones to appear as if he were at school while at the same time completing hero work during school hours. Was there a 4th Sensei clone out there directing the other 3 during their tasks? All clones are still one person and connected via a hive mind of sorts. So did that mean there was always one main Ectoplasm who stood behind the scenes and relayed orders to the other clones? Zero softly nudging his elbow brought Izuku back to attention. A few flickering gazes fixated on him, making him realize he must have been muttering out loud, face turning bright red. Izuku mumbled out an apology, causing Zero to grin at him and give a quick thumbs up before turning back to Aizawa, turning to face their teacher himself. Blushing and still strongly fixated on his features, Izuku brought himself back to reality to listen to what was about to be said. Rubbing the space between his eyes, Aizawa began. So, while we haven't run it for the past however many years, Nedzu made the decision to bring back an old UA tradition. Instantly, Izuku's mind went through what possible traditions could be referred to as. Uraraka raised her hand and began to speak excitedly. So is it a tradition like how the sports festival was? Or do you mean more along the lines of saying itadakimasu before we eat? Uraraka bounced a bit, causing their teacher to rub in between his eyes once more before answering. More of a sports festival thing. He paused and let out a sigh. But next time actually wait for me to call on you to answer, rather than just talking the moment you put your hand up. Yes, sir. Saluting in agreement, the girl then sat back down with a wide smile. Ida chopped his hand as he no doubt reprimanded her for speaking out of turn despite how he was technically doing the same thing. It was times like these that Izuku wished his seat was closer to where his friends were rather than straight behind Bakugo and in front of Mind, scrunching his face up slightly in thought. Izuku broke out of it the moment that Aizawa began to speak again. About 4 years back there was an incident wherein the UA student files were released into the public. Izuku remembered that scandal. Remembered how a former staff member had sold students' personal information out for extra money, which had then led to the critical injury of 2 third-year students and 1 first-year by villains who had targeted weak points in their quirk. Izuku remembers how the hero had their license stripped in the largest court case he'd ever seen published online before. How that hero had been scrubbed from all databases, left jailed and banned from ever possessing a quirk license again. And what you students may not perhaps know is that the former hero Nightlight actually stole the students' physical files during the UA Gala, an event we are bringing back in 3 weeks' time where we, as the teachers of UA, will be inviting a large guest list of high-ranked heroes for the largest display of Japanese hero culture the world has ever seen. Izuku let out a wide-eyed shriek as Midnight burst through their doors with a bang, slightly reminiscent of when she had come in to help with their hero names but instead with far more enthusiasm. Koda had also let out a yelp, his paper falling to the floor, which set off a chain reaction of Takoyami releasing Dark Shadow with a squawk who flew out to hit Kaminari in the back of his head. Jiru choking on her own laughter as the other boy let out a burst of electricity and fright which coincidentally hit Mina next to him. The two of them then convulsed for a few short seconds before finally falling still. A slight strain of drool formed at Kaminari's mouth. For a moment, blessed silence perpetrated the room as students huffed from the shock of it all. And just out of relief it wasn't a villain attack for once. Aizawa's eyes were shrouded in darkness as Midnight's sweat dropped. One hand rose to the back of her neck as she let out a grimacing smile at the chaos she'd caused. Geez, I didn't mean to burst in too loudly. A soft "you think" came from what suspiciously was Aizawa's direction, but Midnight was quick to fall back into good cheer again. But Izuku still felt himself reeling from the knowledge that UA was going to be having its formerly annual gala again. Midnight cracked her whip against her hand, causing Minda behind him to make a strange gasping noise he did not want to think much about. For those naughty students who may not know about the UA Gala, someone muttered something along the lines of as if it used to be one of the most acclaimed celebrations in Japan, with all sorts of heroes attending, namely the top 10 at any time, as well as many high rankers from other countries such as America or China. The gala in itself is a black tie event where we at UA show off our greatest monetary possessions and other historical assets of Japan. Students now began to sit forwards in their seats. A faint popping coming from Bakugo and quiet whispering began to start, but Izuku felt his eyes hooked onto Midnight, one of the most, if not the largest gatherings of famously powerful heroes. Probably an even bigger expo than what is held on Ai Island, if not only because most of the more powerful members of Japan would attend, not even just heroes themselves, despite that being what the gala was focused on, but also almost every high-level worker of the Hero Commission coming around to broker peace with Nedzu by showing off their country's rich culture, and the sheer amount of quirks that would be around. Izuku had to stop himself quickly before he began salivating at the thought of so many quirks to analyze. But why would they be bringing this up to them in class? Midnight must be drowning in work as the teacher of modern hero art history, thus probably being one of the coordinators of the event along with the principal, so why would she bring it up to them in class if it weren't for? As you students must know by now, the gala is only to be attended by invitation only. No invitations can be just brought online due to the highly sensitive amount of riches we show off. Being cut off from his train of thoughts, Izuku zoned in once again to wait in anticipation as Midnight only grew more enthusiastic at the idea of historical items on display. However, there is another part to the whole invitation-only aspect, one that we generally don't release to the public, and we'll be having you sign a non-disclosure agreement later in the day. The classroom began to chitter about what the NDA could be for, but he had a slight suspicion. Izuku's hands felt weak as Midnight's grin practically took over her full face as she snapped her whip and gave out a pose. All UA students have a special invite to the gala, and the class utterly erupted. Kaminari and Mina hugged each other and even Todoroki looked slightly surprised. Uraraka was floating in the air and Izuku couldn't wait to go and finally get to see what sort of quirks were on display and what heroes would be around there anyway. Would their teachers all be going? But all might be there even in his weakened form. Endeavor never missed a chance at a ball or celebration run even slightly by the hero commission, so did that mean he'd be there as well? Poor Todoroki if so. But which American heroes would be there? It would probably be just like the Island Expo, but even more selective and high class. Though, but that's not all. While you hero students get a free pass no matter what, we'd also like to offer you a full-time position as security for the event due to the prices of all the artifacts we have on display. Uraraka practically drooled in her seat at the thought of how much the items could go for. We'd like to encourage all of you to take the jobs as well, if possible. The classroom was even more alert now, and Aizawa took over from where Midnight had left off. Security will be getting some real behind-the-scenes experiences of the event in itself, as well as the fact this will give you experience for the more stationary side of heroics, protecting a targeted area. As well as that, all students who do succeed in security will not have to do their practicals for the next final exams. You will be graded, however, so don't think just attending is an automatic pass. And that was exactly what a room full of teenagers wanted to hear. The yelling got even louder, and soon enough it was a struggle to hear their teacher handing out resource packets on their responsibilities if they take up the role or not. Izuku couldn't help but gaze down at his own packet. His mind was shockingly quiet for once. Before he knew it, class was let out. A happy buzz going through all his classmates as they remarked upon what they would be wearing or whether or not they'd be taking the job as security. I mean, I need this, don't you think? I don't think I'd be able to do another round of those remedial lessons Aizawa gave us at the camp. Kaminari, you guys barely even got one night of those lessons. How could you be so afraid of it happening again when you didn't even need to do the work last time? Man, just the one lesson we did was hard enough for me. I think I'd honestly just rather have another villain attack rather than go through that whole thing again. Deku-kun, aren't you also just so excited about this thing? Uraraka bounced over to him with Ida in tow. The other floundered around as he was dragged across the classroom. Izuku blushed slightly, mind still stuck on the idea of how many heroes there would be to talk to. I just can't even imagine all the heroes who would be there. Oh, do you think Godzilla would be there? He was at the Island Expo after all, so I would assume he attends Japanese parties even after moving to America. Oh, unless I'm just assuming and the expo was just a coincidence, but even then still. Midoriya. Ada startled him out of his mumbling with fright, and the other pushed up his glasses, hand-chopping beside him while their female friend stifled her laughter. While it is admirable to have such appreciation for heroics, I must simply stop you at once before you go off on a mumbling stream again. Uraraka couldn't hold it in anymore and began laughing. One hand quite literally slapped her knee in a display of over-the-top dramatism as Ida's hands continued to chop what was with his friends in really exaggerated movement. Izuku murmured an apology as his embarrassment grew even further. What was it today with him and going off a tangent today? Guess they really did make a good team. The thought made him feel warm. It was just amazing to have friends. Nice to be able to spend time with other people who actually for once liked him. But wasn't that just sad though? His first actual friends since primary school. And they were only friends with him because of One for All. If he'd never gotten a quirk, he would have remained as quirkless Deku. That worthless freak who stuttered and mumbled and wrote in creepy notebooks when nobody was watching. But did a quirk really change anything? Anyways, Uraraka said while wiping an imaginary tear from her eye. What do you think about the whole gala thing? Ida puffed out his chest, glasses practically shining in the fluorescent lights. I think it is an amazing opportunity that we cannot simply just forego. The fundraising part of the event is also quite admirable in particular, and as heroes in training, I believe this event may be a great way for us to cement our positions in hero society. Oh, you make a great point. Uraraka turned to Ida. But still, you must have been to the event before, right? Like as a young heir to the Idaten throne and all that. What was it all like? A meager blush covered Ida's features as he turned away, both Uraraka and Izuku now staring at him in anticipation with wide eyes. Well, I must admit I haven't exactly been to the gala before. Uraraka let out an exaggerated gasp, hand flying to her mouth. They never invited you. But Idaten is so large and famous. Typically, only fully registered heroes and other government officials are invited. Izuku turned to the newcomer, a smile beginning to beam out from over his face. Todoroki-kun. So even the families don't get invited at all. Uraraka gasped once again, Ida next to her looking slightly put off that Todoroki had even joined the conversation in the first place. So do you mean to say that even you haven't gone? Like as the son of the #1 hero? Todoroki shrugged, a slight flinch rolling off of his shoulders as his father was mentioned before the flinch was gone as if nothing were ever there. Even if I were All Might's son, I wouldn't have been allowed to attend. As it is a celebration of heroes, the security measures are fierce, and even if Endeavor had done everything he could to sneak me in, I doubt I would have gotten near the doors. So security was that harsh. How would they be adjusting it because of the leak? Maybe there were sensors for body heat and motion so that people like Hagakure couldn't sneak past, or that a quirk was in constant use to see the number of people in one area at a time so even that Mr. Compressed Guy's quirk wouldn't be able to hide a life source. They'd have to have security screening for people who aren't who they'd say they are, like Himiko Toga and any other shapeshifters. But even then, did that mean it was a system fully developed on quirks? As his friends continued to speak, Izuku continued to zone out. His mind moved a mile per minute as he automatically listed down potential hero candidates who would be attending, whether or not the majority would be from Japan. The only reason for the continuation of the gala was to gain reputation for the school after they'd failed to protect students from multiple villain attacks. None of them realized the shadowy figure that was steadily growing closer and closer until, "What the hell are the four of you still doing in my classroom? Go back to the dorms and talk there so I can sleep." Uraraka jumped as Aizawa appeared behind her, Izuku jerking back to reality alongside her as Ida instantly began to heat up at the embarrassment of taking up the precious time of a teacher. But before the other could even utter one word of apology, Aizawa raised his hand to cut them all off. His face looked unbelievably tired for one moment as their teacher seemingly regretted all of his life choices. "Just leave my classroom. And quietly, please." Just as the four of them began to exit, all three of them humbled except for Todoroki because seriously, this guy never gets embarrassed. They were stopped once again. "Wait, problem child, hang back for a moment. I have a job for you." "Oh." He was stopped, signaling for the others to carry on ahead of him. Izuku was suddenly very conscious of the fact that he was now alone in the classroom with his sensei. Had he done something wrong? Uraraka exited last and with one final salute, shut the door behind her. Now it was just him, the silence of a normally obnoxiously loud room, and his very menacing teacher. "I'm not that scary problem child." Izuku let out a yelp, covering his mouth as his eyes flew wide in embarrassment while his teacher merely snorted. "You didn't mumble anything. I could just tell what you were thinking from the way you looked. You really need to get sorted on fixing that whole open book thing you have going on, Midoriya, or else one day a villain may start to get ideas." He shuffled around his feet in silence as Aizawa sat back down at his desk. His signature yellow sleeping bag slowly rose up to cover his figure like the world's most hellish cocoon. After a few more seconds of silence, he snapped, "Why, you wanted to talk to me, Aizawa-sensei." That stammering also must have gotten on his teacher's nerves. He was just so useless. "Not me. I said I have a job for you, and I do." Rubbing between eyes once again, was it because of persistent pain due to his quirk? His teacher once again began to speak. "Nedzu told me to tell whoever the last person in the classroom was to go to his office for a quick talk. That if there were a group of people, then to go by the person ranked last in class seating order. Knowing that rat bastard though, he's already intentionally calculated that it was going to be you, and wants to talk about a mistake on your file or something in private. Just head up to the teacher's lounge and go 3 doors down if you don't know where it is." By now, the sleeping bag had risen over his features to surround his face. Izuku is in the odd situation of looking as if he were in conversation with a giant mutated worm. "Anyways, he told me to get whoever the student was to bring him up some papers I have in my desk drawer, so I'll hand them to you and then I want you out of my classroom so I can sleep." "Got it." Izuku nodded furiously and fumbled as his teacher handed him an entire briefcase full of papers, the weight of the item being oddly heavy for such a small bag. And Izuku was on his way, shutting the classroom door behind him, but not before Aizawa could pull the cord of his bag to fully cover his face except for a small hole to breathe out of, and then flop to the floor. Since when has his life become this crazy? And in only 3 weeks he would be attending a celebration for some of the brightest minds and best heroes in all of Japan, and probably the world. So the question was this: why did Nedzu need him at all? He could cross something about All Might off of his list. Even as one of the only people who knew about One for All, it wasn't as if Nedzu was all too interested in such a quirk himself. Or maybe it really was because of a mistake in his files. But no, he wouldn't need to be called up to the office for something just as small as that. And even if any other principal would call on him to ask about whether or not his quirk status was correct as quirkless, Nedzu once again knew of One for All. So what really was this whole thing about? Izuku quietly rapped 3 times on the mammal's doors before he almost immediately heard a soft clicking of mechanical gears to signal the door was no longer fully locked. And as he walked past the 2 facing together blue couches, the office chair spun around to reveal the principal himself. "Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? More importantly, I'm the principal." Beady black eyes fixated on Izuku as a tear of sweat slowly dripped down the back of his neck. Any hope of Aizawa being wrong about Nedzu specifically wanting him to visit going down the drain. The perpetual smile on the creature's face widened slowly as he took in the fear Izuku must have been producing as Nedzu stood up. "Why don't we take a seat for this, shall we?" The smile grew more sadistic in nature, and Izuku gulped, quickly settling down onto the worn couch which viewed the door. being careful not to take his eyes off Nedzu as he grabbed a remote and metal shutters slowly began to descend down from every window. Was he about to die here? Eventually, the dog, rat, bear sat down on the opposite couch and sipped a cup of tea Izuku hadn't seen in his hand earlier. The tea was still piping hot too. Steam trailed from the top of the cup as the hybrid sipped. They were left in uncomfortable silence for what was probably a full minute, Izuku choosing not to disturb Nedzu as he continued finishing off the tea. The boiling hot tea, might he add. Only when the cup was totally empty did Nedzu look up at him and have his smile grow wider. Setting the cup upon a placemat, the other then looked over him for a moment. "You're an interesting person, Izuku Midoriya. Don't you know that?" A ding occurred, and suddenly another cup had risen from the table full with new tea. The hybrid caressed it in his paws, before looking back up to Izuku, who had frozen. I mean, one out of the 344 Japanese kids of whom are all quirkless just happens to meet one of the two men who could pass along a quirk, and not just any quirk, mind you, but maybe one of the most powerful quirks the world has ever seen from one of the most powerful heroes the world has ever seen. I mean, the odds of that are truly phenomenal. Izuku jolted back, thinking about where this could be headed. Was Nedzu actually suspicious of him? Or was there another unknown factor leading to just why they were currently having this conversation? The mammal chuckled to himself, once again placing searingly black eyes on Izuku's own, which made him flinch back. And not only just a quirkless kid, but one of the few who has dreams of becoming a hero with a great mind to boot. As you very well must know, the unemployment rate for quirkless folk is at an astounding 78%. Not to mention the suicide rate for quirkless kids being at the highest rate ever seen at about 43% itself. This in turn is the highest in Japan of all places. This heightens the further southeast one travels. You were born in Musutafu, right, Midoriya-kun? Right around the center of Japanese heroics, at about the Musutafu area. I would raise that 43% chance to a 65 myself. And what interesting statistics are those? Izuku felt his hands beginning to tremble. Where was Nedzu going with this? Was he trying to probe some kind of information from him? Best to remain curious. Don't show that he's thinking about where this could be headed, otherwise Nedzu may find whatever he's looking for if he hasn't already. And Nedzu-sensei, what are you? Why don't we drop the honorifics here, Midoriya? I have a task for you. And while I may be humble enough to understand I am not the smartest person in the world, I am also realistic enough to know that I am one of them, so why don't we cut to the chase here to not waste time? And just like that, Izuku now had an inkling of what was going on. Nedzu wanted something only he could give. And since All Might wasn't here, it likely wasn't to do with one for all, which meant the only thing this could be alluding to could mean, this is something about the gala, right, sir? He mumbled under his breath and knew it had been the right choice to reveal he had an idea from the smile which only grew over his principal's face. Why, Midoriya, you are exactly right. Beady eyes turned sharp, and all of a sudden there was a projector screen lowering down to the right of them. While Izuku didn't jump himself, he let out a short squeal of shock as the rumbling noise began to take place. Nedzu raises an eye at him, but otherwise takes short sips of his tea. Well, you may know of our more acclaimed artifacts such as the copper epitaph of Fanashiogo, or the first quirked copy of the Rosetta Stone to match that which lies within the British Museum. There are a few more items of which we at UA are particularly proud of holding. On the screen, two side-by-side pictures were shown of an old rusted copper sheet, and then what he almost thought was a tableau which must have been the copy of the very famous Rosetta Stone. However, those of us who are in the know of things are aware of a far greater prize that is held within our walls. And suddenly, a painting came to the screen's surface. Izuku really couldn't tell what made him feel like this, but that painting felt anguished. It was a video that was playing very obviously, but the scene shown on the painting's surface was somehow heart-wrenching. Hands outreached, grasped and flailed towards the sky as the hellish landscape the hands were reaching from grew up into a heavenly land of clouds as angels and cherubs waltzed in the painting oil, entirely unaware as to what was going on beneath them. Or perhaps, judging from the three cherubs that lay off to the far left of the canvas who were descending down only to throw one of the owners of the outreached hands from their paradise of clouds, the angels and cherubs were simply just ignoring what was going on below them. While he had been trapped in thought, Nedzu stood up on the table and walked over to the screen, showing them the Earth-like scene. His face was unusually solemn for one so normally unbothered by the nature of humans. This, Midoriya, is the piece Chidendo Perdono la Porte de l'Inferno by S.A. Marchetti, or when translated into English, Asking Forgiveness at the Gates of Hell, otherwise known as the Gates of Hell painting. The two of them sat in silence for a few moments longer. Izuku felt his gaze enraptured by the piece. His eyes were unable to tear away, even when the video of the moving paint froze for a moment, before turning back to the beginning. Angels once again moving to an unheard waltz. After one more replay of the entire scene, Izuku had to tear his mind off of the awfully tragic painting and look towards his principal, who was still staring up at the piece, his mouth set into a firm and straight line as he seemingly pondered the work. Why is it so? He struggled for words before Nedzu slowly spoke. Agonized, afraid that words would fail him, Izuku simply nodded. Letting out a sigh, Nedzu clicked off the screen, which returned to a blank state. The two of them now left together without the painting to distract them both. This painting, Nedzu began before a grimace fell over his face. Unused to such an open display of emotion from his principal, Izuku blinked at the other in shock. Isao was the first quirked painter in history. Not assumed, but the true first quirked artist in the world. As a refugee from the Italian-Austrian War, she'd seen true violence and experienced much of it herself, as the war was not kind to her, nor her family. The mammal scratched the side of his snout before continuing onwards, and when she painted her first piece of just what she had experienced, her quirk was discovered as one of the first in existence. A quirk to impart all of one's emotional status into whatever work they created, or so we assume. Etched into the back of the piece are the words, "If there is a God, he will have to beg for my forgiveness." This is believed to be a homage to old writings found at the site of the Holocaust, and was also believed to be the last thing she ever wrote before being put to death. It took Izuku moments to even fathom the pure magnitude of those words. But even then, just why was Nedzu showing him this? Why was he allowing Izuku an insight into this tragic visualization of someone's pain? Why? Why are you showing me this? Is there a point to all of this? What are you wanting me to do? A beat of frustration bled into his last words, but Nedzu didn't even blink, cupping the tea in his paw with his fur on end and ears pointing upwards. The mammal sent a solemn look. His eyes locked with Izuku's as he spoke. "In 3 weeks the gala will occur, and in 3 weeks I want you to rob Yue blind." Izuku blinked a few times, rubbed at his eyes, and then blinked again while jolting up to his feet. "I'm sorry, you want me to do what?" Nedzu just grinned smartly, sipping from his tea, but seriously, he wanted him to do what? Smiling in what inevitably must have looked like a grimace, Izuku sat back down on his couch. I'm sorry, sir, but I must have misheard." "Oh, no worries. You never misheard a thing actually, unless you didn't hear the words 'I'm wanting you to rob Yue' after all. If you heard something else, then yes, you would be correct in being under the assumption that you have misheard my intentions." And the menace of a school teacher just crossed his legs elegantly, as if he hadn't just proposed the most preposterous thing Izuku had heard in his life. Rob Yue, at one of the most hyped up and elite events in the whole of Japan. An event, mind him, that would be filled only by either the strongest people, strongest quirks, and most influential and wealthy politicians who practically shadow governed their entire society. Nedzu wanted him, Izuku Midoriya, to rob his own school, and that was the biggest question in his mind. Why was one of the smartest creatures in the world wanting a simple first-year heroic student to rob his own event? Why? He'd begun without thinking, face scrunching up in thought. Why are you wanting a student to rob your own school of stuff you already own? Nedzu's grin stiffened for a moment, and for a second Izuku hoped that his principal had discovered reason, before once again that sadistic glare came to the other's eye. Izuku shuffled as his teacher began to speak. "Why, you do have a point there, Midoriya. Why would I be wanting to recruit a simple student such as you to rob a school that I govern? You are certainly correct about it not making much sense in those regards. But would you mind so terribly if I were to explain to you my situation at the moment?" Nodding at the mammal, still slightly shocked, Nedzu took it as his moment to continue on. "Now, put yourself in my shoes. You may just be able to relate to some of this, so I will be brief. You've been hurt by humans. Many times, in fact, and every time has been a conscious effort on behalf of the human or humans in general. Most students do know the rumor of me being a lab subject, but did you in fact know that this is very much not just a rumor?" Izuku absently nodded, causing the chimera to get a sadistic look in his eyes. It was probably best to just gloss over how Nedzu said he may be able to relate to some parts of his history, Izuku thought, but nonetheless, he felt his hands curl up into fists, nails dragging across taut skin piercingly. "So you've been hurt by humans before, but then something happened, an event that changed your whole life around. And now you have struggled up to the top of the very same society which used to put you down. You understand this, right, Midoriya?" And Nedzu gave him a glance, to which Izuku looked away, eyes focused on the nearest object in the room, of which happened to be the screen, which was still pulled down. Nedzu hummed an acknowledgement, probably taking from that what he would. "And then after a lucrative career, and this is where the similarities veer off for us hopefully, you find yourself at the end of your time doing what you enjoy. Not death just yet, but facing a sort of forced retirement." Wait, so Nedzu was being forced into retirement? The thought of Yue without the mammal as their principal felt off. Nedzu had been running Yue from even All Might's time, and supposedly should be able to spend around 20 or so more years as their principal without too much of a fuss. But forced retirement, when the creature clearly didn't want to retire himself. Ah yes, forced retirement. You are correct in your assumption that I certainly wish to retire on my own terms rather than the hero commissions. But here we are. Izuku's eyes widened, his hands released from their fists as he brought in the information. The Hero Public Safety Commission was trying to get Nedzu to retire. The HPSC. Yes, it was true that Nedzu and the HPSC had fought in the past, from Nedzu's rule changes differentiating from those which the Commission had wished to put into place, to how the Commission simply just refused to take UA's side in events such as the USJ disaster or the press conferences held after their failed training camp. But to think they were actively trying to get Nedzu kicked from his job, well, it made a disturbing amount of sense. After all, how was it that Endeavor still held the #1 spot as a hero? There had to be medical documents from the number of times he'd hurt Todoroki. How was it that so many heroes in the line of duty became corrupt? The sheer amount of heroes that had been working directly under the control of the Commission who would proceed to become villains. Not even to mention the fact that the employees of the HPSC were politicians and practically governed the whole of Japan. As he was thinking, Nedzu let out a quiet chuckle, setting down his second finished cup of tea for another one once again to pop out from whatever mechanism was a part of his office table. I see you are able to understand just how serious this problem is, aren't you, Midoriya? Izuku looked back up at the mammal, cringing softly at the piercing look which was fixated on him. I have some questions, if you don't mind, and the principal's grin grew wider. Why, of course, Midoriya. Do ask anything you wish to have clarification on. Nedzu rubbed his hands together, brushing off his suit as if it had ever been dirty in the first place. I will attempt to answer all of them as truthfully as possible. He started off first with the question that was most plaguing his mind at the moment. So why do you want me to steal something from you? I don't exactly understand how all of this relates to your, current problem. Nedzu's eyes grew sharper as a faraway look came to his face. Why, I never truly did explain to you just what the point was here about your new objective, although I would never truly force a student into doing something that they are so against. Allow me to explain what I can. Izuku shuffled around to get more comfortable as his principal began to explain. If things go the way that the Hero Commission plans for them to go, I will be announcing my retirement just after the gala. While their threat to remove funding from the school would impact our resources, I have made enough calculated investments to make sure that anything in those regards would only affect us minutely. No, the true kicker here is this. Nedzu shuffled forward with the most serious look in his eyes that Izuku had ever seen from the creature, making him flinch back by a millimeter. Reputation. The HPSC will send out a missive to all the top heroes and other figures in the limelight to force them into denouncing the school if they are wanting their jobs. That made so much sense. UA was the most popular school in Asia for all heroic students based on the reasoning that high-ranked heroes often remarked on it as being the reason for their quick succession up to the top. Izuku unfolded his legs and distractedly began to tap his foot against the couch he sat on. All Might may or may not still be held in quite high esteem, but if even just Endeavor denounced UA as being a fraudulent lie or being unsafe, which had in all honesty been declared by the numerous amount of villain attacks they had faced so far this year, what would be stopping the most powerful corporation in Japan from taking over their curriculum? What would be stopping the HPSC from finding out about One for All? He didn't want to be trained however Hawks was, didn't want to be brought up in a school other than UA either. This place had become his home. But if Nedzu thought that would be enough to force him into saving the principal's failing career, then he would have another thing coming. And how does that tie into the whole stealing thing? Instead of actually answering him for once, because why on earth would Nedzu ever give a clear answer? The principal sighed, looking down at his paws contemplatively. Are you aware, by chance, of the recent overhauling of the commission's structure? Yes, he did know this one. Probably everyone knew this one. What did it have to do with what Nedzu wanted from him? The appointment of Nishimoto to the head of the HPSC. Or do you mean their recent change in laws for public quirk usage? Nedzu clapped his hands together in glee, which caused Izuku to give the mammal a concerned look. The first one of those. But it is truly wondrous to know that the youth of today are still so interested in laws and other boring subjects. Izuku blushed at the praise while slightly hurt to think that his own principal of a school thought laws were boring. Oh wait, never mind. With all the things their class had gotten away with, it actually made a lot of sense. Yes, Mr. Isao Nishimoto kept it quite quiet in the papers, so I would doubt too many of your peers who are not as motivated as you are to go over current events would know that the former Madam President is no longer in charge. While Madam herself was quite the interesting person herself, I regret to say that Commissioner President Nishimoto is rather inspired by Madam's predecessor. Perhaps a bit too inspired when one thinks about just what drastic actions he took, thinking it would make things right. Something was off about Nedzu. Izuku noticed silently. Maybe there was a draft, but the mammal's hair was sticking up on end whenever he mentioned that predecessor to the newly former president. A horrible thought came to his mind, which Izuku attempted to shut down the moment it even occurred to him. Because if Nedzu had never publicly released who had conducted whatever horrible experiments he had gone through, then who was to say it was even a villain organization in the first place? But yes, Izuku zoned back, and as Nedzu continued talking, Mr. Nishimoto has some very specialized view on what a hero should be like. and an uncombative non-human like me fits the bill quite cleanly. The gala will be his first public appearance as a representative of the HPSC, and it is then I have decided to strike. This probably had something to do with the whole Rob UA thing, so Izuku straightened up to listen. The HPSC will be fully funding all security for the event, and when I convinced them to remain with having all of their heroes stay non-lethal in case of a break-in, they responded as to how UA was only being broken into as it wasn't under their control, that their security would be better than just an animal playing at being human. The mammal was practically spitting out his words now. A smile still stretched over his face despite the sheer amount of anger and sadism on the creature's face at the moment. It would be an event very reminiscent of our old Civil War exam. A team led by one student tasked with facing heroes at their own game. If you can succeed in taking the task items I will be assigning for you to steal, and all you need to do is remove them beyond the borders of UA, of course, then you will be able to save this school from HPSC control. It is as simple as that. And the room was silent. Izuku was internally panicking as sweat ran down his neck because it wasn't just as simple as that. Stealing a painting that supposedly was on full display in front of the greatest security Japan has probably ever seen before, with heroes and other powerful figures surrounding him every move, was practically impossible for him. He would mess up in 1 second and then boom. The entire hero force would catch him, and while at least Nedzu would be a cover for why he was doing such a thing, it still meant that the biggest heroic organization in the entirety of Asia wouldn't hold him in very high regard. You know, the organization of which he has already clarified is basically a shadow government for his entire country. The moment he was churned out of high school, then he'd be denied a heroics license. Or perhaps even worse. Wait, Nedzu had said he'd be stealing task items. Items with an S, were there going to be multiple things he had to steal? It is very intriguing to hear the signature Midoriya mutter storm myself, I must say. And yes, you do bring up some very valid points. Yelping softly upon realizing he'd been talking out loud for just who knows how long, Izuku began to stutter out an apology. I am so sorry, Nedzu-sensei. But I don't think I would be able to even touch the painting without being caught. He heaved, but the mammal simply took his cup of tea and sipped softly and thought, I think I may have something to ease some of your doubts. May I elaborate? Izuku nodded eagerly, relieved to be getting any clarification in the slightest. Now, I'll give you some insight into what you'd be dealing with if you so choose to take this mission, and I will also answer some of your questions. Firstly, the HPSC are not as blind to this as you'd think. Izuku straightened up to attention as the pop-up screen turned on once more. This time, an image being portrayed of a sallow black-haired adult standing up on the screen. 2 lines of gray neatly ran across the sides of his head to match the purple-tinted suit he was wearing. It would be an image of an otherwise average man if Izuku didn't happen to know that this was the new face of the Hero Public Safety Commission, a Mr. Isao Nishimoto, otherwise known as the president of the HPSC. Me and Mr. Nishimoto, while having our differences, have made a deal of sorts. Think of this deal almost as relating to the saying of making a deal with the devil. Nedzu stood up on the small coffee side table once again with a rectangular remote in his grasp with buttons to presumably control the screen's functionality. Clicking a button with a forward-facing arrow on it, Nedzu changed the image on the screen to show a closer image of the man with a scowl on his face. A security detail of regular guards and 2 heroes accompanied him as he walked in the rain towards an incoming black vehicle. While keeping it hidden from the rest of the commission, I managed to broker a deal with Nishimoto that if his security were to fail while holding UA's most prized possession, I would be able to spend the rest of my years as principal. He is aware that I will be hiring a sort of help to steal the painting, and that said help is only allowed to be a student of our esteemed school. Think of it as a test to see whether or not my teaching has been sufficient over the years. The slides changed to a press conference where the former Madam President conducted her business while Nishimoto stood off to the side, otherwise unassuming, and Izuku was hooked. He was undeniably, without a doubt, hooked. He was fucked, wasn't he? The only problem with this deal, however, is that as principal I would have to adhere to the rules of the HPSC. Either way, if I take the deal or not, UA would be under their control. So my solution, steal every one of UA's most valuable treasures. The slideshow switched to a blank screen, the white light reflecting off of Nedzu's face in an honestly terrifying way. So why wasn't Izuku scared? He knew fear. Knew that fear hid in school hallways, in loud noises, and in people in particular. That fear could surround a person in its suffocating embrace as if a blanket or a noose. He'd experienced fear far too many times to count in his lifetime. And wasn't that just a sobering thought? This feeling, the hot flush which lay stagnant by his cheeks, the desire to grab an empty notebook and fill it with plans and ideas and blueprints. Izuku Midoriya wasn't just excited, he was obsessed. He felt more invigorated to do something than he had in a while. He needed to do this just as much as he'd needed to save Ida and Hasu, or Todoroki during the sports festival. He was looking at the slime villain with Kaken in his clutches, but instead of being only him, it was every single one of his friends and teachers. It was his family, and the slime villain wore the face of a bureaucrat. While Izuku thought, Nedzu began to switch from slide after slide, each one showing a target he'd have to acquire as the mammal explained each item. First of all, there is the Gates of Hell painting, which is your #1 main priority. Somehow, Nedzu had gotten a laser pointer and was proceeding to point out details of the slide pictures that came up again. It is your prerogative to get this out of the building at all costs before the end of the gala comes to be. An added bonus to make things easier for you is that we keep the painting hidden behind curtains before its final unveiling to make sure that our guests and guard do not get so distracted by the work that they forego anything else. I would recommend that you do not watch the painting too closely on the day. And of course, there was such a high risk of danger from perhaps one of the easiest parts of the whole mission, actually carrying the painting. That is to say, if he ever got that far. But Nedzu carried onward, Izuku watching on in pure concentration. Now the next item is the Cullinan Blood Rose, a necklace crafted from the remnants of a pre-Quirk era necklace worth millions of dollars that was ruined during World War III. To justify why it is in our showcase of hero and Quirk-related pieces, I can tell you that it was made by a Quirk-mad gentleman with the idea of creating a philosopher's stone of sorts from some of the most expensive jewels in the world. The screen switched to show a beautifully sculpted piece of jewelry. Probably hundreds of diamonds were layered over the intricate woven silver designs on silk. But the most eye-catching feature by far were the red stones held in the middle of all of it. It was strangely tragic and was the first thing Izuku thought of at the sight of it. Just like the painting, it filled him with a sense of awe and tragedy, much like he'd imagined watching one of Shakespeare's plays would feel like. But despite this fact, the ruby, or was it some other sort of stone that could be important, he'd have to find out sometime, was ginormous. Large to the point where he couldn't imagine any person off the street just wearing one of these in any capacity unless they were to have some kind of strength quirk. This necklace is held within one of our vaults beneath the school. However, it will be brought up to a new and better secured cell if the HPSC are correct in their security measures' effectiveness. This will remain inside the cell, however, and the only access allowed into the general area will be for trained Hero Commission agents and top hero. As the new #1, Endeavor will be receiving the honors of viewing it towards the night's end. You will need to take it out before he notices something is off and has a chance to detain you. Oh, Nedzu-sensei, sorry, but I have a quick question. The principal paused and nodded agreeably, so he went on, a bit of a nervous glint in his eyes as he spoke. Sir, why can we not switch them out beforehand and then reveal the robbery afterwards? If it'd be so difficult, I mean, wouldn't just taking them out first make things so much easier? Nedzu seemed oddly appreciative of his foresight and continued to nod agreeably. Yes, you would be absolutely correct about that, Midoriya. The only problem, however, is that before we even start the gala for every day of the week beforehand, and even then on the day of the actual gala itself, there will be HPSC workers going to check on our items. Most likely they are doing this to prevent the very event you suggested too, which would make swapping them beforehand entirely impossible. Izuku sighed grimly, his mind working a mile a minute as the screen began to swap again to once more show the face of Commissioner Nishimoto. Now, the next item for you to obtain is arguably the hardest. Izuku snapped to full attention, eyes wide in disbelief. How much worse could it get from an unstealable painting and secured to high heaven necklace? This item could be anything, but I want you to take a personal item from Mr. Nishimoto's possession, an object of which preferably means a lot to him. He could have fainted on the spot. An item he had to take directly from the man who would probably be the most secure guy in the entire building. Somehow, Izuku would have to take something the man treasured from him. Maybe the watch. No, that was too easy for everyone to see, and what other sort of important item could he have on him? A wallet. Nedzu grimaced down at him in understanding, but Izuku was certain the mammal had no idea at all just how heavy this weighed over his soul. 3 items so far though, so what else could be next? Finally, however, I need you to steal a private document from the HPSC's files. A private document of important details which has never been released to the public before. And there are extra points to be had if it is one even I haven't come across before. Oh, so Nedzu actually did want him dead. As Izuku lay on the blue couch with his soul practically leaking out from his body, Nedzu shut down the hanging screen. The projector slowly moved up and into the ceiling as the room lights turned on again. Nedzu sat down on his couch and stared contemplatively down at his tea, before finally setting it aside. The cup was still half full. Izuku still couldn't believe it though. He was expected to do so many things, and literally all of them would be against his moral code. Why was he even doing this? To save his school from an evil dictatorial government facility. Why yes, but of course I will offer you some very heavy incentives for each task that you manage to complete. Izuku let out a shriek and fell over to the side. Somehow, his principal had snuck up on him and was now standing on the leftmost side of his couch and had his whiskers practically an inch away from his face, straightening up, as if he hadn't just given Izuku a heart attack by listening into another muttering fit apparently. The mammal then sat down disturbingly close to Izuku so that they were almost touching. His furry brow scrunched up in thought. First of all, I am not so heartless as to make you do all of this alone. In one night all that I've given you would almost certainly be entirely impossible. You will be the sole one in charge of whatever crew you pull together. However, I must say, no spurring off leadership duties. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. His body absently shuffled away from the hybrid who sat next to him. Honestly, on close inspection, it seemed almost as if the mammal's main biology was suited towards being a rat. The whiskers were a main indicative sample, as no bear or dog would have such long and luxurious whiskers. Or maybe he could be a mouse. No, because a mouse would have much larger ears than his principal, and the shoes indicated larger feet than a mouse would have in proportion to its size. Aside from that, however, the tail did suggest some genetic interference. But he was getting off topic. So I don't have to do this alone. I could ask if All Might Sensei would be able to help me, or if I could get Todoroki-kun to. I'm going to have to stop you right there, unfortunately, Midoriya. Izuku looked at the rodent beside him questioningly, as the other smiled supportively at him. I cannot risk any teachers apart from us to know about these circumstances. Just as Izuku was about to open his mouth to argue, however, Nedzu held up a hand once again in a halting sort of motion. I cannot reasonably risk any pro-heroes knowing about your tasks, especially Yagi. While I would agree he likely wouldn't send you in cuffs to the commission, it is imperative that no leak is possible. Nedzu continued on, the smile fading to his regular blank-eyed stare as he continued. Meanwhile, with students, I will just not allow you to use the support of any students in your own classroom. 1 student per class and course at UA is what I will allow as your support. But other than that, I will not allow you to enlist any more help, or I will take away rewards. For the rewards, by the way, I will allow none of the people you have enlisted to be forced to take any end-of-year practicals or paper exams. You included with this, of course. Then, for each extra item you take, I will allow you to have an extra boon. This boon being anything I could possibly do for you as students. And the worst part was that it made sense. Izuku wouldn't be able to ask Todoroki to freeze entire sections of security cameras because he would be far too recognizable. They would be caught immediately. He loved his friends, but on even the slightest chance that they, as the top hero class in UA, could be working for the commission, it was just too hard to risk it. So he would have to enlist 1 person per class to his group. How awful. Did he even know any students from other courses? But more importantly, Izuku lowered his head and peeked at his principal from behind bushy dark green hair. His eyes locked onto the mammal as he simply surveyed Izuku with his own beady black gaze. Why me? And Nedzu continued to grin despite his mood visibly lowering, eyes growing dimmer as he prepared to speak. Because, out of every student I could have asked, your rate of success is a 2% higher chance than anyone else. The silence rang heavy for a moment longer before Izuku could finally speak again. And the chance for a regular student? That would be at about 0.46%. The two of them went silent, Izuku's mind reeling. The room felt suffocatingly quiet for a place belonging inside a school. Nedzu sighed, leaning his head back to the soft surface of the couch's backing. His eyes closed as he contemplated the situation he was forced into. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of our talk, I would never force you into completing these tasks. After all, you are still a child first, and to place a burden such as this on an upcoming hero's shoulders would there be a possibility of me getting a notebook and coming back up here, just to write down all the rules so I won't forget everything by the gala. The principal opened his eyes and looked back at his student, and Izuku was scared. Scratch that, he was absolutely terrified. This one act could jeopardize his entire future. If he went through with this and got caught at an inopportune moment, then there was a chance he would be forced out of a heroic's path in itself. For as long as the HPSC were in charge of Japan, there would always be a hierarchy. If Izuku went through with this, he may just be labeled as a criminal the moment Nedzu got forced out of UA. Or even if he succeeded, the commission could always decide it was too risky to have such a rebellious hero in its jurisdiction. But, as long as the hero's public safety commission was in control, there would be bias, a force around controlling the country and forcing people who were different from what they believed to be the absolute definition of a hero to quit what they had struggled for years to scrounge up the courage to achieve. It wouldn't be very heroic of him to let that happen, would it? Because right now, there were 2 other emotions deep down in Izuku's bones that hummed far stronger than any sort of fear he'd ever felt before. Determination to do what was right, and a craving to prove himself. Izuku let out a shaky smile and raised his fist to the air in a symbol none too dissimilar to All Might's signature pose. Nedzu watched with a curiously wide-eyed stare as Izuku's grin grew even wider while still under strain. Plus ultra, right. And Nedzu, and the principal of UA, the smartest being in the whole of Japan, grinned right back at him. reaching out an arm to steadily shake the hand of one student who was going to change the world. Plus ultra indeed, Midoriya. Plus ultra. Shouta Aizawa watched as his student raced past him with a steady glint in his eyes. Izuku Midoriya truly was an odd child, wasn't he? No running in the halls, kid, he muttered. His sleeping bag snugly fit over his lithe frame as he attempted to crawl to the staff room. It probably looked utterly baffling to anyone with an eye on him, but that was exactly what he wanted it to appear like to other people. Well, that and the fact that he was tired. And the hellion of a child halted the moment he realized he was going against the rules, face blushing in embarrassment. But if Shouta had learnt one thing about people during his time as a hero, it was to tell when to trust his gut. And right now, his gut was saying to question Midoriya. Stopping the student again with a click of his tongue, Shouta stretched within his bag. What was it that Nedzu was wanting to talk to you about? The problem child turned slowly to face him. And for once there strangely wasn't a single note of panic in his expression. There wasn't any anxiety, and the ringing silence of the empty halls protruding in his ears. But it snapped in a moment, snapped so quickly that Shouta could have barely recalled the expression being there in the first place, as his number one problem child blushed slightly in embarrassment and rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, sir. Midoriya spoke with thinly veiled humiliation. It really was just a problem with the paperwork my mum gave him for the dorms, and the uneasiness got abated. Shouta blinked before relaxing once again into his sleeping bag as the student in front of him shuffled about with his bag, most likely excited to be going back to his room and spending time with his friends. All right then, off you go. And away Izuku Midoriya went, his head held high as he took steady strides in the direction of the Wana housing area. Little did Shouta Aizawa know, however, was that his student had just lied directly to his face, and if the pro hero had been paying just a bit more attention to the goings-ons of his student's personality, he would have noticed that the glint in his eyes had been determination. And throughout the entire confrontation, Izuku Midoriya hadn't stuttered one bit. There were plans taking up every corner of Izuku's room. As it turned out, the briefcase worth of documents that Aizawa had given him to hand over to Nedzu was actually just an extremely lengthy description of all the tasks he had to achieve, every possible rule applying to him, and a few other essay-long descriptions of things he'd need to know. Izuku hadn't actually gotten out a notebook for all of the plans he had been coming up with so far, but instead had been writing them down online under an encrypted file which began with 27 pages worth of awfully written fanfiction as to throw off anyone who somehow got past the encryption. If anyone actually did read the beginning chapter of his poorly written All Might fanfiction, however, they would be thrown off the tracks because of how the actual plot of the story was about a heist, and his notes were written without any mention of the actual items he was supposed to steal. So he really needed to find some way to encrypt the notes better, so that every time he opened up the file he wouldn't be accosted by the most horrendous work Izuku had ever had the misfortune of reading, which led him to his next list of things to do. This one was written out in small writing on a large whiteboard Izuku had managed to snag from an unused storage room within the facility. Even though nobody would notice it, he still was feeling guilty enough to leave a small note stating just how awful he felt for not asking for permission first. Nonetheless, he needed to keep on going for the sake of UA. What did he need to accomplish in order to how soon he needed it to be done? Number 1 was to collect accomplices for his crime. Izuku cringed. The weight he was absently pumping flopped down to the floor with a heavy thud. Accomplices to a crime sounded far too evil for what he was actually doing. It was just an end-of-year exam. After all, an end-of-year exam that could potentially strip away his chances to be a legal hero someday. But still an exam. People were counting on him as well, said the small voice at the back of Izuku's mind. The determined glint came back to his gaze as he stared down at a blank sheet of paper. So, who did he know from the other courses who could work? Principal Nedzu had specified that he could have one person per class, per course. So for example, he could have one person from management, one from support, and another from general education, and then finally the hero course. Not counting himself, however, which he was in all honesty thankful for. It was the per class order that made things so much harder. Biting his lip, Izuku looked back down at the sheet of paper and wrote a large title of Class 1B. He didn't have much experience with the only other hero course in UA unless they were counting the sports festival in camp. So who could he potentially recruit from the course who would actually be willing to rob dozens of heroes and potentially risk their future career? Probably not many of them. If he were allowed to ask people from his own class, then things would probably be so much easier. Not to say that 1B had bad quirks, but really if he thought about it in all fairness, then wasn't everyone in his class kind of overpowered? Todoroki had both the powers of fire and ice, which was honestly just ridiculous, and Uraraka could negate gravity on practically anything. If he had been able to recruit her to his team, then it would have been so much easier grabbing that painting. Uraraka could just fly down from the ceiling and grab it without anyone none the wiser. Although he had no doubt that was underthinking just how complicated robbing one of the most well-protected events in Japan could be. Scrunching up his brow a little, Izuku jotted down on the paper a short note of must be versatile with the word underlined twice. So not only would he need to find someone from 1B who had a quirk that was useful in many scenarios, but he'd also need to be certain first that the student in question would be trustworthy and not prone to blab instantly about his plans. Leaning back in his chair, Izuku let out a large sigh and breathed out slowly, designating to find someone from 1B last. So, first, he was going to have to look at people from support. Straightening up in his chair with a wild-eyed look on his face, Izuku looked back down to his paper. He already had the perfect candidate from the support course, one who was almost certainly crazy enough to go along with his ideas, and probably wily enough to help with his current problem of just how they would steal the HPSC files in the first place. Grinning softly to himself, Izuku made plans to head off towards the support course in search of 1 Hatsune. Standing in front of the 1H classroom shouldn't have been as daunting as it felt, but seeing as the last time he'd stood before the ironclad doors they had actually exploded on Izuku, his fears probably weren't too unfounded. His hands were quivering slightly as he went to grasp the door handle. Izuku felt so nervous it was like he was going to jump out of his skin at any moment. Taking a deep breath in and out, he got it over with, twisting the door handle quickly and stumbling inside. It would be empty, after all, it was the weekend. When he'd stumbled across another 1H student, they had said, however, that Hatsune spent all of her time in the workshop and had practically made it her home rather than her very own dorm room. But the classroom was empty, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if I'm upset she isn't actually here, or if I'm relieved. A shadow cast over his frame and 2 yellow eyes blinked into existence behind his shoulder, causing a sharp chill to run down his spine. 10 million. Izuku leapt back, yelping in terror. The faintest surge of one for all flickering off of his skin as he spun around to face Mei Hatsune herself. Was she wearing the same clothes she'd worn the last time he'd spoken to her? The girl in question gasped in delight and came uncomfortably close to his face with her signature maniacal smile smothering her facial features. 10 million. I thought I recognized you. Come, and the door slammed shut behind her and Izuku was so overwhelmed it hurt. Spinning around with a grin, Hatsune began to chuck around piles of what were assuredly dangerous gadgets with her signature furiosity while rapidly speaking. So you're here for a costume upgrade. Wonderful. Some of these babies I have here are perfect for strength quirks like this hammer. And before Izuku could even say a single word, there was a hammer flung into his hands, which was heavy. The inventor still flung around items, and before Izuku could gently set down the device, there was another long piece of armor-like equipment none too dissimilar from a Eraserhead's scarf in his grasp. Now this baby is made of nanotechnological fiber. It is built to cover your weak spots in a pinch if a villain gets too close, and he had to stop this soon. Waving his hands about in frantic denial, Izuku finally gained the will to speak. I'm not here for any support gear. Hatsune froze. The gadgets in her hands toppled to the floor as Izuku winced, desperately hoping that a slight bump wouldn't kill them all. Was that one beeping? You aren't, then what are you here for? 10 million? Hatsune turned around, and Izuku attempted to take his mind off of the item on the floor that most certainly was emitting a high-pitched beeping which was now accompanied by a flashing red light. The inventor seemed a mix of almost confused and cautious. Her former smile had shrunk slightly to form pursed lips in a strange sort of grimace. Oh goodness, he hadn't thought out how to bring it up. That should have been on the forefront of his mind. How embarrassing. I wanted to give you a business proposition, sending a weak smile Hatsune's way. All Izuku could do was hope it worked, despite his face most likely being a flushed mess from his mistake. Hatsune's face relaxed, and suddenly the girl was cheerful again and dragging over 2 wheeled office chairs. You should have just said so. I am all ears for any opportunity to show off my sweet babies. She grabbed him by the shoulder and practically pushed Izuku into the chair she'd brought over for him while swinging around the chair meant for herself and sitting on it backwards with her head resting on where the back would normally lean against. Grin still slightly strained, but now far more natural than it had been before. Spill, green bean. What's this deal you have for me? There was no going back now. If Izuku couldn't sell this, then there was a chance. No, there was a certainty of Yue never being the same again. And while Yue could do with a lot of changes, these ones would almost definitely not be in the way he wanted. How would? Have you heard of the upcoming gala? And Hatsune's eyes widened in glee, the strained look disappearing from her expression almost instantly. Of course I have. A sour glint came to her eyes as the girl pouted with marksman-like eyes suddenly. And I'm not allowed to show off any of my babies to all the cool inventors around. Isn't that just a waste? Izuku nodded frantically as a fanatic look came into the girl's eyes. Her hands twitched maniacally alongside her. Yeah, that too. Izuku straightened up and attempted to portray a level of calmness he wasn't exactly feeling. So, how would you feel about showing how effective they can be? Also about getting a free pass on all the year's exams and a favor from Principal Nedzu. Hatsune stared at him for a moment in silence with an unreadable expression on her features. Had he misjudged the situation? What had he messed up here? But before Izuku could even begin a new mumbling spree, the inventor before him grasped his hands, causing him to blush furiously at the aggressive closeness and at the unusually serious look in her eyes he felt most probably hadn't seen before. 10 million. I am going to need you to elaborate, but I am in if this is in any way what you are meaning to tell me. Maybe it was the embarrassment of having a person so close to his face and in his personal space. Or maybe it was just the high volume of stress from the situation, but Izuku burst, unable to contain his mutter storm anymore as the facts spewed out of him. So Nedzu-sensei is in danger of being forced out of the school, but he doesn't want to go, and the Hero Commission said only if a robbery happened during the gala. While they have so many trained pro heroes around, will they let Nedzu keep being principal? But the student he chose was me, and he said me and whoever else I get to help me can get a favor, any favor from him, as well as a pass for the year's exams if we can pull off a heist of the gala valuables. And I was wondering if I would be okay with joining and helping me. I am absolutely in. Izuku paused, a dumbfounded expression coming to his face as he processed her words. She wanted to help him, as he robbed a school too. Tatsume's frantic nodding brought him back as the girl grabbed his hands, causing him to let out a soft eek of shock as she came far too close for comfort. Shrouding her face was the most determined look he'd ever seen from the other, which practically dwindled from the one she had worn during the sports festival as she prepared to lose intentionally to. But Izuku understood that look in her eyes, understood the fierce sensations of uneasy excitement and a thirst to prove themselves. Tatsume stood up so quickly that her chair flung to the side and bounced on the linoleum floors, a savage glint to her face as she began to pace through the lab space. So I assume you have some good plans up in that noggin of yours. You seem to be a great idea guy, so how about you tell me the things you want me to do to help you out and I'll make them all up. Oh wait, what are we stealing from the gala? It isn't just us doing the robbing either, right? I can probably get you into the security system too. This is going to be so much fun. Gulping, Izuku sat back in his chair as the inventor went on about potential ideas. Security cameras, that gave him an idea he hadn't been considering before. And as the two continued to speak for around a good hour longer before Izuku finally gathered his book bag to leave with a final goodbye comprised of the promise they'd meet the next day at approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon to finalize things with those who would hopefully become their newer members. Did he have the right to be so unashamed of committing unheroic activities before the commission? Probably not. But noting with a smile as he got back to his room, Izuku felt as if he finally had a better plan for how things were going to go, as well as a target for just who exactly he would be able to recruit from the general education course. For once, the grin covering his face was positively vindictive as Izuku Midoriya set off to find one Hitoshi Shinsu. I'm sorry, is there a Shinsu here? By chance? I've just been looking to maybe ask him some questions maybe. The Gen Ed student stared Izuku down for what felt like too long of a moment, before finally shrugging and flipping a tuft of brunette hair to fold over the left side of his face. I mean, sure dude. I'll grab him out of the room to tell him someone from the hero course is here. Closing the door by just a tad, the student then turned around and began to walk up to where Izuku knew his dorm's staircase was. May take a moment, but he'll be here in a tad. And as the door closed just a slight bit more, Izuku could hear the smatterings of muttered voices talking about the bone-breaking kid who was looking for revenge from the sports festival. Nope, Izuku thought, his ears turning red as he spun away from the door and then began to fidget with his hands to try and pay no attention to what the 1 degree Celsius students were theorizing he was wanting from Shinsu. He only had to wait about 4 minutes in uncomfortable silence, however, before finally the door opened and out came a tense-looking Shinsu in a denim jacket that was far too small for him. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as the other shut the door and automatically began to walk to the side of the building as he followed the other along much like a lost puppy. Since the sports festival, he could see that Shinsu had bulked up a bit, but otherwise was looking about the same as before. Soon enough, the two of them had reached a short bench outside the non-windowed area, which Izuku noted his class did not have. Neither did they have any bushes concealing the area like a nice hollowed-out garden, so why did only the general course have them? Was it a quirk thing or a result of maintenance by the students themselves, or was it just there by the teachers for some reason? So, what did you ask for me? I don't suppose it was to gawk and study plant life like you are right now. Izuku came out of his thoughts with a large blush that enveloped his face. Shinsu was still watching him, still quite unamused, but the other was still very tense. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry Shinsu-kun, I just sort of got lost in thought, and I'm so sorry for calling you so close to dinner time. Izuku cut himself off before he rambled even more, blushing still permitting his features. Shinsu sighed and looked off to the side with a slight sneer patting the side of his mouth. The other boy just looked so exhausted though, so Izuku couldn't help but feel bad about disturbing the boy. Are you going to get this over with or? Oh, Izuku flushed again and pulled out his notebook quickly from his book bag, fumbling around for a bit before he could finally get a hold of the thing. Quickly, he flicked the pages to the first, which had only a few words in large lettering. Is there anyone in your class with a quirk that could hear us right now? Shinsu somehow tensed up even more at words, and gave Izuku a wary glance filled with annoyance and was that fear. Cautiously, Shinsu nodded his head, raising his arms to cover his chest in an almost protective manner. Nobody in Gen Ed has any quirks like that. Nobody is able to hear us. Apart from Principal Nedzu Sensei, of course. He said the last words almost as if they were a threat, but the admission only made Izuku breathe out a sigh of relief. Nedzu would almost surely know who his gathered partners would be, so it didn't matter too much if the rat was the only one with an inkling of his plans. Geez, thank you so much, Shinsu-kun. I am so sorry about all the secrets, but I think you'd understand once I get to the chase, Midoriya. The point. And that made his jaw wire shut so fast that the purple-haired boy looked almost alarmed at the probably unintentional usage of his quirk. Izuku only rubbed his jaw and winced, knowing he had probably been about to go vastly off topic if the other had simply let him run his course. Thanks for that, Shinsu-kun. Sorry about the rambling. I'll get to the objective now. And while the other still looked extremely shocked at Izuku's brushing off of the use of his quirk on him, Izuku continued. Placing his notebook on the bench's surface, he took a deep breath in and out. He couldn't quit now. Not when he'd already recruited one person and UAS freedom was on the line. Shinsu-kun, do you still want to be a hero? And the other froze. His eyes widened and his shoulders fell taut as hands that had previously been fidgeting released and fell to his sides slowly. Izuku couldn't begin to imagine the sorts of thoughts that must have been running through the other kid's mind. Eventually, through the silence, Shinsu looked back up at him, eyes steadfast and full of stanch determination and defiance. I will become a hero. You got a problem with that? And maybe it was the delivery of the sentence, or just how obviously committed he was to his goal, but Izuku found his eyes going wide in admiration. The other participant of the conversation took a confused step back as Izuku began to break into a large grin. You are so cool, Shinsu-kun. It's so great to know you are still wanting to pursue such a hard and troubling road, but I have no doubt you could do it on your own. And then Izuku's grin fell slightly as he got back into business mode. However, I could speed up the process by quite some time. Shinsu seemingly got whiplash from the sudden change in personality as Izuku's stutter seemingly magically left him. The other went back from an uneasy relaxation to distrusting once more. But his goal had been achieved. Shinsu now was interested. And that could be what allowed him to convert another willing member to his team who would make things go so much quicker. It was now time to pitch his goal and see whether or not the other would bite. Yuha. For once, Shinsu almost seemed flabbergasted, his previous facade cracking at the edges as Izuku steadily ran holes into its surface. You actually think I could become a hero on my own? And Izuku suddenly remembered what was likely to be a crucial part of his plans. Hitoshi Shinsu had probably never had too much encouragement before in his life, as even during the festival he'd expressed how others hadn't treated him right because of having such a villainous quirk. Memories flashed back to hiding in bathroom stalls and evading students by taking longer routes through unused rooms and hallways. Izuku understood at least a part of what his pain was, so now it was just up to him to make the other believe in himself. The added bonus was, of course, that he would have one other team member to help out, of course. But while Izuku came to his newfound understanding, Shinsu was meanwhile having what felt like a midlife crisis at the young age of 15. Nobody had really believed in him so surely before. Yeah, there were people who also had villainous quirks out there, but not so many had mind-controlling quirks like his. He'd always had to survive off of giving fate the middle finger, and then plowing through whatever trials were thrown his way. He'd made his way to the goddamn third round of the sports festival as a Gen Ed nobody, beating out tons of other hero hopefuls, and not one peep had been said to suggest that he'd get a place in the hero course in the future. Not one peep. And suddenly, here was the very student who'd beaten him out for the sports festival's second rounds who was suddenly all hopeful and seemingly actually believed him to be a potential hero. Not to mention the fact that he'd thought the kid was pulling him behind to the dorms to maybe beat him up or something. He'd even reacted to his quirk positively, which was perhaps the first time Shinsu had ever seen something like that happen. So all in all, Izuku Midoriya was seeming like an utter mystery to him. He was probably just some regular dandy who thought that he was doing the right thing by sticking up for the villain kid. Probably just a hero hopeful who would just abandon him in the end. Then why was his heart beating so fast? Midoriya stared at him a moment longer after his words, probably contemplating what he'd said. Before gently, Midoriya smiled at him. Of course you could, Shinsu-kun. It was as if his head would explode. Someone believed in him. For real. But no, it had to be a trick. If not even his fucking mother could believe he could become a hero, then why would? But that isn't to say I couldn't offer you a shortcut, however. And his mind snapped back to reality to focus on the boy before him. Izuku Midoriya, the living enigma who could somehow break out of his quirk alone, and for some ungodly reason believed in him when nobody else actually did, somehow had a way for him to get into the hero course. Shinsu doubted it very much. "I am listening," and Midoriya beamed. He beamed so brightly that Shinsu wondered for a moment if he had just given the boy all of his pocket money. And then some. "Thank you very much." So the general gist of the situation is that Nedzu is going to get forcefully kicked out of UA for a bigoted Quirkus Commission employee who cares more about the flashiness side of things than saving people thing. And to stop this, I was given the task to recruit a person from each course where possible to conduct a heist on the upcoming gala with Nedzu's full approval, of course, which may actually be impossible, but if we do succeed, then Nedzu will owe us all a favor and you could request to get into the hero course. And Midoriya, that actual doofus, because how could someone be so unabashed from saying they were planning to conduct maybe the biggest heist Japan had ever seen, continued to beam at him. Shinsu blinked, and then let out a large sigh, rubbing his tired eyes with the back of his left fist before he looked back at the boy once more in utter exasperation. "I am going to need you to run this by me one more time, please, and tell me you didn't just admit to a random stranger you've only met once before that you are planning on robbing a school full of heroes during their biggest event of the year, because I did not hear that correctly." Somehow, if it were possible, Midoriya's beaming grin grew wider. All Hitoshi Shinsu could think about was the fact that he was unavoidably, inescapably hooked. There was one final participant he needed for his crew, seeing as Izuku now knew that all management course students were not invited to the gala at all, and he didn't know a single one of them. Hatsune would almost certainly be perfect for what he would have needed a management student for anyway. But now, all he needed was one final person to take from Class 1B. A person who didn't only have a versatile quirk, but someone who could fill the role he desperately needed filled most. A person on the inside. So he needed someone with superb acting skills, ambition to do both what is right and to prove themselves, and who would actually be able to work with them. Izuku knew one person who fit every qualifier except for the last. But even though Nito Monoma would be an amazing addition to his team, it was hard to think of the other as ever becoming a willing partner to someone from 1A, which just utterly sucked as Copy was such an amazing quirk. And literally nobody would ever expect the other to be a spy for a 1A ruffian like him. But that also begged the question of just how he would actually be able to convince the boy to go along with his own plans. Hesitantly, Izuku wrote the other's name down on his list, and as he browsed through the files of the other 1B students, his heart only sunk lower. Izuku had browsed the internet for footage of every UA Year 1 student he could look back on during the sports festival, and just far too many of 1B were just too recognizable. And the ones that weren't, he didn't exactly see too much from them that he could really use, quirks or no. In fact, a lot of them had the problem that they relied too much on their quirks for Izuku's taste. Monoma was looking to be the most likely course of action from his end. So the question remained, just how could he recruit the other? Nito Monoma had been having a good day. He'd spent homeroom having a fun conversation with Shota and Shishida, who he didn't normally get the chance to speak to, and they then proceeded to eat lunch together with Kendo and Tetsu in the cafeteria. Other than that, however, class had also been great. Modern literature with Cementos had gone swimmingly, and the multiple-choice quizzes they were given in 2 classes had been the exact same test, so all the class needed to do was learn from the last. Midnight's announcement had been great as well, like practicing for their future career, and admittance to one of the greatest events in what could be Japanese history was mind-boggling. It would be such a cool experience for his classmates as well. Finally, they'd get a chance to shine where 1A had all along, and Heroes would finally understand just how cool his class was. It was nearing dark as Monoma continued his short walk around U8 grounds alone, and it was during this time his day changed from good to not the greatest. A shock of green hair was approaching from a distance. Monoma squinted to peer in through the darkness, but he could barely make anything out as the figure kept up a light jog. But slowly and surely, the figure came closer. And it wasn't until he realized the figure was actually full-on sprinting in his direction rather than just jogging before the person bumped into him at full speed. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to knock you over." Monoma winced, rubbing his head a little as he opened his mouth to speak. "No, don't worry too much about it. I veered off into the running path even though I was just walking and you were." He halted, and with sudden clarity looked up to who'd bumped into his side. Izuku fudging Midoriya stood above him with a concerned expression over his features, all the while holding out a hand as if to help him up. Monoma felt his face steadily gain a blush, and he abruptly slapped the hand away. Shooting up to his feet and puffing out his chest with an over-the-top laugh, Monoma sneered at the 1A idiot and planted a foot down none too dissimilar to a stomping motion. "I mean, of course the 1A show hog would bump into a general nobody like me. I should be thankful that I have even been graced with your presence, shouldn't I?" Something was off. Midoriya wasn't acting the same way anyone else would normally react to his taunting, And he certainly wasn't acting the same way he had when Monoma had bumped into him in the school cafeteria. No, instead, the other was staring at him, something almost akin to a smile darting over the other's lips. And reacting like this did not fit in with how Monoma had already deduced the student's personality to be like. Puffing out his chest even further than it had been pressed out before, he sneered even harder at Midoriya. A slight tremble of his hands was hidden behind his back so that the one Hellion didn't spot any weakness. "And what's wrong with you, eh?" he said with a glare, jabbing a finger to poke the boy's chest. And wow, why was Midoriya so ripped it was like touching Tetsu, are you making fun of me? Midoriya only blinked, however, and then brushed away Monoma's finger. The soft smile still held his features as the boy cocked his head to the side. "You know, you are really cool, Monoma-kun," he blank screamed. While blinking quickly, Monoma attempted to pull his thoughts together because Midoriya had just said what? The other just stood there, absently rubbing the back of his head as if embarrassed, his stutter almost having just completely disappeared. "You have such an amazing quirk for one thing. Copy is just such a cool ability. You have the ability to help so many people, but just about you in general. You will be such a cool hero." Monoma took a step back, a bead of sweat dripping down the back of his neck. Midoriya thought, what now? Eddie had a cool quirk, but copy was useless. It relied only on the people around him like he was a leech. And what was that about personality? But Midoriya kept going on, taking steps towards Monoma as the sun quietly set. "You are so caring about your class. I mean, I don't appreciate how rude you can be to Wana sometimes. But in the end, it's just because you really do care, right? 1B is so lucky to have someone as kind as you are. And smart too. I saw your class rankings after the final exam. Congrats on getting top 5. Monoma kept taking a step back. But for every step he took, Midoriya would take another. And soon enough they were face to face. His hands shook violently now, and his back was pressing against a large tree's trunk as Izuku Midoriya beamed in his face. For once, he was lost for words. "Well, what do you want?" Midoriya only grinned wider, his eyes gaining a softer gleam to them, finally taking a step backwards and allowing Monoma to finally breathe. "I want to save the school, Monoma-kun, and I think I need your help." Save the school? What sort of insane plot twist was that? Letting out an unfortunately unsure snort, and grabbing at the edges of his jumper, Monoma scowled shakily at the class member before him. Why would we need to be the ones to save you, eh? We are a school for heroes, after all, and if there were any real danger then our teachers would protect us. The USJ, the camp Itsuka and Honuki laying there, he was useless. Why couldn't Vlad have let him out to fight, and why would we even be in danger in the first place? Midoriya only shook his head, a saddened look expressed over his face. But Monoma-kun, this is a chance. His eyes widened as Midoriya once again took a step forwards, eyes burning as bright as they had when he'd fought with that Todoroki guy at the sports festival. And when Monoma had realized that some heroes, while strong, could be scary too. Conviction like this was frightening, he thought to himself. In fact, he could almost compare it to the goosebumps he'd had while watching Stain's manifesto online before it had been taken down. Nedzu had allowed me to gather up a person from every course, and from the hero course I want you. You could do so much, and would be such a help that all chances of winning the Hero Commission's game of Quirkist Elitists vs. would rise by a mile. Midoriya froze, and then blushed slightly, leaning back from where Monoma felt paralyzed. But I didn't mean to try to sell this so hard. The other boy let out a sigh, and finally, Monoma could breathe again. Midoriya was seemingly unhappy with himself as he heaved heavy breaths against his pillar of support with only the barest of tendrils keeping him standing. "I didn't mean to, sorry, Monoma-kun. I've really made a mess of this, haven't I?" And Midoriya beamed at him once again, burdened by whatever knowledge he'd been keeping to himself so far. But if you were to help me, I think it'd benefit you a lot more than you'd think. Not to mention the free pass on the rest of the year exams and a favor from Nedzu himself." Monoma felt himself freeze once again. But while his mind continued to race, Izuku Midoriya simply took several steps back before he began to stretch as if he'd simply taken a 2-second break from his sprint, and now was preparing to go off again. "But no matter what, it's all your choice, Monoma-kun. You can go to the gala yourself." The blonde couldn't help but stare utterly flabbergasted at the other who stood before him. Midoriya stretched as he spoke with such utter conviction, such determination, that even he, Nido Monoma, was feeling himself get swept away with. "Or, you could be a part of the biggest heist in quirk Japanese history. So Nedzu set up this shack for us. No cameras, just basically the dorms, but even smaller and out of range from hearing quirks." Izuku grinned at Shinsu as the other inspected the small log cabin that they'd been very graciously provided with. He hadn't even seen the large cement lab underneath yet, and beamed in joy. "I know, there's more below ground, but Hatsum is currently doing things down there, and I'm afraid I'd lose a limb if I opened the door without her okay first. But why, yes, He even gave us a lounge and 4 beds if you ever need to get away from the dorms. The other inspected the whiteboard that Izuku had painstakingly removed from his room and relocated down to their hut, as well as the several sets of blueprints Izuku had so far gotten from UA's official website and blog. They would need to wait until they'd hacked into the UA servers before they could get any documents of the gala floor plans, but until then this would do. Shinsu absent-mindedly inspected some of the files Izuku had made on known faces they would have to go up against, as well as a large list of just what their objects would happen to be. Wow, Izuku felt so strange right now. It was a mixture of being both absolutely pumped that something was actually going to plan for once, as well as an odd concoction of embarrassment that other people were looking at his stuff and anxiety that they'd see him differently for it. But seriously, this cottage was awesome. Nedzu had really gone through so much effort to provide for them, so it was imperative that he tried his best to help the mammal get his life back together. Shinsu put down the notebook he'd been inspecting of the Class 1D students that Izuku had gathered from the first round of the sports festival and online queries, before putting it back down and moving over to where Izuku had set up his laptop for all the information that he had stored online. So, I know Hatsum, pink-haired maniac from support course, right? Izuku nodded, idly positioning an array of papers over one of the many benches they'd been provided with, as well as sticking some to their new pin board, which Shinsu had immediately dubbed their Beautiful Minds segment of the lodge. Why yes, Hatsum is just very, eccentric, just to say the least. Shinsu hummed and moved closer to the laptop screen to peer at whatever was showing on it. So, who's our final member? And with perfect timing, the doors to the shack let out a loud crash as someone walked inside. Shinsu flinched in shock as Izuku also jumped and let out a rather unheroic yelp of terror. Monoma made his way inside and flicked blonde hair to the left of his face. His hero costume adorning his figure and 3 wristwatches gleamed in the fluorescent lights of the room, each of them proclaiming the time to be 1:30 p.m. were not showing timers. Monoma let out a huff, and without even pausing to inspect the room, plonked himself down onto one of their dusty beige couches. You, Midoriya, are horrifying. I just wanted you to know that first before anything else. But, as the only reprieve from your class A ego, I will gladly help you get done whatever this stuff is that you need to get done so Nedzu-sensei doesn't get thrown to the curb. And just before Izuku could utter a retort, or even just a questioning glance to see just why Monoma thought he was scary, Shinsu froze and looked up to them with an eerily blank expression over his features. Why is there All Might X self-insert fanfiction here? Izuku's face turned red for a moment, his heart stopping immediately as he came to terms with what Shinsu must have just found. Shinsu-kun, I swear it is nothing at all like what it seems. Time left before gala, 2 weeks. 6 days. So what's the plan so far, boss or whatever? Boss? Please don't call me B-boss, oh my goodness. Anyways. Hatsum hummed pleasantly with a gadget in her hand which she had just used to scour the building for any electrical signals. It was apparently some kind of modified stud finder. And after gushing over its many practical uses, Izuku had asked about commissioning another one from the young inventor who was utterly beaming from pride at the success of her babies. However, as of their current situation, all materials that Hatsum would usually have access to were either in the control of Power Loader or just simply unavailable for them to obtain without people noticing. And he would never ask the girl to see about buying the parts needed online with her own money. So Izuku had come up with another plan for how they would be obtaining gadgets for the robbery. Monoma-kun, could I ask some questions about your quirk? He said, glancing over to the blonde-haired boy with wide and innocent eyes. The other simply sighed and shuffled around a bit in discomfort. My quirk is called Copy, and it allows me to use an inferior version of a quirk from someone if I make contact with their skin. He ran a hand through his fringe absent-mindedly, and Izuku felt proud of the boy for being so calm even if he did hate Izuku's class. What powerful character development to be explaining his weaknesses in front of someone like him. Generally, I can keep around 4 quirks at one time, and my highest time for how long I can use one is 5 minutes in length. I can only use 1 quirk at a time, and while I can store a quirk without needing constant contact with the person whose quirk I'm using, I cannot pause while using it unless I switch to another quirk. The moment I start using one, my time begins to go out. Monoma fell silent, glaring at the corner of the room to nothing in particular. But Izuku couldn't help but straighten up from his position on the couch and lean forwards towards the other in excitement. Monoma-kun, that is so cool. Do you know if it is skin contact specifically, or if you just need a strand of hair to use someone's quirk and replenish your reserves? The other grimaced with a hint of a sneer over his face. but otherwise a light blush dusting the corners of his cheeks. Izuku had noticed this begin to appear whenever the other was beginning to feel embarrassed. Hair doesn't work. I found some dead skin too when I was a kid, and although it was gross, I couldn't activate any quirk from it. I'm guessing I have to be around someone at all times if I am to last for any longer than 5 minutes, or I'm totally quirkless. Izuku ignored the infliction on quirkless, swallowing down a short flinch from the hate put into the word. Moving back to reality as Shinsu sent a lazy eyebrow his way to see if Izuku had anything else to say. He grabbed a pen and pulled over a notebook on 1B which had Monoma's page within it, most of which the other had said already being in there. But for this next question of his he absolutely wished that the other could do. So does it specifically have to actually be skin though? For example, when the top layer of flesh was taken off of a 5-point activation quirk user's hands, they are still able to have full use of their quirks due to the live DNA beneath. Sorry, I don't want to go on a tangent here, so stop me if you need to. But would blood taken from somebody else work as an activation method? Monoma looked a combination of slightly flabbergasted and thoughtful, and Izuku didn't blame him. Having a conversation with someone you don't generally like and having them turn the knowledge of your quirk that you have almost fully on its head must be a hard thing to have happen. But in this case, it was imperative that they have the fullest scope of range on all of their collective quirks for this case and for their futures as heroes. I've never actually tested that before, although I don't see why it wouldn't feasibly work. 1A. Give me your blood. Izuku flinched back into the beige couch as Monoma jumped towards him, frantically waving his arms around to hopefully ward off the approaching wild-eyed student coming towards him as Shinsu snickered to himself. Hatsum egged on the Class B student who steadily made his way towards Izuku in a very threatening manner. No, I mean not me, Monoma-kun, my quirk could be very dangerous. The other scowled with an eerily toothy grin as he swiped at Izuku, who kicked out in defense with sweat dripping down his forehead. This could be bad if Monoma copied his quirk. Would it happen just like All Might had said? Blasting apart the building they were in would be the least of his worries if Monoma copied one for all and blasted off his limbs. I'm sorry, but what the fuck? Did you say his fucking limbs could fly off? Izuku blinked and was suddenly back to reality, only to see Monoma having halted his assault with a white face, motionless in horror. Shinsu simply leaned away from Izuku on the couch in wide-eyed confusion and slight terror. Even Hatsum was staring at him now with a questioning quirk of her lips, somehow having been distracted from her typing on his laptop to secure their documents in a way that didn't need to include that awful fanfic he'd written down. My limbs could have been blown off. Izuku let out a quick eep and grimaced at his slip. He hadn't actually said one for all out loud, hadn't he? Nobody had seemingly noticed his slip. But if someone decided to take a gander at his quirk files and just remember the name of the Scourge of Kamino, he could have been thrust into deep trouble. Shinsu let out a sigh which practically oozed with the sensation he was far too tired for this situation, and sat back down on the couch with a palm covering his face. Monoma finally had broken out of his daze and pointed an accusing shaky finger to Izuku's chest as the blonde puffed up in anger. You idiot. You're just trying to not let me, a member of 1B, borrow your quirk for a bit. There is no possible way something that drastic would happen. I swear I'm not lying. I can barely use it above 5% without my bones breaking. I'm not lying, I promise you. Please just ask anyone. Monoma somehow turned an even paler shade of white than he'd been before, and stood with feet rooted to the ground while Hatsum snickered quietly to herself and set aside the laptop she'd been previously tinkering with. So the bone breaking was how do you even get a quirk like that? By somehow impressing your childhood hero enough to be offered the one transferable quirk in the world that is powerful enough to have been passed through 8 generations before him, and then by ingesting a hair and coughing until he'd nearly lost a lung to match his mentor's, Izuku thought slyly, before snapping back to reality. A bizarre luck, Izuku said with a straight face, attempting not to think back to Dagaba Beach and the cleaning up he'd had to face daily. I was only able to use it without the whole losing limbs thing after I'd gained a ton of muscle mass. If it weren't for that, I'd probably just be a smear on the ground, to be honest. The cabin stared at him in uncomfortable silence as he shuffled about in his seat. Can we please get back to topic? Monoma sat back down, still slightly pale from his close encounter with death via exploding appendages, and Hatsum grinned with a large stretch. You can borrow some of my blood if you want, Blondie. The group of 4 huddled together over the clearest bench in front of them, where Hatsum Nunta gently ripped a scab off of her forearm and slowly gathered enough blood for Monoma to touch onto a small clean plate of sample glass Izuku had procured. All 4 of them watched in trepidation as Monoma reached out to the sample, the other cringing at the sight of blood, which was an interesting reaction, and he blinked a couple of times in quick succession, remaining silent even as the group leaned in closer to see what was happening. The 3 of them leaned in even closer to Monoma with questioning gazes as they waited in anticipation. It's a mutation quirk. I can't use it. And Izuku blushed, his face going red as he covered his features with an elbow. I should have realized that. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry we made you start bleeding for no reason. Hatsum, I am so sorry. No, just wait for a second. Monoma cut his apologies off and concentrated hard on something before suddenly a tight-lipped smile came to his face. I can't use it, but it's there. I can copy from blood. Izuku pumped a fist into the air with excitement over the discovery. And even Shinsu looked happy for Monoma, who was inspecting his slightly bloodied finger with the uncontained exhilaration of finding out you had a new aspect to your power. Eventually, the blonde-haired boy realized he was celebrating with a class A hooligan and changed his wide-mouthed grin into a sneer with a fleeting blush on his cheeks. Yeah, well, I would have learned that eventually. Why'd you want to know anyways, Class A? Trying to figure out the weak spots of Class B, aren't you? The regular viciousness of Monoma's taunts had gone down by quite a bit, Izuku noticed. But anyway, he needed to get to the point. Why yes, sorry, Monoma-kun. So mostly my ideas are for how to deal with our current material problems. Do you know Momoge Yarazu from my class? He looked back to Monoma, whose eyebrows lifted in recognition as he thought for a moment, sitting back down on the couch in the meanwhile. That's creator girl, right? One who can make things from her stomach or whatever, he said, slightly guarded but still curious. Shinsu stretched a bit with a yawn to the side of Izuku, who nodded with uncontained excitement. Yes, so tomorrow there's a training exercise, and seeing as her quirk can create literally anything and seeing as we hold on. Hatsum jolted up from where she'd sat on the floor since when had she moved there. He really needed to work on his observational skills more and stalked over to Izuku so that she was practically grasping his collar with a frenzied expression of elation on her face. There's a quirk in your class that can make anything, and I'm only hearing of this now. Izuku flushed a bright red and shakily extracted the girl's hands from their ironclad grasp over his shirt. Shinsu snorted at the exchange but quickly changed his tune as the inventor plopped herself down onto their current couch in between the two of them. The boy let out a sharp noise of pain as the sound of some hidden metal machine on the girl's frame hitting him in the ribs went through the room. Shakily smiling at her, Izuku discreetly distanced himself from Hatsum. Was she drooling? And shuffled to the arm of the sofa. Why yes, sorry but oh never mind. She can create anything if she knows what its atomic composition is. So if I got some of her blood then Monoma could. And Hatsum was shooting across the room to corner Monoma where he sat on his couch giving Izuku whiplash. Her eyes rabid as she stared down the blonde of the group with uncontained intensity. Blondie, if you copy that quirk and make me some materials then I will make the greatest babies for you. Shinsu burst into a coughing fit as Izuku jumped to his feet and waved his arms in denial of Hatsum's words. The Class B student looking as if he wished he could be anywhere else in the world at that very moment as the purple-haired boy on the couch continued to sputter and choke. She means gadgets, not actual babies, just inventions. Monoma still looked awfully drained as the girl over top of him grinned evilly and pulled out a tablet from nowhere and began to type faster than what he could catch, trying to fix the misunderstanding as Shinsu was nearing tears behind him. Izuku couldn't help the buzz of excitement from within his mind. This may just turn out as less of a mess and more of an actual success. Time left before gala, 2 weeks, 5 days. I got some of Yaoyorozu's blood during training today. Did you get any of your classmates? Monoma chuckled in unbridled amusement as Izuku presented the bag to the other boy in their cabin, which Hatsum immediately grabbed from his hands and stared at as if it had given her the secrets to all of life itself. The blonde then widened his grin, before whipping out 5 bags from within his sleeves and slamming them none too gently down onto the table. As Izuku gaped down at the arrangements set before him, Hatsum completely ignoring everything other than the bag she was fiercely cuddling now, Monoma smirked at his achievement and crossed his arms in accomplishment. Now, while I see that just 1 bag may be hard for a poor one like you, but for a superior Class B student like I am, it was a breeze to get 5. The blonde student began to list off the quirks he had managed to get with an egotistical and maniacal grin. First, from Kendo, I got Big Fist, which is a transformation type. Secondly, I got Poltergeist, which has some powerful telekinesis to it. Third after that is Twin Impact, which I am quite proficient in. And fourth is Kodai's Size. Finally, however, I got Black from Kiwaro. Upon using it, I will be able to store myself into anything that is dark-colored at all. This allows for instant travel through darkened areas. Izuku gasped, the ability to meld into shadows at will. It sounded like a godsend of a quirk, something that would be absolutely perfect for their situation. But as the two of them realized as Monoma was ushered downstairs into their lab-like bunker to try out how all the quirks worked, they came across their first large problem. Swearing under his breath and kicking at the floor, the 1B student was annoyed and seemingly unable to activate the other's quirk. Can't believe he lied to me, that traitorous little Monoma muttered under his breath with a snarl. He said that his quirk was a transformation type. A transformation type. When I see him next, I swear. Izuku cringed back as the vengeful murmurings became a little too close to something a bit too villainous before suddenly Hatsum came to save the day. The Ziploc bag which Izuku had given her had since been replaced by a thick vial that the inventor had outfitted with temperature-regulating technology so that the liquid inside of it would hopefully stay fresh for the days to come. He was grateful for that, of course. Izuku didn't think he'd be able to get away with helping Yaoyorozu with first aid after a particularly poorly timed fall which he hadn't actually had anything to do with. Onto some sharp pieces of rubble which he may have had something to do with that time, and he didn't know if it would be suspicious for another classmate to start bleeding on him without Aizawa. In particular, noticing something was off about the situation. Of the quirks that Monoma had gathered, it turned out that both Big Fist and Poltergeist had gone bad as the other hadn't sealed them correctly, and he just plain hadn't gotten enough blood for anything to work. Thankfully, however, creation worked well. Maybe a bit too well. Hatsum had all but thrown the blonde down to a hastily constructed chair in her lab and was drilling into him the atomic compositions for a ton of materials that Izuku had never even heard of, and was currently guiding the boy through creating a ton of small metal tube-like structures, as he perfected being able to make objects without flaws that the girl couldn't easily fix. Shinsu had also joined them eventually, coming down from his dorm rooms to their cottage in the woods and hesitantly coming inside as if he'd been afraid he wouldn't have been accepted. Izuku surveyed the boy with an analytical eye as the other inspected one of the notebooks Izuku had filled with popular heroes who he'd narrowed down as being the most likely to attend the gala. The other was obviously a lot stronger than he had been during the sports festival, sure, but that didn't mean the other would be able to hold up in a fight against even one of the non-combatant members of 1A. And while their heist ending in an all-out brawl was one of the worst possible scenarios that could happen, it would still be helpful if the Gen Ed student could at least hold his own weight for a couple of seconds without becoming a spluttering mess of exhaustion. So, maybe he was looking at things all wrong, Izuku thought, raising a hand to his chin as he began to think through ideas for how to get Shinsu into peak form for their heist in a few weeks' time. They were really getting close now. He had to speed up. Maybe he could focus on getting Shinsu to be more speed and endurance-based, rather than strength and durability. It would probably suit the other more, and perhaps if he played things right he could get some materials to help the boy from Hatsum. Yeah, that sounded like a good idea. But if he went for something like, "Hey, boy wonder, you need something? Or are you just staring at me for fun?" Izuku blushed red as he realized he'd been staring at the other boy for far too long. "I am so sorry, Shinsu-kun. I didn't realize that I was looking and oh my goodness, I was muttering too, wasn't I? I am so sorry." The purple-haired boy let out a snort of laughter which made Izuku freeze in place. His shoulders still slumped downwards in shame. Had he ever actually seen the other boy smile before? A genuine smile that wasn't taunting like the one from the sports festival. As the other wiped an imaginary tear from his eye and looked up to make eye contact, he absently spoke. "I seriously pegged you incorrectly at the festival. I can't believe I ever thought you'd be some kind of egomaniacal quirkus like Mr. Explodo in your class." Izuku blinked at the other, who carried on. "I never would have expected some kind of anxious wreck who apparently wants me to commit a robbery with him after knowing me for all of 2 seconds. Shinsu raised a humorous eyebrow in Izuku's direction, and he felt justifiably hurt as he was not an anxiety-ridden wreck. "Thank you very much, and now I know you can't go even one conversation without apologizing for something completely random. I swear, you are perhaps the single most confusing person I've ever met." And a huff of what seemed like jealousy, but why would Shinsu ever be jealous of him, came from the other as he stared over at Hatsum, who was already creating something that looked scarily close to a rudimentary computer screen before a smirk appeared over his lips. Monoma yelled something indescribable in the background, but Izuku found his eyes locked onto Shinsu for that moment. Memories of how he'd noted earlier that the Gen Ed boy hadn't been treated all too well because of the nature of his quirk skittered to the forefront of his mind, and Izuku felt his features soften in understanding, despite how it probably seemed on the surface. Something was telling Izuku that Shinsu could possibly be the key player from his side for the heist to succeed, regardless of everything that Nedzu had said about himself having the necessary components to win. Even with the boy's often scathing remarks and very pessimistic views on things, it felt as if Hitoshi Shinsu had been grasping for an opportunity like this for a while now. And despite how he currently was perhaps the weakest link in his motley crew, the other could probably become the anchor keeping them afloat during the ordeal of saving Yue. Shinsu was hooked, just like he was. All Izuku needed to do was reel him in. "Shinsu-kun, I didn't just choose everyone here because I knew them more than other people." The other's eyes shot in his direction, and suddenly, all the purple-haired teen was looking at was him, Izuku Midoriya. He gulped, throat suddenly dry, even as resolve flooded through Izuku's system. Purple eyes surveyed him, before snapping back to him as Shinsu turned to face Izuku. One hand absently leaned on the concrete wall behind them as the other swung by his side. "I already gathered that, you know." He huffed and ran a hand through messy hair, looking up to the roof with an unreadable expression. "You chose us for our quirks, obviously. Or in Maniac Over There's Case, the boy gestured over to Hatsum, who was once again seemingly tormenting their resident quirk copying human over a chart of the atomic table. For her being at the top of support, doesn't take a genius to figure it out. And Izuku blinked because that had been what he'd been doing at the beginning. But along the way, when choosing someone from Class 1B, Izuku had needed to find someone who was both versatile and someone who would be able to work with them as a team. But he'd chosen Monoma over anyone else. Black would have been an amazing quirk to have on his team. It would have made the process of stealing items so much simpler in general. So why hadn't Izuku simply gone to Kiwaro in the first place? Someone who he knew probably didn't have a vindictive streak a mile wide for him and his class, and had a quirk that could have helped their group even more than Copy potentially could. And after a few moments of thinking, it had come to him. Shinsu once again looked over to Izuku with a resigned blankness in his eyes, even as the green-haired boy grasped his hand into a fist and inspected it. I chose the people who needed to prove themselves. Shinsu jolted, and a fluorescent lime gaze met his own. I chose the people who will be heroes. An uneasy silence prevailed through the two of them as the moment sunk in with neither of them uttering a single word. The two chose to instead watch as Hatsune chased down her unwilling test subject, who was popping out uneven swaths of fabric all the while. Slowly, the silence changed to something less chilling and more accepting. Izuku grinned to himself in the forest's leafy confines, Shinsu sweating bullets as Hatsune outfitted two slim-fitting gauntlets to his forearms. Currently, they were in their prototype phase as Monoma had yet to learn any interesting things yet, as Hatsune had said, and the inventor herself, despite being probably a mad scientist, still couldn't have made anything truly technical in the past 3 hours they'd spent locked away in a concrete bunker. So, Hatsune, you sure this thing won't just, explode? Hatsune grunted, a wrench in her mouth being spat out as the guards on the boy's wrist let out a suspicious amount of steam. I'm 50% sure it won't. Dunno. The wrists let out another stream of steam, which made Shinsu pale as Izuku held back snickers from the amusing sight. It was so much better when you weren't on the side of being the actual test subject for a Hatsune Industries product. Wiping her forehead and standing up straight, Izuku winced as her spine crackled from the change in posture. Hatsune grinned widely and slapped her creation, which caused Shinsu to let out an amusing shriek of concern from the impact, and then skipped off to stand next to Izuku and waver a critical eye over the effectiveness of her product. Honestly, Izuku was feeling quite proud at the moment. Both he and Shinsu had sat down to make a design for something close to Eraserhead's signature capture weapon, while keeping it different enough so that it wouldn't be too noticeable as a design feature to give any attackers key info on how he operated. So, the design that the two of them had turned into two thin sheaths of light and flexible cuffs that ran from the boy's wrist end to elbow. Inside the two, however, there were mechanisms in place to allow for the boy to have a flimsy grasp of movement from twin tendrils of graphene and polymer mixed fibers. In short form, however, it was an utterly awesome evolution of Aizawa's capture weapon, which Hatsune had lovingly dubbed the propulsion weapon in honor of its roots. Seeing just how much Shinsu had been blushing at the fuss being made over his weapons coming first had probably been the highlight of Izuku's day as well. But now, they were onto the test run. That meant Izuku was free to act as evilly as he possibly could, and nobody could blame him for it. Plus Ultra was the UA motto, was it not? So he would go plus Ultra indeed, while training his new friend on how to evade capture and stealth tactics. Maybe all that training with Gran Torino had impacted him more than expected. Shinsu gulped after taking one look at the normally anxious boy grinning a demonic snarl, and almost promptly crapped his pants. Hatsune seemingly found what she had been looking for and pumped a fist into the air. You sure are a lucky one, brain kun. Shinsu muttered the words brain kun as if in disbelief as the girl carried on. I think your chances of exploding are all the way down to 30% now. And Izuku took the horrified look from the other boy along with his palling figure as a sign to grin even wider. Great. Now that the other had more of a chance at surviving Hatsune's inventions, it was time for the other boy to survive him. Shinsu-kun, you have a 1-minute head start. And off the boy ran, stumbling in the direction further away from UA dorms in case anyone were to stumble across their training. Hatsune giggled to the side of him as the other boy took off, gleefully smiling as Shinsu became a figure in the distance. I think I am really going to enjoy this, 10 million. And with that, the girl spun around to face him, causing Izuku to blush hard at how disregarding of personal space she was. Call me May. I already asked Blondie to earlier in the labs. But I mean I owe you one for this opportunity, boss sir. And while Izuku spluttered from both the requisition of first names between them, but more so because of his new moniker of boss, Izuku felt himself growing lighter. Things were turning out so much better than he'd thought possible. Time left before gala, 2 weeks, 4 days. We have a problem. The request I sent in a few days ago for a spot as gala security actually got accepted. What the hell am I even supposed to do to help if I'm supposed to be catching thieves? Forget that problem. boss, but to get the blueprints for the gala hallways it looks as if I'll need someone to manually plant a remote accessing device into the UA server rooms themselves. Things were not turning out better than he'd thought possible. Izuku floundered for a moment, before catching balance once again. Shinsu, unfortunately, hadn't been so lucky and had flopped face first onto the padded mats below them, since they'd managed to acquire creation as a quirk. The items made from it had been put to good use by Hatsume. She'd asked him to call her Mei, and since their humble beginnings, the concrete bunker they had beneath the lovingly dubbed hijack shack by their purple-haired companion who was gradually sitting up and getting to his feet again was slowly and steadily turning into an evil lair. Monoma and Mei hadn't spared a single moment of their time out of class without working on outfitting their clubhouse, and while he included Monoma in the comparison, really it was plain to see that their resident inventor simply didn't take no for an answer. So now, through some kind of utter mastery that Mei seemed to have over anything technological in nature, they'd set up a large array of monitor screens attached to a single computer that the girl had made entirely on her own with minimal input from Monoma, who practically existed to just make parts and eat the plenteous amounts of food Izuku had bargained from Lunch Rush. But not only did they now have a fully functional support lab, courtesy of Monoma finally figuring out how to create benches and other tools and equipment Izuku would hesitate to name correctly, but they also had enough room left over in the large area to double for areas set aside for training, which was where he and Shinsu had previously been situated, the two of them holding themselves upside down on beams directly above some mats Izuku had acquired out of storage, seeing as Monoma couldn't quite make something so complicated yet. Instead of training, however, it seemed that today only held problems for their group. Izuku let out a sigh and flipped down to the floor to promptly land on his butt. Hatsume, sorry, do you mind going second? Anyways, Monoma-kun, what's the problem? Nice. Izuku inwardly pumped a fist. He hadn't stuttered too much in that sentence. Small steps. The blonde-haired boy let out a huff and situated himself to lean directly across from Izuku on a metal bench, thin metal rods slowly pouring out from his skin onto the surface as he opened his mouth to speak. So we in Class B were given out paperwork to fill to apply for gala security. You and Wana would have gotten it as well, I presume. Running fingers through cropped hair, Monoma continued. It was a testament to how tired he was that Izuku hadn't had a single insult thrown his way almost all day. I filled it out and thought nothing of it, and so did most in my class, I presume. Well, this was before the whole recruitment thing you did, and now it seems like I'm stuck as gala security. I can't deny something like that without looking suspicious. So Monoma would be trapped under the gaze of HPSC operatives for the full night, and would certainly be expected to undergo training for whatever his task was going to be for that night. Probably just general security, as Izuku couldn't see the commission giving any too important jobs to untrained high school students, but even then. So, you'll be expected to be under their guidance. As a hero student too, so you'll be put on guarding duty for the full night, right? And I'm assuming you'll have some sort of training from them to tell you why you'll be expected to be doing. Monoma sneered and gazed down at the floor in frustration. The training will be starting in 4 days. I won't have any time at all for any of. He gestured to the room around them. The sneer on his face grew even wider, and the boy slammed a hand onto the top of the desk in irritation, his mind still buzzing in thought. Izuku suddenly felt a grin form along the edges of his lips, and he shot up to his feet. That's great news. Monoma blinked at him. Then Monoma blinked again. I'm sorry. The flow of metal rods halted in its tracks, but what? And Izuku's grin only grew wider as he fidgeted with his hands. Well, after all, he'd always intended on having someone on the inside, right? I was really hoping you'd get the spot. We do need someone able to give us info from the eye inside of things anyways. Izuku shuffled his feet around on the spot as the rest of the group continued to stare at him, changing his expression to a guilty grin. Izuku made a flimsy fist in a mockery of All Might's signature salute. T plus ultra, right? As Monoma continued to stare at him gobsmacked, Izuku absent-mindedly handed the boy a quickly jotted down notebook labeled Infiltration HPSC plans before turning back to Mei and following her to one of the larger monitor screens she'd set up for him to look at. Spanning over the screen was a bunch of code language which Izuku couldn't decipher, and the girl brought his attention to one labeled as UA access denied. See here, I can't access anything other than the bare basics via the Wi-Fi. I've tried breaching a dozen other ways, but at the moment, the only backdoor possible would be if someone planted an exploit in the UA server rooms themselves. Nedzu really tightened this thing up to high heaven. Rather than looking too annoyed by the struggle, the inventor was looking positively thrilled at the challenge, just slightly apologetic for whatever the task was that she needed Izuku to do. Izuku knew what a server room was. In fact, he'd hidden inside the server room of Aldera Junior High when escaping from pursuers or just the general disapproving public eye. However, something was telling him that just waltzing into the UA server room would be a much harder task to achieve. Shinsu had made his way over to where the three of them stood and rolled himself over a wheelie chair which the boy promptly sat in with legs poking back out the direction that one would normally lean against, with his head resting on the backrests head of the chair. That's what's in the room down the east corridor, right? 2 doors down from the careers room. Izuku and Mei both turned to stare at the boy, who glanced their way and had a tinge of red come to his cheeks as he then attempted to shrug the looks off. What? I don't like eating in the cafeteria, he said, his face beginning to disappear into the high collar of a different denim jacket than when Izuku convinced the boy to join his robbery. It was funny seeing Shinsu so embarrassed, Izuku thought to himself, before giving the boy a beaming grin. Thank you, Shinsu-kun. Is there a guard there at all? Mei let out a huff of air, spinning to type something down on one of 3 keyboards to bring up the image of a long hallway. Next to the guidance room too. Hound Dog sits in his room, and that wicked sense of smell he has could stop anyone from sneaking in without his knowledge. He's really the only guard that UA needs. Hound Dog, the hunting dog hero. A hero who specialized in speedy attacks while in the public eye, but who mostly made his impression by tracking down suspects that the police couldn't find on their own. Otherwise, the perfect deterrent for all sneak-based attacks, and maybe the worst teacher to be positioned by exactly where they needed to break into. This was going to be a huge pain, wasn't it? So basically what you're saying is that someone will have to sneak past a literal guard dog and do whatever you need to get done to one of UA's more highly protected areas, correct? Izuku raised a hand to itch at the lower part of his chin, his mind far away in thought as he attempted to figure out a solution. There had to be a solution. Did there? Nedzu had said everything would be possible, so the mammal had probably even set aside some sort of loophole that he would be able to understand. Though, Izuku felt that smile, the one he'd been wearing an awful lot lately, come to the tips of his lips as his mouth began to swerve upwards into a crafty grin. I think I have a plan. Time left before gala, 2 weeks, 2 days. It was early morning, and UA had just opened its doors for all student access. While the grounds themselves were accessible anytime after 4 o'clock due to the high volume of students living on campus, the facilities themselves would only be open when the first lot of staff members had woken themselves up and retreated into the school's depths for various reasons. For Powerloader, it was to either prepare for the day ahead or to tinker around during his free time. For Present Mike, it was to grade students' papers. For Nedzu himself, he arrived at 6 o'clock daily to prepare for the staff themselves to arrive, disarming UA's various nighttime defensive mechanisms and unlocking private access to the shielding doors surrounding the facility. For Hound Dog, however, it was simply because the man was an early riser. Izuku had already begun the process of lengthy reconnaissance on his school, and had been meticulously jotting down who arrived at what times and went where, who roamed around the school halls providing extra obstacles for him, and any possible blockades that would prevent them from gaining access to the UA server room. As for who roamed where, the very simple answer was that nobody did. There was no careful observation of surroundings by a brigade of security guards, and no automated robots that patrolled the sector of their building. No, UA truly didn't need anything of the sort during its early mornings, or even through the rest of the day. As the morning continued on, Izuku knew that UA would function the same way it normally did, and the day before he, Monoma, Shinsu, and Mei had compiled their knowledge together about the runnings of the school and organized a stakeout throughout the day. Izuku had done mornings, as he was mostly used to waking up each day just before 6 for a lengthy workout routine. And what he'd found out had been that until homeroom started at 8:25 each day, the school was practically impenetrable despite the lack of security measures once again. And the reason for all of this was Hound Dog himself. The counseling rooms were directly in the center of UA's eastmost corridor, and from there, 2 doors away from where their target of the server rooms lay. So, mustering up all the courage he could possibly gain, Izuku traversed down the hallway closest to the counseling rooms while making sure to radiate as much anxiety and fear as possible. His plan had worked, and Hound Dog had come up to him, asking about what the matter was. Izuku had stuttered out about being nervous about a training exercise with a new friend of his, who he was rather nervous about impressing. All of which was true, to be fair. Robbing the gala was basically training, and Shinsu was a fairly new friend who he was now training in his own way to become a hero, and Hound Dog had visibly relaxed. Now they knew that the hero had a wide-range scope on who was in the nearby vicinity, and had at least mild empathic abilities with smell, or maybe it was just something about the smell of fear. Never mind, he could focus on this sort of thing later. And throughout the full time that Izuku had been there, Hound Dog had been visibly eyeing him up and down with an appraising glance. Security really was right here, wasn't it? The next shift was for Shinsu, as the other wouldn't be marked as suspicious for being there during eating times due to his loner lifestyle, which really did come in handy for them at this moment. He'd noted that apart from when UA students came to the office, the door was always open. Hound Dog would sit at his desk with a book, as per his wishes, which had also been odd enough for the other to give him a questioning side eye. Shinsu had also recorded that on average a page was turned once every 4 minutes and 57 seconds. To him, it sounded as if Hound Dog was focusing on something more than just reading. Shinsu had then proceeded to jot down for him that every 30 or so minutes the hero would go on a short patrol around the hallway, opening up the server room door with an access card which he had discreetly taken a photo of, and then spending approximately 5 minutes in the server room, most likely looking over the various appliances within. Finally, Monoma was able to bring them news about the careers and counseling rooms during school time by asking Awais, who had biweekly appointments there, and they found that Hound Dog was nothing if not dedicated to his students. Anything Awais said was apparently listened to with utter focus and no judgment, and the dog would react to each piece of information he got accordingly without bias. To test this, Izuku had once again walked by the east hallways radiating as much fear as he possibly could, and this time there had been no response. Even drawing closer and walking by the door almost directly had yielded nothing. From this as a group, they could confirm that Hound Dog, while being a steady guard to their target, there were still back doors they could use to get through. And all of that had led up to this moment. It had just hit 6:30, and Izuku and Shinsu stood to face UA, their opposing target looming over their heads. Honestly, it felt a bit like when he'd first arrived, Izuku thought. He was going into unfamiliar territory, and was unsure of whether or not he'd make it out in the end. Last time, he'd been expecting to be kicked from the course because of not meeting the standards to become a hero. This time, it was that if he failed at being a villain, heroism as Japan knew it would most likely change forever. Taking a glance to the side, Izuku noted that Shinsu was also looking quite nervous despite all the other's efforts to hide it. The other was holding his arms where his propulsion weapons normally could stay, but as of yet hadn't yet made a version that was compact enough to slide underneath the regular school uniform. He pitied Monoma for all the supplies he'd be having to make. Izuku opened his mouth to speak but cut himself off before he could stutter anymore. His cheeks turned a bright red as he slouched in embarrassment. As Shinsu-kun, he shakily raised a thumbs up and grinned. "You're going to do great." Shinsu stared at him for one moment before letting out a scoff, turning his head to the side to face their dorms. "Idiot, why are you encouraging me when I need to be anxious for this plan to work?" Izuku turned red once more and began to stutter out apologies, waving his hands about as the other began to walk in and he followed behind. He never saw the small grin appear on Shinsu's face, nor did he see as an almost fond look came to the other boy's eyes. Izuku winced slightly before giving a quick two-fingered salute to one of Nedzu's cameras and taking a perilous journey into the male bathrooms. Each stall was more of a room, rather than something someone could peek under the door of, which certainly suited his needs fine, he thought absently. It would be one thing if someone came into the bathroom and immediately saw him standing on top of a toilet seat, but a whole other thing if the person in question watched as Izuku slipped into the UA venting systems. The vents were a contender of many rumors and conspiracies within the boundaries of UA. Some people said that because the vents were so wide they were actually supposed to be able to fit an entire human within. Others said that they were actually haunted, and that was the reason why they'd always creak and groan at unexplained times. A couple said that the vents were the only way Nezu would traverse the school in fear of either being stepped on or assassinated. He and his class rather preferred to think that the most dangerous thing in the vents themselves was Aizawa, a beacon of blindingly yellow light in what were undoubtedly dreary gray tunnels. Today, he would be carrying the sacred tradition of making sure the school thought the vents were haunted. Izuku would carry that burden with pride, he thought, shuffling through what he now could confidently confirm as dreary gray tunnels. Every room in the building had to have some sort of cooling system due to city-wide code requirements for ventilation sources set at a 20m3 divided by h per person ratio mechanically, and at least one source of air from natural sources to 1 divided by 20th of a room's space. For a server room, and especially a server room such as UAS, this ratio was entirely defunct. Server rooms, which he'd meticulously researched over the past day or so, needed to be cooled down constantly. They held the entire school's system of internet access, hero radios, and all other supplies his teachers needed to be in constant connection with, like Hero Network, and security cameras, which may be their most important asset for what Izuku was doing, and just everything else needed to sustain an abnormally huge school with training grounds the size of cities. With all of those being run through UAS server system, it was safe to say that the rooms would catch fire almost immediately if left alone for even a second. The only problem here was that they didn't know whether or not UAS venting system he was in, and the one that the servers were connected to were different vents entirely. Izuku did not have faith that anything would ever go so smoothly for himself, which led to Shinsu, who stood rather anxiously at the doors of the counseling section of UA. Gods, just why was it always him? It didn't even take a second for Hound Dog to peek his head out the side of the door and focus some rather stern-looking eyes on whatever he looked like, probably like a tired feral cat that had been chased by wild dogs for the past week or so. And those dogs' names were Mei and Midoriya. Shinsu cursed at the stutter, which he silently blamed on Midoriya's chronic self-doubting vibes. Could we talk? Realizing he needed to sound maybe a bit more desperate, Shinsu inflicted more doubt into his voice. Now, and Hound Dog, bless his soul, if he wasn't a cat maniac he'd probably love this dog, immediately opened the door for him to come inside and take a seat on a dingy green cushioned chair. The hero himself sitting down at his desk and leaning forwards contemplatively. So, what's the problem, pup? Once again, Shinsu sent out a prayer in his mind for Hound Dog due to the sheer focus and goodwill the other was giving him, and how the other hadn't even noticed the purple-haired boy swiping the keycard that he'd recognized as the server room lock, and sliding it back under the door frame with his foot to where he knew Midoriya would be able to get it from. Now, all he needed to do was give them time. Midoriya had at least a few minutes now, so he'd better make use of it with what Shinsu was about to do, all for the sake of team effort. A wiry smile shakily came to his face, Shinsu leaning forwards with sweat pouring down his back from the run he'd just been conducting for the past half an hour before school. I finally decided that I needed to talk to someone about my situation. Izuku grabbed the fish wire hook with his forefingers, and with one yank quickly pulled, cursing silently as the hook once again failed to snag onto the keycard Shinsu had thrown out for him. Izuku once again prepared to pull it upwards. A determined glint in his eye as the magnet on the fish hook's side guided his small device to the card once more. So as Shinsu would be distracting Hound Dog, it was his job to be gaining access to the server rooms, which were, as expected, not connected to the main venting system at all. So overall, his progress of going through the vents were almost entirely useless due to the fact that there didn't seem to be any students about, and the only teacher around would be distracted by Shinsu, who, as well as being his patient for the time, had been sweating profusely from a run to hide any other potential threats Izuku sent could hold to their mission's success. He let out a soft cheer as the hook finally snagged, his makeshift reel finally giving him results. Izuku wished he could have just gotten out of the vents and picked it up by hand, but getting out of the vents would be that much safer if he was at least a mild distance away from the one entrance to where the server room's guard currently resided. To make things even better, he'd swiftly blocked off the ventilation access points in the room itself so that Hound Dog would be trapped alone with the stench of an anxiety-ridden pubescent teen. Probably not the most pleasant experience for the hero himself, but most likely nothing he wasn't used to. Sliding out from a vent point only 4 rooms down from where his adversary and friend sat, Izuku nervously proceeded towards the server room itself. This was perhaps the most illegal thing he'd done before, not counting the charges of illegal quirk usage with Stain and Kamino. Or did Kamino count, because Aizawa's command had never been officially redacted or anything to do with the legality of gaining a quirk from transference? Actually, when he thought about it, wasn't sneaking into a server room one of the lesser illegal things he'd done? Izuku breathed in and out, loosening himself up as he calmed his heart rate to a slower pace. He was on a time limit here, and every second he wasted would be another second it could take for Shinsu's distraction time to run down. Double-checking he had the correct card, Izuku swallowed and placed it into its card holder. A click, the door opened, and Izuku was in, swiftly sliding into the room and leaving no trace of his presence. Izuku silently shut the door and moved in. It was loud, was the first thing he thought, something which certainly made sense because of the fans. But it was still far too loud for his liking. Each server rack was placed an exact amount of distance from the other. Not one space in the entire large room was out of use, even despite the sheer size of the room. UA didn't have any regular server room. Izuku noticed with dawning horror they had an entire data center. Dutifully, however, Izuku continued onwards to find the specific server piece that Hatsume Megadame had pointed out to him through a lengthy report. All the while Monoma produced copper wire in a continuous stream. The floor itself was rather clean, but the wires around it, while devoid of dust entirely, were assembled at one point, and then immediately diverged into a tendrilled monstrosity that wrapped its limbs around full racks worth of servers. Finally, Izuku found what he had been looking for. Unfortunately, however, as fate loved to give him obstacles, the particular server piece he had been looking for was directly in front of him. Or it would have been directly in front of him, if it weren't for the ginormous Faraday cage to fully confine the item within. If he and May hadn't looked at the possibility of a cage before then, he would have been screwed. The keycard did not work on the cage, which he'd anticipated fully, because if Hound Dog was the guard, then why would you need to give him the keys to something that's already secure? Nedzu had the only keys, more than likely. And then the principal would have given one other person access to the keys, who would most likely have been a person to be unlikely within the bounds of UA in the slightest, just to make sure there were no leaks. If he ran a school, Izuku'd probably do the same, to be fair. Sighing, and taking out a medium-sized box-like machine, Izuku set the thing gently onto the ground. Then, by pulling out a small remote control, Izuku got to work. The thing instantly jumped to life, and Izuku let out a startled eep before sending the creature scuttling on the Faraday cage surface. No radio waves would get through the barrier, so the obvious solution was to not go inside. Getting to the top of the large machine, in a few centimeters tall gap, the device then began to rapidly rotate something in an anti-clockwise motion. A strange-looking and dangerously glowing red device nested inside of a sling-like contraption began to slowly descend and go in through a wire-sized gap at the top. Izuku watched with bated breath as the medium-sized device skittered back to him and powered down, before finally things went right, and the smallest device of all inside of the barrier actually activated a small piston which sent it hurtling into a cluster of wires, the exact point where they needed it to be. Pumping a fist in silent exhilaration, Izuku beamed and gathered up every trace of himself ever being there, once again saluting one of Nedzu's cameras, and skittered towards the door. He locked it back up again, and made sure to wipe it down with a sanitary wipe just in case for some reason his fingerprints were ever detected for some reason. A trail of cold trickled down his spine, lifting the hair off of his back. Izuku spun around, and could hear indistinguishable voices drawing closer to the counseling room's exit, and there was no time for him to run. Hound Dog appeared with Shinsu behind him, and the two saw Izuku standing in front of the server room's doorway, looking as if he'd just been caught in the act of robbery. Which, he was. Even if she's better now, that doesn't mean what she did before doesn't hurt you, Shinsu. The boy in question flinched, a bead of sweat dripping down his neck as he faced Hound Dog. He'd only just managed to bargain 10 to 15 minutes of the large hero's time, but the other had asked whether or not he'd want to schedule another appointment, which he definitely did not want to do at any point ever. It was all Midoriya's fault, he repeated as a mantra within his head as Hound Dog continued to send meaningful glances in his direction every time he thought the other wasn't looking. Hound Dog had even taken off his signature muzzle, just to make sure he wasn't feeling uncomfortable. Therapy was hell, he decided, and Shinsu never wanted to go again even if UA was under fire by HPSC officials. Someone else could make the sacrifice, not him. But for now, I think we only have one final thing to address, and that's about your future here at UA. And here it came. The regular bringing up of his quirk that Shinsu had just known would be coming. Whether or not Hound Dog was of the mind that someone with a villainous quirk such as him would make a better criminal before a hero, or perhaps that he could just give up in the first place. But Hound Dog said neither of these things, and instead placed a soft paw on his shoulder. The two others stood up to begin walking towards the door. Are you making any friends? Huh, he burst out, hands grabbing onto the back of the plush chair he'd previously been seated in. Friends? He didn't have any friends. Nobody from Gen Ed would ever want to get too close to the guy who could order them to jump off a cliff at any time, nor would any hero student. But he did know one hero student. One totally insane kid who didn't care about his quirk, and needed him to stall for as long as possible right now as the hero he was distracting slowly made his way towards the door to the outside. His hands fidgeted, and he let out a sigh, resigned to his fate. I may have a friend. Hound Dog stopped in his tracks, and turned around to look at him, the soft look in his eyes widening and changing into something that Shinsu could quite make out just yet. Oh, that's great, Shinsu. You are making remarkably good progress for what you went through at middle school. He flinched at the reminder, fingers digging into the cushioned chair edge. Who is it? Shinsu shrugged, keeping up a casual indifference as he internally winced. Just someone who I hang out with sometimes. He's training me. If the torture Midoriya put him through was training, then he was an alien in disguise, he thought sarcastically. The hero stared at him for one moment, contemplating something that Shinsu felt he was too involved to see, before without warning opening the door to the counseling room they'd just been in, immediately cutting off any sort of rebuttal Shinsu could have made and cutting off his audibly horrified gasp. Because outside the door of the server rooms, directly with his hand outstretched as if he were about to knock on the door of the place the two of them had presumably succeeded in robbing. And they'd better have just robbed it, because if he'd spread his dramatic backstory for no reason at all, Shinsu would be pissed. Midoriya stood like a deer in headlights for one moment, before suddenly he made a 180 in personality. His eyes widened comically as he walked towards where they stood. Shinsu-kun, sorry, I was looking for you and I didn't mean to go to the wrong room at all or disturb you. Wow, I am so sorry. No. He was wrong. Midoriya hadn't just done a 180 from being a nervous wreck who'd just planted an electric wiretap or whatever the device may had given them to put in there was. But Midoriya had pulled a full 360 of caught in the act to an innocent angel. But surely Hound Dog wouldn't fall for it. Not when he'd just seen Midoriya quite literally with his hand near the number pad off. I see. The grown man rubbed at the back of his blonde mane of hair, a light blush coming to his cheeks as he and Midoriya beamed at each other. UA was a joke. So I assume that this was the new friend you were eager to impress, Midoriya. The other boy blushed red and Shinsu was fighting the urge to facepalm so much. Midoriya's hands were shaking behind his back. Shinsu noticed, and with a dawning horror remembered that the other still had the server room keycard. As Midoriya spoke something he really didn't pay any attention to, Shinsu quickly snatched the card out from the other's hands, who let him get it easily. From there, as Midoriya distracted the guard with apologies and thanks, Shinsu slipped the key down to the floor, and once again kicked it underneath and watched as it slid beneath the door's lower crack. It was the best he could do, to make Hound Dog think the card had just fallen to the floor as he'd gotten back in the room. Midoriya gasped, bringing Shinsu's attention back to him in the span of a second, worried that something had gone wrong in the 2 seconds he'd looked away. Instead, Midoriya only looked at him with wide and innocent eyes, an aura of frantic energy around him. Shinsu-kun, it's almost 7 o'clock. We'll miss out on the rest of our morning run if we stay here. His heart sank perhaps even lower than it had been when he'd thought their whole operation was over. I thought the morning run was finished. Midoriya remained unaware of the dawning horror and fear in his companion's mind and just nodded. Well, the first part is over. Only half an hour for a morning run is just way too short. Normally I'd go about 2 hours, but thought to tone the time and speed down so you can learn to keep up. This was hell. He'd died and gone to hell. Hound Dog only watched their actions with a semi-complacent smile, surveying the two of them banter as his grin slowly grew to the edges of his lips. And as Midoriya marched off, looking just far too happy for Shinsu's taste, a soft paw resting on his shoulder causing him to flinch, Hound Dog stood solid against the world as the two of them watched as Izuku walked off into the distance, unaware that Shinsu hadn't begun following yet. You're doing great, kid. I'm proud of you. He'll be a good friend for you to have. And Shinsu simply watched Midoriya walk off in the distance, still unaware he wasn't trailing behind him. Yeah, he's a pretty good friend, I think. It only took 5 minutes before Shinsu had once again realized that Midoriya was not, in fact, his friend, but rather a demon sent from hell to torment innocent Gen Ed students by forcing cardio upon them. Time left before gala, 2 weeks. Deku-kun. Izuku yelped as Uraraka slammed into his side. Tsuyu to her left letting out a soft kiro as she snickered. Why weren't you at the meeting today? It's not like you to skip anything. Meeting? What meeting was she meaning? Had he missed an assembly somehow? But no, there was no announcement at all, so how could there have been a Uraraka-san? He asked carefully. W was this meeting? About the gala. She gave him a thumbs up, and Izuku internally let out a sigh of relief. Thank everything that he wasn't going to be their double agent too. Oh, sorry then, but I'm not doing security. Uraraka paused and spun to him with wide eyes. Tsuyu blinked steadily and let out another croak as their friend began to speak. Wait, what? You were probably the least likely person from class to not be doing security. You love heroes and are just so determined to do your best. I am also confused. Both Izuku and Uraraka jumped and squealed as Todoroki suddenly popped up behind him. His face as impassive as ever, despite having almost caused another event like Midnight had around a week ago. Time really was running short. Oh, sorry, Todoroki-kun, but you gave me a heart attack. I thought I'd mentioned it earlier. I am not going as security. 3 expectant looks continued to stay locked onto Izuku, and a bead of sweat dropped down the back of his neck. I'll want to have enough free time to get autographs. Todoroki nodded in understanding and awkwardly looked away to where Ida was saying something to Ajiro. Uraraka grinned again and slung an arm around his shoulder with unmatched glee. That makes so much more sense. Really should have figured this from the original Hero Otaku, shouldn't I? Izuku let out a mild laugh and looked down to the floor. They really hadn't suspected a single thing, had they? Was this sort of thing just expected from him? Or was he actually turning out to be a good liar? He didn't want to think about it. Bakugo let out a string of explicits from somewhere behind him, and Izuku flinched. The dorms were swiftly becoming a bit too much, too crowded, and too confined. He needed to get out, needed to go to the hijack shack even if nobody was supposed to be meeting there for another 3 hours. Saying goodbye to Todoroki and telling the other he would probably go out to do some extensive training and didn't quite know how long he'd take. The other also offering to come with him before Izuku said he would be happy on his own. He finally left the building. It was cool outside, and maybe that was just because it was fast approaching winter, but Izuku felt off and untethered. He wasn't stuttering as much anymore, and neither was he fully truthful. Was that all it meant to grow up? To slowly become more secretive and cunning? And happier to lie to his friends and plan an attack on the event his entire class was looking forward to? Izuku got to the shack and stopped in his tracks. Shinsu was outside with Monoma testing a launchable dart device he could specifically remember not having been near done this morning. Monoma creating balloons and sending them up as Shinsu attempted to dart down each one. So far, not a single piece of balloon remained on the ground, the other balloons having been grabbed by their creator and reused once again. Izuku dropped his bag of journals to the dirt, watching the sight with widened and critical eyes. What's happening? Shinsu blinked lazily in his direction, while Monoma bounced up from the cottage few steps towards him with a grin. Without even saying a word, the blonde brought out the Infiltration HPSC plans book, and then another notebook which was obviously not his due to its acid green coloration. Shoving the two books into his chest, Monoma let out a self-satisfied smirk and chortled behind his hand. I went and got information about the gala security rotations. I, as a perfect member from the perfect Class 1B, am situated directly around where that red necklace is meant to be. His smirk widened, and Monoma leaned in as if he was sharing a great secret, entirely hidden from sight of the general public. Nobody, apart from the one commission worker in charge of my rotation, would notice if I went missing. Shinsu rolled his eyes from behind the other, but Izuku brightened up. It was great news indeed. And as Monoma gushed about his success to Izuku, who listened on happily, it felt as if he were far less alone than he'd previously thought. Time left before gala, 1 week, 7 days. Young Midoriya, would you mind if I talk with you real quick? A single noodle of soba fell from Todoroki's mouth as All Might, unfortunately, stuck in his skinny form, came to their table asking for him. Oh, of course. Sorry, Todoroki-kun, I'll probably be back soon. Todoroki mouthed the words love child. Izuku mouthed the words fight you. What a great friendship he had. He and All Might walked quickly out of the cafeteria where Izuku noticed Monoma staring at him, nodding at the other, who discreetly nodded back at him before going off with a tirade at his table group. Izuku continued down to a deserted classroom to talk with All Might, who was twiddling his fingers. Midoriya Shounen, how are you doing lately? The room was silent and Izuku snapped his attention back onto his role model, who was looking at him solemnly. I know I haven't been the best mentor, but, well, I know that Kamino really hit you hard. And Izuku hurt. Not because he knew that yes, Kamino had been awful, but instead because recently he hadn't been thinking about All Might at all. Toshinori Yagi was his mentor, the person who'd saved him from becoming a stagnant burden who couldn't save one person, let alone any at all. One for all was what had made him a hero, and he'd just been ignoring All Might all this time. I am so sorry, Yagi-sensei, I haven't been making much of an effort at all, and being busy is barely an excuse, but no, Midoriya, I wasn't putting any blame on you here. Izuku went silent, and All Might let out a huff of air, a testament to the burden the man undoubtedly bore every day. And he didn't just mean the large wound on the man's side. The weight of being an undying symbol to many must be burdensome. I have not done you right, Midoriya. I should have, and I am not just meaning throughout the past few weeks, I should have spent far more time teaching you, helping you in the same way that my master did for me, and like Aizawa and G. Grand did for you. Izuku decided to graciously ignore the stutter of fear on Gran Torino's name and stared at his idol, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. All Might snot bubbled and his throat clogged up. Never let it be said that the Midoriyas were peaceful criers, because when one cried the flood came. Izuku wrapped his arms around his mentor, who hugged him back. Izuku would treasure this moment forever. He was getting an All Might hug, and the two of them stood silently in that empty classroom. Not one word traveled between them as Izuku was stuck ugly crying. As the tears dried, God, he hoped that he hadn't stained his greatest hero's shirt. All Might chuckled softly and ruffled his hair affectionately. You don't still have to call me All Might, you know. The other took a step back with a sideways grin. I'm just Yagi now, you know. This old man has run his course. Izuku shakily grinned back at the man and rubbed at a stray tear, blinking away the film from his eyes idly as he stepped back as well. Whether you're All Might or why Yagi-sensei, you're still my greatest hero. And didn't that hit Toshinori Yagi like a punch in the gut? The man feeling a choking sob come to the forefront of his throat before he pushed it back, instead just continuing to stare fondly at his student. The two of them chatted for a bit longer, although there wasn't too much of a conversation topic rather than idle chatter between a pro and hero in training. Soon enough, there were only 15 minutes before the end of their lunch break, and Yagi waved Izuku off, him standing up and straightening his uniform before he'd go back to finish lunch with Todoroki. But before he could leave, Yagi stopped him with a large hand on the shoulder. The contact caused him to flinch slightly, and before Izuku could scold himself for ever flinching from All Might, the other beamed at him and gave him a thumbs up. Midoriya Shounen, I just wanted to let you know that no matter what, I am proud of you. You've come so far, and no matter what, you are doing great so far. Now it was Izuku's turn to feel the gut punch-like feeling. How could All Might Yagi say that, even if the other didn't know? At the moment, Izuku was conspiring to rob Ueno. He'd already committed a crime under the nose of his mentor. A sour feeling in his stomach grew, and his chest felt a bit too tight, the room a bit too stale, his lungs a bit too short of breath. Izuku had planned to, and done, the illegal act of accessing UA hidden documents. He'd given Mei the key to all the security cameras under UA control, as well as the documents to students' files with all of his friends' weaknesses, and also full sheets of blueprints for their school's biggest event of the year. This was not even counting the countless amounts of information on there that he didn't know about himself. What if they'd been real villains? Or what if Mei herself had been a plant from the League? They would have just given her everything needed for the lives of many hero hopefuls to be in danger. There were so many things wrong with what they were doing, even though it was to save the school. And all of this begged another question. How would people react when the news got out? When UA know? When the world learnt that a group of 4 hero students had gone against the HPSC in such a drastic way and at the behest of Principal Nedzu too? There were so many unknown factors to their success. The only reason he hadn't been found by Hound Dog himself was because of Shinsu and luck, not his own skills. So why did All Might himself believe in Izuku? What was it that made Nedzu think he was the one with the greatest chance of winning back UA? What made such a worthless Deku such as himself so believed in Yagi-sensei? What if Izuku paused for a second to take a deep breath, and then he let it out again, continuing to speak? If I did something unforgivable, if I couldn't live up to your expectations, I don't want to. Izuku couldn't finish that sentence. He didn't want to make All Might believe in a lost cause. He didn't want to disappoint. But the other simply chuckled again and gave a fond gaze that Izuku did not deserve to be the sole recipient of his way. Midoriya Shounen, I can assure you that no matter what I could never give up on you. Sure, if you joined All for One at all, then we would be having strong words, but I trust your judgment. You are a hero in heart, after all. Even if you became a proper villain, you'd be the sort to become one to save somebody else. Am I not correct? And All Might continued onwards, not knowing just how much he was blowing his students' mind. And if you were to become a vigilante, well, I wasn't always a registered hero in my youth, to tell you the truth. I doubt I would even be surprised if you did at some point, to be honest. With just how often you seem to find yourself in trouble and how easily you'll go to your breaking point just to save one life in a heartbeat. I am not condoning illegal activity before you say anything, my boy. This is not a conversation to tell Aizawa about, all right. But anyways, what I am getting at is, Izuku snorted, and from there he was gone, laughing the hardest he had in what was maybe days, all before All Might himself, who gradually began to snicker himself. Just the absurdity of the situation had hit him, and now Izuku was more sold on his choices than ever before. He would conduct a heist on UA, or more rather the Hero Commission itself, and he would succeed in all of his goals. Every last one. Shinsu would get into the heroics course. Monoma would get whatever he asked their principal for, and Mei would get that specialized lab she wanted, as well as exposure of her support products. Izuku refused to let anyone get in the way of his friend's new goals, and he would save the school from the HPSC. Even though there was no way All Might had actually known that this would be what he would get from their conversation. Izuku went back out to lunch with 5 minutes left, and proceeded to shove down the entirety of his meal as Todoroki muttered about how he'd said it wouldn't take very long. This was the right choice, he realized. It was basically vigilante justice, and if anyone needed to be at the receiving end of some vigilante justice, it was the people planning on controlling UA. And speaking of the commission, they had officially arrived at UA that very day. Izuku grinned, and Todoroki gave him an odd look. Monoma from a few tables down yelled something, before getting pulled back behind the 1B class group's booth seat by a giant hand. Shinsu was nowhere to be seen, probably eating his lunch far outside of cafeteria boundaries. Mei was almost certainly in the support labs. He was determined to make this work. No more games, no more doubts. This was his choice. Time left before gala, 1 week, 4 days. I've got eyes on Skinny and Deerhead. Izuku blatantly ignored Mei's rather unfavorable descriptions, and simply watched as the 2 commission workers made their way through winding hallways, Nedzu and Midnight by their side, with the smaller of the 2 undoubtedly guiding the workers through the UA corridors. It was also beside the point that Deerhead was actually just a man with horns that were probably of Impala descent, but he wouldn't expect many other people to understand, as doing quirk research on the effects that people with mutations creating difficulty in walking had quickly spiraled into lists of athletes that were even-toed ungulates compared to athletes who were odd-toed ungulate. How quirks that simply created hooves doubled as changes to how people moved was an interesting topic, damn it. Jolting out from his mental rant, Izuku leant back in his wheelie chair next to Mei. Both Shinsu and Monoma were busy at the time. Monoma with his spy business of security for the gala, and Shinsu with his daily training routine. Today, it was stealth tactics. Izuku had learnt very quickly upon becoming closer friends with Mei that the support studio was involved. Every student there could apparently make a robot up to the level of at least the 1-pointers from the hero course entrance exam, and the one that she'd given him to set onto Shinsu was remarkably good at pinpointing with unprejudiced accuracy exactly where someone was hiding. He'd probably be fine. Izuku refocused himself on the task at hand, observing commission agents in action. The two of them stood upright with a natural authority. Skinny as May had dubbed, and to be fair, the guy looked unreasonably skinny and worn out, was holding a checklist and looking slightly uncomfortable being there. Eye bags beneath his eyes only highlighting the sallow hues of his face. But seriously, the man looked so down that he was practically a copy of All Might's real form. Impala Man, or Deerhead, was far more stern and upright than the other. He was certainly in charge, but the general hardened look in his eyes and lack of eye bags brought Izuku to believe that the other was a more recent addition to the commission, most likely someone who was brought in by the president himself. Isao Nishimoto, someone who was slowly becoming more of a problem for them the more that Izuku looked into the man's files. Madam President, as she was called, had been a rather strong woman, from what Izuku had seen himself, and despite the commission's problem of frequent understaffing, had appeared to be held in great regard by her employees and many heroes. In fact, before the upheaval, she had frequently had dinners with heroes such as Ed Shot and even Endeavor. Hawks too, despite the other having been rather cold with the man who had run the HPSC before her, very obviously preferred her behavior to the other man. Was that something to look into, perchance? So how had Nishimoto gained control over the Hero Commission in what practically was an overnight turn? How had he gathered enough power to take over the duties of an experienced woman who was close to the top 10 heroes of Japan, while being practically a no-name politician? Izuku didn't know. Nothing on the internet hinted much about the man either. There was no family, no quirk listed, only a factual sheet of political parties the man had served for, as well as a few recorded speeches including his campaign speech and first speech as president. Apart from that, it was as if the man didn't even exist. Only a few ties to the Hero Public Safety Commission, some participation in politics, and that was it. I think we both know why these measures are so important, Nedzu-san. The protection of the public is what we strive for, not fame and glory. The cameras had remarkably good voice quality feed for a school security system. He'd expected nothing less from Nedzu. The rodent in question let out a sharp chuckle and grinned at Deerhead. His eyes held a characteristic glint of sharp speculation. I really couldn't agree more, Hirano-san. We at UA are very careful to encourage this behavior too, of course. Heroes are not just made to defeat the villains, after all. Rather, they are meant to save and comfort. Hirano, as Izuku now knew, nodded politely, his eyes never making contact with the principal even once. Yet, it still is the job of a hero, in the end, to defeat and bring in villains as to prevent any more from getting hurt. Nedzu nodded, thoughtfully, eyes trained on the man as they continued down their path. You couldn't be more correct, Hirano-san. Couldn't be more correct. May nudged him in the side and gestured to one of the plans they had open. Its contents were blueprints of the very hallways that the commission workers and their teachers were currently traveling down. At the very end was their target, because while there was ample footage of UAS safe, there wasn't anything they were able to access where they could see exactly where the necklace they were targeting happened to be. As the four continued on their way down the UA hallways, Izuku looked over to Mei and hesitated for a second, before deciding just to speak his mind. Hatsume, sorry, her vision clicked to him, and Izuku blushed, a gulp of anxiety going down his throat as he mustered back up the courage to ask the other what he'd been wanting to check on for a while. Mei, are you all right with robbing UA? I mean, how could he even say it? Like if we mess up then, well, wouldn't you be in trouble? As a support student, you would, well, if I mess up with this then, you may not be able to sell your babies to heroes anymore. Just a day ago he'd been able to talk without a stutter barely there at all. A day ago. Mei just stared at him for a moment, before a chuckle burst out from her throat and suddenly she was grabbing him by the shoulder, pulling Izuku in close to her as he couldn't but squeal from the rough manhandling and subsequent ruffling of his hair. What was it with people ruffling his hair recently? Don't be so scared, boss. He flushed brightly at the nickname and attempted to push away from the other in embarrassment, and her arms were strong wholly. She finally let him go, and Izuku fell back to his seat, hair now greatly askew and everywhere. Who was he kidding? It was already messy before anyways. Don't doubt on your skills here. You're doing great so far anyways, and have given me so much material for my wonderful babies. The manic glint in her eyes sharpened, and Mei stood up suddenly, outstretching her arms to the sides in a dramatic sweeping motion. Anyways, I don't need to worry at all. Support equipment may be monopolized by heroes. Yeah, that's true, but there are still plenty of coding and engineering jobs out there. It's really just you hero doofuses you need to worry about, but even then. She got up really close to his face and wagged an index finger before his eyes, face alight in mischievous glee. You don't need to worry about failing, because you won't fail. We all believe in you, otherwise, nobody would have joined. Izuku let out a shaky smile and went to thank the other before something picked up on the screen and the two of them snapped back to the television-sized monitor only to see Nedzu typing a code on a platform screen. A code, which the two of them could easily see the other doing. Izuku hastily wrote it down just in case it was going to be deleted off of their system, and after writing down ZR-LI-P9AFVDX-GKP looked back up to the screen, watching as the rodent deactivated a visible laser system. Every laser was far too close together for someone to dodge all of them, and for this system, Nedzu was using his paw print as a reference. Or it was, at least, before Hirano muttered something. Then, the two of them swapped places, and Nedzu changed the permissions over to Hirano's fingerprint. This would make things so much more challenging. Skinny muttered something to Midnight, which barely caught on the camera's audio tracks, and May raised a bar to amplify it before the sound came out on their end. Why do there have to be two separate passwords? Wouldn't there just need to be one for the whole thing? Midnight leaned over as their two bosses were distracted, responding. The first password is for the doors to unlock, and the second is for the security features. This way, if someone gets locked inside, they can still get out if they know the password, but can't just deactivate the security to let anyone in unlawfully. There's also a trigger to let us know when security is turned off or if a wrong code is input. Izuku jotted all of that down as well, and the skinny man nodded before writing something down on his own clipboard. So they would just need to get through everything without turning off security. That would be fine. He could deal with that, probably. The four then proceeded down a short hallway and into an antechamber, of which Midnight produced gas masks for the three people with her before they walked inside. There weren't any cameras within the room, but from the purple mist that has slightly protruded out from inside as the sealed door had opened, Izuku could only presume that the room had been filled with gas from Midnight's quirk as a final sort of trap as a non-lethal capturing method available to them. Eventually, the four walked into the final room Izuku and May had been waiting for them to go into. It was definitely a vault, to say the least. Within metallic gray walls were secure drawers that lined cabinets in a uniform presence. In the middle of the room, however, was an arrangement of gray wheelie bins stocked with masks and all the like that one would need to enter the room. They may have just found their way inside, Izuku thought to himself. Those bins, he reckoned, were probably big enough to comfortably hold a human within them, and they bared a remarkable resemblance to the kitchen trays when stared at from the side or above. And there, within a single drawer slightly to the left of the middlemost drawer on the wall directly opposite the entrance, was the necklace. It had been called a heritage in bloom before World War III had occurred. A many times over multi-million-dollar necklace designed by Wallace Chan from the Cullinan heritage, of which was 507-carat type IA diamond. Not the Cullinan diamond present in the crown jewels. It was still a marvel from what Izuku could see. Well, over 100 jades also dotted the visage of the expensive jewelry along with butterflies and a bat. That changed after the war, destroyed as an act of rebellion. The necklace had become nothing but the remaining jewels left, which were hoarded by a family of opposition supporters before getting handed down to one Danny. The American-born man had proceeded to become infatuated with the jewels his family had collected and had used the quirks of 4 unnamed children to change the jades to a deep red color resembling that of blood. From there, the man had become obsessed with the idea that the necklace he now had could turn into other precious materials, not just their colors, but rather the metals themselves. While it would have been entirely possible in this day and age, Izuku thought, thinking back to how easily Yaoyorozu could create gold on the spot. In the beginning, times of quirks, it would have been impossible to do so, especially as he himself was a quirkless man, but he had never realized it himself. By the time 47 quirk children had been killed, it was far too late. The necklace had been dubbed as the Cullinan Blood Rose due to the belief some held about the murdered kids' consciousnesses being held within the blood-red gems. It was a reminder not to go too far, and a warning that greed was obsessive and cold. A look at how one should settle with the natural order of things rather than take things too far, which led to show that Endeavor, being the sole hero given permission during the gala to visit the necklace, was just pure tomfoolery on Fate's part. The four left the necklace alone, and then proceeded to quickly leave the place itself, locking everything up once more, and then proceeding to leave for Nedzu's office. Shinsu had the great timing of bursting in through their doors, the boy looking oddly charred and worn out. Surely the robot hadn't been that daunting. Right, you, the purple-haired boy huffed, May snickering behind him, are a fucking monster. Izuku waved his hands frantically, trying to deny his own involvement. I didn't do it. Anyways, it was May who made the robots. He pointed in her direction, and the girl gasped in fake horror. I don't know how the flamethrowers got on there. He did know. Izuku had suggested an extra challenging aspect to the stealth robot himself, and he should have known from the evil smirk on May's face that giving her creative liberty on something to provoke an extra struggle was an awful idea. How dare you throw me under the bus? And once again Izuku was held and forcefully ruffled. Shinsu raised a middle finger both of their ways, and then smirked. Oh, so you guys have that sort of relationship. I can move rooms so the two of you can make out a bit then. Izuku's face turned a bright red, and he flustered, unable to speak at all before May let him go, and gave a crazed look the other boy's way. Maybe the one I'm going to make out with is you, brain cunt. And menacing hair-ruffling fingers descended the other boy's way. Shinsu somehow turned the same bright shade that Izuku was himself and began to stutter out his decline while the threat grew ever closer. It was by far the most expression on Shinsu's face Izuku had ever seen. At least Mei was probably joking. He couldn't imagine her giving loving attention to anyone other than her babies, and Izuku really didn't want to imagine what mini-Meis with the ability to brainwash would be like. But it was just something about this casual acceptance that got to him. Izuku had experienced this around Todoroki before, but never really Uraraka or Ida. Just being able to make jokes, and just a general air of acknowledgement around them made things just great. There was no need to hide at all. He never felt as if he were walking a tightrope between Deku and Izuku Midoriya. And nobody really minded if he was muttering or just in general happy. And Izuku loved his other friends, sure, but this easy acceptance, it wasn't something he'd ever know while at Alder or with most of the class. Todoroki was different, but the other had opened up to him so much that it would be hard not to be candid together. But while Todoroki was one person, this was a group of 3 people. He was so happy. Time left before gala, 1 week. Well, if you're so worried about it, why don't we just have a sleepover at the hijack shack? My mom works nights, so this whole time to spend with family is just useless for me. And it was Shinsu's suggestion that led to the 4 of them huddled up in the shack itself, all with blankets so graciously borrowed from their respective dorm storage rooms, and some from their own houses. Monoma still hadn't quite gotten to the point where he could create fabric, and it was a whole load of adjoining threads so Izuku could certainly understand, but the other had still tried anyways, and that had led to the large amount of thread which trailed over the floors. The only one to actually have a sleeping bag was himself, oddly enough. Although it may have just been because he'd been hanging out with Todoroki a bit more that Izuku had honestly fully expected Shinsu to show up with a yellow bag like Aizawa's. After the whole Rob Yue situation was dealt with, then he'd have to share this information with the other. Mei was tinkering with something, and Monoma and Shinsu were both reading through Izuku's file books. Izuku himself was rather just browsing on his laptop a rendered-out version of the Yue vents, complete with an expandable map underneath of the rooms they were all connected to. Izuku had meticulously scouted out every pathway himself so that the file would be entirely correct. They'd be using it, after all, and it wouldn't do for their information to be outdated. Actual viewing of the gala hall had been obtained fairly recently too, so when he'd crawled through their vents he'd snapped pictures for the non-hero course members of their squad to use as a reference point for the night at hand. It had also been ridiculously easy to nab a kitchen staff uniform at the perfect size they needed. The gala was huge. From the blueprints they'd gotten, Izuku knew that the ballroom, because that's what it basically was 40 meters wide and 70 across. Each table for dining was round at 2 meters all around, and the gaming tables behind the dining ones were 3 by 2 in length. The games UA would be hosting were traditional on the right, and modern on the left. Shogi and Mahjong for traditional, with poker and blackjack for modern. Shogi, he kind of knew how to play. Mahjong, not in the slightest. All of this made his role in the plan to be just a bit harder as he had no idea which game his target would go to. Although Nishimoto was one of the prime Japanese faces around the world now, he had an idea of just what game that sort of person would play. I'm bored. Mei set down her newest baby with a clatter to the ground. The small thing she had been playing around with twitched out in random motions and slowly began to tangle itself into Monoma's thread. Let's play truth or dare. Immediately, Mei spun around to face Monoma, her face devilishly eager. So Blondie, truth or dare? Monoma scoffed and leant back from where he was sitting, taking the notebook he'd been looking at with him as Shinsu raised an eye his way. If you think I'll ever take a dare from you, why should a 1B superior student like me play truth or dare with you? Izuku idly scrolled down his page to optimal bomb placements he could potentially use. It was good that Monoma hadn't gone straight to his class pride personality this time. It meant a lot easier conversations, despite being a moderately rare occurrence. Mei just scoffed back at him and waved her arm back at the boy in a dismissive manner. Don't fret about the details. I just want to know if you peed the bed as a baby. That only made Monoma light up red in frustration and embarrassment, Shinsu letting out choked guffaws as the two continued. What do you mean? Why would you even want to fine? I picked dare. Are you happy? Mei's grin turned far aviler than ever before, and the girl shuffled herself closer to her victim. Oh, very much so. I dare you to be a willing participant in all of my experiments for the rest of the month. Monoma let out a strangled cry as Mei continued to grin with untamed malice. It was really nice to see how close the two of them had gotten during their time spent in the labs. Even if all of their planning was for nothing and they never succeeded, it was still amazing to see how Monoma had become less overbearing on 1B alignment, and Mei had changed from being only interested in her inventions to being interested in other people as well. They really brought out the good in each other, Izuku thought with a soft smile, as the two of them continued their bickering. Finally, the two of them agreed that the week after the gala Monoma would willingly help out with experiments, just so long as May kept at least a bit of workspace safety equipment at the ready and on hand. Nobody else wanted another instance of the break-and-enter incident. The land outside the cabin hadn't been the same ever since. Fine, and don't think I didn't see you laughing over there, Shinsu. Midoriya, truth or dare? And if you don't pick dare, then why are you even in the hero course? Izuku was still a bit too involved in the bomb placement page, so he rather absently responded truth. Monoma simply scowled, while Shinsu let out a mocking chuckle as well as saying something about the other having been got. Izuku didn't really see the humor in it. Or maybe it was just the fact he was feeling rather morose tonight compared to regular. Fine then. So when did you last pee the bed? Go on, Class A. I'm expecting an answer. Izuku blinked and looked up from the screen, shutting down the laptop and getting up to a seated position. It's not the same, but I remember the last time I peed while in bed. A light blush came to his cheeks, which Izuku immediately began to shoot down beneath the surface. Monoma shuffled forwards where he sat, grinning evilly in Izuku's direction. Well, go on then. You can't not obey the sacred laws of truth or dare. But you could argue with them, Izuku slyly thought, his mind going back to May and Monoma's argument. It was, well, what had he been in hospital for again? It was sometime after the sports festival because his hands were too destroyed. Oh yes. After the camping trip I had to go to hospital, and while there, because of the damage my hands got during the festival, I wasn't able to. The blush came back with a passion as Izuku tried to beat it back with a stick in his mind. I wasn't able to leave the bed. The room had become tense, he realized, as his answer was processed by everybody there. It was something to know about an incident, or be on the sidelines of it from Monoma's case, but it was another thing for them to hear about the actual repercussions of hero work. Before he could mutter out an apology for souring the mood at all, however, Shinsu spoke up in a rather quiet voice. They never actually said how you guys got injured during your camping trip. How did? What happened? Before Izuku could answer for himself, Monoma spoke up in an uncharacteristically quiet voice as well, but sounded more bitter than anything else. There were a few villains there. This one guy, Mustard, had a gun and tried to shoot Kendo and Tetsu. Had a gas quirk too, which put Ibara to sleep in most of Class B. Monoma looked to Izuku, and for once he didn't see a lick of egotistical annoyance from his presence. They were just two students. Two students had been put in an awful situation. I don't know who Midoriya fought, but I heard stories about it after. There was a kid there who was probably 6. Hated heroes and all of us especially. When we were leaving he had completely changed his tune. Was crying and begging us to check if you were okay. Said that you were his hero. Izuku gulped, his hands quivering slightly as he thought about it. All he knew was that Koda had sent him a card, not this. That sounds like Koda. Izuku couldn't do anything but let out a self-deprecating laugh. The mood in the room now fully soured and it was his fault, but they were waiting for an answer, weren't they? His parents were heroes. The water hose duo, if you know them, and, well, 6 months ago they'd been killed by the rank muscular. He was there and Koda was alone with him. I had to step in. Izuku scoffed at himself, staring down at scarred hands. What if he'd picked up Aizawa before going there? Would that have saved Koda the trauma of having to watch another hero break themselves to pieces in front of him? Or would a few seconds have led to the boy's demise? Not one person in the room moved, not even May to tinker with her gadget which had seemingly shut down on its own. Shinsu was the first one to speak up himself. You defeated an rank villain. By yourself. Izuku looked up at the boy, and gave him his best grimace in approximation to a smile. I had to save him, and I would do it again for any other person. Nobody deserves to suffer alone. The mood in the room was somber and thick, causing Izuku to mentally scold himself for taking away from the good mood of his friend. Before he could crack a joke or rather do anything to make the mood better, however, my mum would put a muzzle on me. Shinsu burst out, eyes wide as if begging for them to believe him. And believe him Izuku did. Who could dare do that to a child, let alone his friend? She wouldn't hit me, but like, the kids at school would ignore me too. Sometimes I wouldn't talk to anyone for weeks and at Shinsu's lack of words, Monoma came in, laying a hand on the other's shoulder and scooting up next to him in support. His face determinedly set in an unreadable expression. They'd call me leech at school, say I was always second best to the real owner of a quirk. Some people thought that I could never be anything but a burden. A second-rate hero at best, and at worst. Monoma cut off, and Shinsu moved to be seated right up and against the other boy's side. The blonde seemingly held back tears, and what were they doing? Izuku didn't understand why were they being so candid and so truthful. Surprisingly for all of them, after a few minutes of silence passed interspersed with soft sniffles, May stood up. Her face was the most serious Izuku had ever seen it before, and the inventor for once did not invade anyone's personal space. Nobody wanted to be friends with the weird eye quirk girl, so I got bored of them. Machines were so much better and never said I was odd, so I stayed with them. It made a lot of sense in all honesty. But why was everyone stating their traumatic pasts? Why were they being so accepting? Quirks. It always comes back to quirks, doesn't it? Shinsu muttered under his breath. And before Izuku had even realized it, his friends were all staring back at him, expectantly, as if they would. No, because they would understand. And Izuku breathed in and breathed out. His chest was pounding, and his throat felt sore. He needed to cry, but there was nothing apart from the hollow thumping sound within his mind which reeled like a drum. And Izuku opened his mouth. And Izuku spoke. When I was 5 years old, I was diagnosed as quirkless. The other kids would tell me to die. I got my quirk 2 months ago on the day of the entrance exams. The room was silent until Monoma spoke up. Of course, that makes so much damn sense. Shinsu wrapped a heavy arm around Izuku's shoulders and awkwardly pulled him into the strange huddle that the other three had formed, and they all stayed there a while. It was a bit uncomfortable, in all honesty. Izuku was majorly unused to physical contact, despite how touchy Uraraka was. He was awkwardly pulled close to Shinsu, who also seemed to be in an uncomfortable position due to his height, making his gangly legs knock into Monoma, who'd occasionally push the other away in an almost tender gesture. Mei was also as fidgety as ever, and kept on elbowing him in the side. Izuku began to sob uncontrollably. The four of them woke up the next morning at 7 on the dot. As it turned out, the sounds of heavy machinery were quite disruptive when one was just opening their eyes for the first time in a few hours, and the morning light outside, which hadn't gotten through the hijack shack's blackout curtains, certainly got inside the moment that Monoma thrust open the doors to check out what was going on. This led to there being a group of grouchy teens who were far too inordinately hungry being let loose upon the admittedly large storage area they had set aside for food provided by Lunch Rush. As Izuku had reached out for a protein bar, Shinsu had grasped his wrist and led his hand over to where 6 tubs of chocolate ice cream sat and wait. There were no survivors after that. Hungry teens truly were a force to be reckoned with. Instead of going home, however, as previously decided, the merry band of 4 collectively whipped out phones and began to text parents that they would be spending another night with friends at school, or anything to support whatever excuses they'd given their families. Staying with friends or staying at school was technically correct, after all. But as Izuku texted his mother, he oddly didn't feel any guilt about the lie at all. After all, who would believe that the formerly quirkless son of Izuku Midoriya had organized a heist on UA's biggest event of the year? The rest of the day was spent training mostly. As Monoma had made plenty for Hatsune to play with, the girl could now begin on making some of the smaller and more high-tech appliances that their group would be needing. The propulsion weapon's final form at version 4, being thin enough that Shinsu could very easily cover them with long sleeves, and they were simple enough looking that their addition could be attributed to fashion choice rather than anything else. A second laptop for Mei herself, who had somehow never thought of making one on its own before. A pipe bomb. Monoma himself was now on duty to be training alongside Shinsu in the forest around them. Due to construction on the gala hall to open it back up again, the forest was far louder than ever before. It meant that Izuku could ramp up the duo's training far more than before, he noted with an evil grin. Suddenly, all that Gran Torino did and how he acted made sense. It was alarmingly fun to torment his friends in the name of training. And as long as it all worked out well without any major injuries, things would be fine, right? He ignored the pleading screams which had now begun to leak in through the shack's walls. Izuku himself had his own mission, while his friends were training and creating. He'd already written out dozens, if not probably hundreds of plans for every situation, from just a general guideline of what their jobs would be on the day itself, to a guide for defeating every member of the hero course and an escape guide for all the top 25 heroes. So now, it was time for his training, and Izuku was nothing if not an extraordinarily fast learner. Now he had an entire day and what would probably be the majority of the night to learn what he was planning on learning. Taking a deep breath, and then proceeding to breathe out again, Izuku opened up a comprehensive guide to gaining confidence and began to read page 1 on a tab on his laptop. One could barely read anything from any tab open, as each one was a guide to acting in on itself. Izuku had a large amount of reading material he needed to get through quickly, and had an alternate window filled with nothing else but movies about heists. "Hey boss," and Izuku was startled out of the rest of his work, snapping to face Mei from where she had appeared with a large and shark-like grin. The commission just connected to the UA servers via their main resources. The grin grew wider, and her eyes only narrowed with glee. They used their passwords on the cameras, and we have full access to Hero Network and their own private servers, enough that we could look at any hidden secrets they have written down in there. 6 days left, and Izuku was thrilled. Time left before gala, 3 days. Only 3 days left. And Izuku was so nervous he felt his head might fall off or his heart could beat out of his chest. Aizawa was currently in the middle of their final homeroom speech about the accountability of students and how not to embarrass themselves in front of the visiting heroes when they were both the faces of UA and making their first appearances as potential sidekick material for the heroes that would be attending. That they'd better behave themselves, as the president of the Hero Commission would be attending, which had led to his class erupting in excitement on being able to meet the man himself. Not one person in his class had mentioned a single thing about new President Nishimoto, despite how the name was obviously different to the previous madam. Aizawa had pulled him aside after class, and Izuku shuffled nervously. Had there been any opportunity to get caught? Had he been displaying suspicious tendencies? Had any of his friends been captured while undergoing surveillance? But it was none of that, as the man had simply sighed and gestured to a list of security he had on his desk. One that was open on his desk. If it weren't for Monoma's valuable input, then that list would have been an invaluable resource. Izuku decided to simply go back through UAS security footage later and see about taking some screenshots of the actual list. It would be illogical for the students to have knowledge of all UAS security rotations. After all, problem child, I just have one simple order for you. Do you think you can take that? And while Izuku internally both felt indignant about being singled out and apprehensive about whatever the command would possibly be, he externally tried to portray a sense of shock of why it would be him getting asked, a hint of bashfulness, and then listening seriously. Why yes, Aizawa-sensei. He wrung his hands together and shuffled a bit in nervousness. His teacher glared at him in an exhausted manner before he could continue to speak. Just no attracting villain attacks. Can you do that for just one night? Oh, Izuku slackened his shoulder and untensed his jaw to look like the pinnacle of student relief over not having done something wrong. I'll try, sensei. Aizawa didn't look very impressed or like he was believing Izuku's words, but he technically would be doing exactly as his teacher asked of him. You can't be attracting villain attacks if you are the attacker in question, after all. Time left before gala, 2 days. Shinsu dodged to the left, and before Izuku knew it, the robot was tangled in foliage with both of its flamethrowers having been ripped off. The purple-haired boy huffed for a few moments as both Izuku and Monoma, who had been slightly involved, watched the other, before finally, the boy let out a yell of unbridled achievement to UAS grounds. Midoriya, even your evil torture bot is holy mother. As the other caught his breath, Izuku analyzed the robot's carcass, taking note of how it wasn't just the use of steadily wearing down its outer layer of metal that had defeated it, but more Shinsu's use of the forest surrounding them to take down an opponent bigger than himself. It was only early morning too, and they had the next few days off of school to focus on the gala evening coming up. Shinsu probably assumed that he'd just finished all of his training for the next few days. Unbidden, Izuku's face rose into the evil grin he'd been slowly getting used to over the course of training his friends into proper heroic students. Shinsu swore, noticing the grin, and Monoma unconsciously backed away. Noticing this, Izuku looked up and nervously shook his hands as if to deny their unspoken question. No, and no, there aren't any more robots you have to fight. Shinsu let out a sigh of relief, and Monoma did as well, probably glad he hadn't been called outside by Izuku to fight the flamethrower devil, as their friends sometimes called it. But the evil grinned back to his face, and once again Izuku's friends flinched back from him. I need you two to get real good with brainwash, and I have a list of things I need for you to see if you can command me to do. We have until 3 when my mum is picking me up to collect my new suit. But after that it's straight back to business. The two of them groaned, with Shinsu being the loudest and more dramatic out of the two of them. But Monoma dutifully got out of their fridge his sample of Shinsu's blood and placed it into one of the vials May had given him, with a small opening for the blood to go in, and an even small opening so that the blood could maintain skin contact with him. The three of them proceeded to spend the day together practicing with Shinsu's quirk before Izuku hopped in Midoriya's car with a send-off from Present Mike to pick up his apparel for the gala. For his job he needed to look well dressed, after all, and it was about high time he brought himself a suit other than the eyesore Izuku had worn on Island. Things were moving forward splendidly, and this was probably the closest anyone had ever gotten to stealing what he was looking at taking from UA. Nightlight had been stupid for a top 100 hero, Izuku thought. Why had she gone for the student files when the HPSCs were so much more interesting? 1 down from their 4 targets and 3 more to go. Time left before gala, 1 day. The 4 of them had gotten back to the hijack shack in the late evening and proceeded to collapse onto their respective spots in the shack's confines. It was only 10 p.m., and yet both Shinsu and May had fallen asleep. May was snoring rather loudly with an arm outstretched to be over the other boy's bed, who had somehow contortioned his body around it and also to be wrapping around his pillow in the most uncomfortable yet comfortable display of sleeping that Izuku had ever seen. The fact that Shinsu had even fallen asleep at all was a strange occurrence, although it didn't really feel too undeserved due to the past day they'd spent together organizing everything that was needed for what was finally the gala. "Psst, Midoriya, you awake?" Monoma whispered to him rather loudly from across the room, his blonde hair lit up by a series of blue lights emanating from the various devices May had stashed on their walls and charging by a cord. That was another strange change for him too. Somehow, throughout the past week, everyone had shifted to simply calling each other by their names without any honorifics at all. Monoma had even stopped calling him one or any other name to do with his class. It was a huge improvement. And Izuku felt his mind stutter every time his name was mentioned casually in conversation. Bringing himself out of his thoughts, Izuku replied to the other boy, "Why yes, Monoma-kun. Damn, after he was just thinking about honorifics thing." Monoma snorted and flipped a lock of hair off of his face. "Back to the honorifics, I see." Izuku blushed red but didn't respond, instead continuing to stay bundled up in his cocoon of a sleeping bag. It was winter after all, and as the silence rang out for a few moments too long, Monoma finally spoke with a guilty tone. I'm sorry, okay." Izuku's eyes opened wide and he shot up to a seated position, looking in the blonde's direction. Despite how the other probably couldn't see him due to the lack of charging electrical equipment on the wall he sat against. What happened? Did something go wrong? God, it says a lot about you when your first thought isn't about me betraying you, no. Monoma stood up, his shadow shaky against the wall. "No, I'm sorry about being awful to you. You guys, I shouldn't have taken out all of my anger on being second choice every time onto your class when you guys have suffered from so many villain attacks and things that I don't understand. I had a deep breath and I was wrong, and I needed to apologize. It doesn't make it right, Biba, but I'm sorry." Why was Monoma apologizing? Izuku was stuck in his own head, just as usual, mind tumbling around in a blender of thoughts as he tried to comprehend what was going on. Really, what Monoma had done wasn't anything. Why would he be apologizing for just standing outside of their classroom before the sports festival and being just a bit condescending? Nothing he had ever done even held a candle to basically anything Kaken had done at his best. Izuku was so stuck in his mind he didn't even realize that he was muttering. Nor did he register the words of Monoma as the other boy attempted to pull him out from his musings. Bakugo had yelled at him every day within class, and had blown up his clothing and items before Monoma hadn't done any of that. Maybe it was because he had a quirk now that people were so strange. But Monoma couldn't owe him an apology if Kaken hadn't given him one for telling him to jump off a roof and kill himself. The room went silent, but Izuku couldn't tell. He was spiraling and nobody could help. Monoma had never burnt him. Not like other people had before. Never physically injured him apart from a light bumping on his head by a lunch tray, and that hadn't even hurt. There weren't any scars from it, not like the ones over the rest of his body. Izuku sometimes wondered if he'd had freckles over the rest of his skin and not just his face. He couldn't remember. Everything was only turning darker as he continued to think, trying to put things together. Because if Monoma was apologizing for only a small number of minor things, why hadn't Bakugo? "I'm gonna fucking smite that egotistical asshole." And the world was back in focus again. Shinsu had woken up and turned on the one lamp in their room, while May still was seemingly sleeping peacefully next to him, judging by the snores. Monoma's face looked abnormally pale too, while Shinsu himself seemed to be tremendously angry. But why? It wasn't as if he... "Oh," Izuku muttered. "I said that out loud, didn't I?" Shinsu snorted, a dark look in his eyes as he did so. "Yeah, you sure fucking did." Monoma sat down, his head in his hands, as the purple-haired boy next to them fumed angrily. The propulsion weapon of which he'd fallen asleep with equipped, occasionally spurting out a bit of their hybrid material. Izuku felt oddly numb for having just spilt one of the greatest secrets he had ever kept. Not his greatest secret, however, as one for all, and its relation to all for one were to never be said. It said a lot about Izuku when one considered the great number of secrets he kept hidden. From Stain's takedown in Hasu, to the fact that he had an inkling of what happened to Tsubasa-kun when the boy had gone missing before junior year. Yes, Izuku had many secrets. "We have to tell somebody," Shinsu declared, causing Izuku to snap out of it once again and face the other in one quick movement. "You can't say anything. Kaken is at the top of our class and will be an amazing hero." "Well, top of the class and hero means nothing when it comes to abusers. It just gives them an advantage if you find out about it, because nobody would believe a civilian over a hero." Endeavor. So many other cases Izuku knew. The commission. Shinsu was right, but he was also just plain wrong. Shinsu, Kaken is... How did he put this? How could he make this into anything salvageable? The fears of having people know about his weaknesses were setting in. Izuku felt exposed and weak. He'd always known he needed to get his muttering problem sorted and under control, and this was the consequence. "Kaken, he's changed. A lot, really." Monoma tightened clenched fists, and Shinsu only snorted in fake amusement. "I don't see how he could have changed when you said it yourself that he hasn't even apologized yet. He's a fucking suicide baiter bully." Things went quiet. Did Bakugo deserve to be found out and probably kicked from the hero course? Izuku thought of his time. Teachers at Aldera encouraged him and threw Izuku under the bus no matter what. How things had changed at UA. At the sports festival when the boy had fought Uraraka and stood up for her being treated as a hero before some fragile woman. His group of friends, Kamino. Izuku couldn't help but think back to teary eyes as Katsuki Bakugo had proclaimed himself as the end of All Might and think that yes, he could be a hero. You just have to trust me on that one. He's become a great person, and will be an even greater hero. Shinsu scowled and went to say something else before Monoma stopped him. Crystal clear blue eyes locked piercingly onto his own. Even if he has changed, Monoma seemingly thought about something before wincing to himself and continuing on with what he was saying. Even if he has changed, he owes you an apology. You deserve that much. Mei let out a loud snore which startled the three of them and caused Shinsu to sigh deeply and slowly curl back into his blanket. Monoma snorted with amusement and tenderly pulled the girl's blanket to cover her fully once again. Mei really did do everything intensely, apparently. Well, if you're so sure. Fuck it, I trust you, boss. Izuku winced as Shinsu called him boss, seriously hoping that Monoma wouldn't pick up on it. Oh, boss. Oh no. Please don't call me boss, Izuku whined, maybe just a bit annoyed. Monoma didn't seem to get the hint, and his grin only grew wider. All of them now tucking themselves into their makeshift beds and getting cozy again while Izuku was being antagonized. Oh no, boss, I insist. It is your title after all, isn't it, boss? They went to sleep soon enough after a healthy session of them doing everything possible to make him blush and flail. Despite what he would have thought, Izuku in all honesty wasn't actually very nervous right now. No, rather all he felt was excitement to carry out his plans, and curiosity to see if they would succeed. But of course, that wasn't the only reason why he wasn't feeling too anxious. After all, the heist had already begun. Time left before gala, 0 days. Monoma had left at 7 the previous morning to begin his roster of the day's work. The 3 remaining had pretended to cry and wave off the boy, the rest of them getting what they needed ready for the long night ahead of them. Seeing as Izuku was the only student in his class who wouldn't be attending as security, it wouldn't be as if his absence in the dorms would be noted. Shinsu and Mei were also far too removed for their classmates to ever be suspected of something, so as of that moment they were in the clear. Mei was doing maintenance checks on all of their items, while Izuku outlined the plan once again. So Shinsu, you see here where I have labeled it as Vent Access 103. Shinsu crawled through the vents as swiftly and quietly as possible. It was times like these that he could only curse the fact that while he may have been the tallest of the group, he was the only one of them who had no prior expectations of him being both in sight and on the floor of UAS facilities. Well, apart from Mei, of course, but she very well couldn't have been expected to play out his part. The only thing stopping him from being found out was his student ID, which was strapped and secured in his shirt pocket. It was far too hot as well, especially for a winter night. That was probably because of the maybe 4 layers or so that he was currently wearing. Brain-kun, exit to your 9. Shinsu sighed once again and looked to his left to peer through the darkness and try to see where vent system ended and closet began. Got that, gearhead? And as the indignant yelp through his communication line, Shinsu was out, stuck in a rather spacious closet with a line of tables next to him. Now this was the reason why he had such a large nosebleed yesterday, wasn't it? Before him was one of the trays that the kitchen used, but with some only minor modifications which very visibly made it comparable to all the other trays used by the commission to hold valuable items and cart them through UA. The very tray that would be his easy ticket to his goal was the Cullinan blood rose necklace. Wincing as he positioned himself to be seated directly in the rather tight space that Monoma had manufactured for him, Shinsu could help but hope that everyone else's jobs were going as smoothly as his was. Not even 20 seconds passed before a kitchen staff member opened up the door and pulled the tray away. It was too late to stop now, he knew, but Shinsu never would have stopped earlier. He was hooked, after all. Mei cackled maniacally as she adjusted the pop-up monitors, all displaying security footage on them. A little-known fact about her quirk zoom was that it didn't just work as a zoom-in and zoom-out function, but also made her brain able to recognize things she saw so much faster than most people could, thus allowing her to be in total control over her job while dozens of cameras displayed different scenes and she could understand all of them. It was at times like these when Mei loved being a UA student. The people weren't half bad either too. In all honesty, she was intrigued by everything they all did. It was so much more chaotic than machinery. And if Mei had thought about it for a bit longer, then she'd have realized what she had wasn't just happiness. She was hooked, plain and simple. Monoma sneered at a Wana student as they walked by, staying in character. On the inside, however, he was utterly freaking out. He didn't have any hero buddies with him like how Tetsu and his plagiarism double had the baseball hero Slugger. But he did have a hero commission goon who looked the picture of a stereotypical security guard. Why was it always him? Monoma nodded to the guy and mentally counted down the minutes for the signal he knew would come. Blondie, Shinsu is in transit, and a crazed grin came to his features. Finally, hey, sorry but I forgot your name again. What was it? The guard startled to attention, before huffing and slouching once again as the two of them stood in an empty hallway just in front of where the necklace was kept, the one where the security clearance password was needed for all doors to open. "You hero brats get more conceited every day," Monoma grinned, activating a quirk he practically knew inside and out after the training Midoriya had given him. "My name is REM sleep in a secluded area. Only one command could be issued to a person per user with brainwashing. And commands couldn't be too complicated." The use of saying REM meant that he didn't have to tell the guard to sleep for something like 8 hours before waking. And a secluded place would mean he'd have a bit longer after the other woke and the gig was up. He was living on the edge of a knife, Monoma noted. And he was excited. He was hooked. Midoriya straightened his tie and yes, it was done correctly for what was probably the first time in his life. After many hours spent fumbling over tutorials until Shinsu had taken pity on his fashion-forsaken soul and done it himself, Izuku Midoriya was officially wearing a real tie. His dad would have been so proud of him, Izuku thought. Practically every memory of the man involved him wearing a suit and tie which went so well with his white and curly hair. Izuku hoped his hair wouldn't change to white as young as his dad's did. But Izuku straightened his tie, brushed down his tuxedo once again, rubbed at what was probably an imaginary spot on his shoe before he left the dorms. The HPSC probably thought they had sole control over the cameras now, Izuku noted with a wiry smirk hidden by his head. A natural glance upwards tells him that yes, the cameras were all active. His hair was only the slightest bit slicked back at the top, and he looked like a totally different person. Would want to even recognize him at first. Probably, but still. Tonight he wasn't the hero in training Deku. No, he was Izuku Midoriya. And he was about to rob the impenetrable UA while it was under the control of the Heroes Public and Safety Commission as it ran its most secure event of the year. The gala itself had opened its doors around 20 minutes ago, so people would have gotten more relaxed. The perfect time for him to make his entry. Izuku strolled in, and he was hit with one of the most lavish sights he'd ever seen. The ballroom was so clean it was practically sparkling. High ordnate pillars rose to support a ceiling that had the night sky projected onto it in a dazzling display of what most certainly was the use of a quirk. As he entered on either side of two large double doors, the floor went down by a small step to display a glass pane with beautiful koi fish darting beneath guests' feet. Somehow, the koi didn't seem to be bothered by the people stepping over them, and as the surface they were under most certainly was glass, Izuku could tell that it wasn't an illusion quirk being used to create fish, but rather a quirk to hide them from the fish beneath. Just behind the fish were the gaming tables, and as they had known, the tables were on the right, shogi and mahjong, with the left being poker and blackjack. People were already playing, their dealers being pro heroes, and Izuku even saw Snipe as one leading a poker game. Midnight too was milling about, occasionally dealing with a chosen group of people, before switching off to talk about the art at the opposite end of the hall. And there it was, Scendendo Perdono alla Porte dell'Inferno by Isaiah Marchetti, The Gates of Hell. Of course, however, the painting wasn't on full display just yet to give them a fighting chance. Instead, there was a wall set up in front of it, and two separate layers of curtains. And despite the 5 people stationed on either side of the painting's protector, Izuku knew that there were at least 2 more people stationed on the inside. He'd checked them out himself, after all. His arrival had been spent largely unnoticed by the people milling about, which namely was because of the fact that most were heroes and far more prolific than he was. However, that didn't mean he went fully unnoticed. Standing by the doors as he walked in were none other than Kaminari and Ida with their respective commission guides. And while neither of the two had noticed him at first, Ida figured it out after a few moments of his entering, judging by the choking gasp and splutterings that made him turn around. Kaminari's eyes went wide and the boy pointed an accusing index finger his way. "Midoriya, what happened to your fashion sense?" A sharp whack to the noggin by his HPSC guard caused the boy to cut off his sentence. Ida coming up where Kaminari had finished. "Midoriya-kun, to see you so well dressed," as just Ida seemingly realized what he'd just said could technically be seen as insulting, and blushed a bright dark red. Izuku was still looking on at his friend's antics as Kaminari seemingly argued with the man beside him before sheepishly trailing off and glancing away towards the people still entering through the doors. "I did not mean to be insulting. I apologize, Midoriya-kun. I never meant to slander your choice in garments and just got ahead of myself. I was mostly just confused as you stated a month ago that you didn't own a suit." Izuku took a moment before finally he realized he had to respond. Blushing lightly, Izuku rubbed the back of his head, eyes scanning the crowd for one person in particular. "Oh, don't worry about that, Ida-kun. I didn't actually own a suit until last week, to be honest." Ida was staring at him with slightly confused eyes as Izuku carried on. "My mum said she'd burned the last suit I wore and well, this one was a lot more fancy dress I guess. Anyways, I should probably let you get back to what you were doing. I didn't mean to distract either of you." Izuku made the best bashful face he could muster, fighting back the burn of embarrassment which came from being so awkward. oddly enough as well. Both Ida and Kaminari were looking at him oddly now, and Kaminari's supervisor had given up on reining the other boy in and was instead watching the door as Mount Lady waltzed in, blinking a few times in quick succession. Izuku's friend seemingly shrugged off what had made him so confused in the first place and straightened up where he stood in minor horror. You are absolutely right. I should never have broken my gaze away from the doors. I'll speak to you tomorrow. All right, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded with a slight smile plastered over his face before he began to walk away towards the right side of the gaming tables and slowly began to stroll around. Both Ida and Kaminari watched as he left, neither one of them having missed the lack of stutter and an unusually confident stride. Izuku noticed Bakugo from across the hall and winced, ducking his head behind a rather tall woman who was betting on the shogi match happening at the closest table around them. From what Izuku had noticed from his past 15 minutes of ambling around, it seemed as if most of the heroes gravitated towards the left tables, while the more stuck-up bureaucrats came to the right. That wasn't even to mention the hero students who were either working as security or were simply talking by tables. He could even see All Might at a poker table with Gang Orca, who seemed to almost certainly be losing, but was having fun while losing, so that was a plus. The only heroes Izuku could see at the right-sided tables around him were Kasajiri Man and Ryukyu, of whom the latter was slowly making their way towards a blackjack table close by. Other than them, the only people that Izuku could really see around him were the elite of society, the chairmen of companies and Hero Commission employees. There weren't too many people walking around on the right of the hall. Far more people were simply just milling about and talking as Izuku wished he could do. Instead, he was stuck scanning the crowds and attempting to not stare at one person in particular, Isao Nishimoto, the current president of the Hero Public and Safety Commission. He was wearing a different purple-tinted suit than the one Izuku had seen the man in before. While being quite a simple suit, the purple managed to make him out to be an oddity in a ballroom full of brightly colored hero costumes and boring suits and ties. The gray stubble that dotted the underside of his chin also made him seem more business-ready than many others around him. His bright violet eyes fixated on the game in front of him. The game of mahjong, not shogi. Izuku counted 4 people alongside the man in crisp suits and sunglasses who very plainly worked as his security. 6 people, if the 2 men Izuku could see standing far off but keeping an eye on their boss were accounted for as immediate threats. He just had to give himself the job that relied on social ability, didn't he? Nishimoto had finished his game by now victorious, and was beginning to make his way to an empty table once again, his men walking alongside him. Izuku closed his eyes and breathed in, then breathed out. His eyes shot open. The fate of UA relied on him. Izuku Midoriya, hero in training, made his way over to where the president of the commission was, muttering under his breath and sipping at a glass of Coke in his hand. Just as he'd predicted, he was stopped by a larger agent carrying a briefcase before Izuku could accidentally bump into the commission chairman. Blushing a deep red in embarrassment, Izuku jolted as if shocked to face the frame he'd just walked into intentionally. Oh my goodness. Wow, I am so sorry. I should have been watching where I was going. I didn't spill any of my drink on you, did I? Izuku gasped in mock horror as the security detail in front of him blinked slowly, all the while attempting not to look towards his real target just yet. Thank goodness I didn't. So sorry about that again. And as Izuku went to take a step to walk away, he shifted his focus slowly to the man himself, making his eyes go wide and body smaller as he prepared to address Nishimoto himself. President Nishimoto-sama, I am so sorry. The man's eyes widened minutely at being addressed by name, but he held up a hand in a small motion that Izuku decided to ignore as his guards almost began to usher him away, carrying on as if he were a huge fan. And that was hard when you were addressing maybe the most powerful person in a room of powerful people while knowingly robbing him. Izuku stumbled over his words to play the part of an overexcited fanboy. I was watching your speech in Fukuoka just a few days ago and couldn't help but think, wow, that crowd control was insane. And when you visited Okinawa during your campaigning days, I almost saw your visit to Asuwa City. Nishimoto seemingly got more engaged as Izuku carried on about the various information Izuku had found out about the man both online and from hidden commission files that would all have been potentially possible for a politics-obsessed hero student to come across, but rather niching content. To be fair, it wasn't as if some of what he was saying were lies. Izuku did like to be kept up to date with all heroics-related news, and since starting the heist process had begun to find that politics were oddly fun to keep track of. It wouldn't hurt to know such things, anyways. And when you visited Fujiya Hospital... Oh, sorry, I started rambling again, didn't I? Izuku pulled back to a baleful expression, anxiously tapping his fingers against the empty Coke glass held by him. This wouldn't be his only chance, but it would be his best chance. Izuku just needed, rather than to pray, to work and get results for himself. Now, he needed to check and see if Nishimoto would take the bait. You are a hero student, right? It was the first thing Izuku had heard from the man all night. He beamed proudly, straightening up where he stood. Yes, I am Izuku Midoriya or Deku, first-year student as well, so I'm sorry about all the unprofessionalism. A rather fake grin came to Nishimoto's face as if it were stapled there. His security, as they grew used to Izuku's presence, slowly becoming less rigid and ready to pull him away. Some people had noticed by now from his rambling, and multiple HPSC workers were glancing in Izuku's direction, some of them tense, while others were more curious than anything else as a first-year spoke to the president in charge of all heroes in Japan. Never mind all that, it is just rather enlightening to meet a student who is familiar with some of my work, probably due to the low amount of information available online for public access. Izuku thought slyly. Shinsu was rubbing off on him. This line of sarcastic thought was far too sardonic for his taste. Izuku kept up his beaming grin and brought an excitable look to his face. I've always thought that Japan's current state of affairs was important to know in as much detail as possible, especially as a hero student. He slowly allowed the grin to begin to slide off of his face. After all, it was just the first impression he really had to sell before he could get what he needed from the other man. Nishimoto seemingly noticed something at that moment, and the fake smile plastered over his face gained a twinge of realness as the look in his violet eyes sharpened to a point. Were they glowing? Why, that is a rather admirable trait in a young person such as you. If I may be so bold, however, I would like to ask you one thing. Why would such an entrepreneurial heroic student such as yourself have not chosen to take the role of security, when one could argue that the option to work is being far more beneficial in the long run? And Izuku took in another deep breath, then one out. His eyes narrowed down almost to slits as he took in his opponent. Some of the last traces of fear that had been coursing through his veins slowly trailed out into a shockingly easy, relaxed state. To make connections, Mr. Nishimoto-sama. A light came to the man's face as his grin finally became real. All the pretense Izuku had been cloaking himself in suddenly dropping, which caused some of the guards around him to shift uneasily. How would you like to play a game, Hero Deku? Stop. Where did you get that trolley from? The hapless student pushing him around, who Shinsu recognized as being fellow Gen Ed student Chikuchi Tojike, stuttered out a couple of words and trolley room before Shinsu could feel himself get violently yanked to the side. Wincing a bit at the bruising that he'd just been given, Shinsu rolled his neck around his shoulders a bit before falling still as some commission lackey carted him off to another destination. Despite it being winter, he was internally grateful to May for adding a cooling factor to the propulsion weapon's surface. It was beginning to get sweltering hot in his metal tomb. After all of this, Shinsu would be telling people he was claustrophobic to a severe degree. He would never willingly hide inside of a food cart again if it was the last thing he'd ever do. Brain-kun, you're being pushed to the general hub first where Endeavor and Deerhead are waiting. Click your buzzer twice if compromised. And once to tell me how sweet my auditions to your secret compartment are. Shinsu refused to click at all, since it wasn't as if he could risk speaking while being carted around like a trophy by the people he was hiding from like the world's weirdest Trojan horse. They had decided to give them all some Morse code buzzers which they'd spent a couple of minutes fiddling around with. He sincerely hoped that no Morse code would be required, as Shinsu had most certainly not memorized every letter possible. At least he was sure of E, S, and OE because it was simple, and SO because he learned how to spell out and SAW signal when young for the definitely likely circumstances that he'd get abandoned at sea. Stifling a yowl as the tray he sat in was none too gently shifted to a hard left, Shinsu rubbed at his head, flexing his shoulders as much as the extremely cramped space he was shoved in would allow. At least the vents had room for him to move. What he wouldn't give to trade places with May, sitting alone with only computers around her and space to move her legs. It was the first time that Shinsu had ever wished he were shorter. That alone was probably the reason Midoriya had shafted him into the position of grease man, to make him regret his own height. That bitch. Slowly the cart came to a halt and Shinsu inadvertently held his breath, realizing what he was doing. He then attempted to take simple breaths in and out again as talking began above him. The kitchen had this one. I'm not too surprised. Well, it isn't as if the students know what to look out for, and the chefs we hired wouldn't have enough time to check every trolley that comes their way. Not too much of a big deal in the end. Yeah, just so long as we get it back in time for the boss to come through. And what are you two doing here? That one was Deerhead, or Hirano, the one that had taken security clearance from Nedzu himself, and had some pretty impressive antlers on his head, and apparently was chief of gala security. Damn, didn't he wish there were some kind of eye hole for him to look out of and see just what was going on as his trolley kidnapper was being chewed out by his boss. Eventually, the people around him got quiet, causing Shinsu to shiver. He wasn't shivering from the cold, however, as the temperature in fact rose by at least a couple degrees. Is there a problem here? The surprisingly icy cold voice of Endeavor rang out in the uncomfortably hot air. Hirano let out a sharp sigh of disappointment as the two others who had been speaking earlier didn't let out a single noise. Nothing, Endeavor-san. Shall we continue? God, Shinsu was sweltering hot right now. The trolley itself was beginning to sting just a bit. but at least the metal of the propulsion weapon was a nice and cooling temperature to keep him from passing out. Once again, the trolley began to move. Shinsu zoned out just a bit until suddenly it came to a stop again. Wait, have you had any of your men check it for explosive devices? Electricity ran down Shinsu's spine. What if they caught him? Above him, the two men continued to talk. I would have assumed my men would have already checked, for your men were the ones to let a trolley get misplaced in the first place. Either you can check it or I will. Brain Kun, is everything good on your end? 2 taps for discovery and 1 tap to praise my design. His hand shook over the button, ready to tap it twice the moment he was discovered. A fierce sneer had made its way to cover Shinsu's expression, sweat beading down his forehead as he tensed at the ready. The drawer over his head creaked open and then closed. A hand almost assuredly outreached towards the bottom drawer now as he waited. Brain Kun, I see your inspection on the cameras. 2 taps or 1 tap. He didn't know just yet. Another sweat dropped. Shinsu didn't know. He'd brainwashed so many people already, and the strain of still having active commands was slowly getting to him. The drawer creaked open. Then it shut with a metallic slam. The sound of tapping on the surface of his trolley took place. Nothing in there either explosive or cork reactant. If anything were rigged to explode here, then it'd be the trolley itself. But it made it past our barriers, which takes that off the list. Are you ready to get going now, Endeavor-san? Shinsu let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, and then tapped the buzzer once. He could practically hear the maniacal cackling from where he was from having acknowledged one of Mei's creations. The kitchen trolley they'd used in place of an actual safe trolley had a hollow middle, after all, completely unlike its counterpart, which had a solid foundation. I'm at the elevator point right now, guys. You on your way, Shinsu? That Dick knew that he had forgotten practically all of the Morse code they'd learnt so far. Monoma was probably chuckling to himself as if he didn't have one of the easier jobs out of all of them. So instead of trying and failing to figure out just what on earth the letter Y was, Shinsu decided to go with a different word as a response. Calling me a bitch would have been far more effective if you hadn't buzzed a G instead of a C. Shinsu grinned to himself as he finally was wheeled into the elevator itself, feeling as it slowly began its descent down into the depths of what practically had the same level of defensive systems as Tartarus. He was so ready to get out of that trolley. Monoma sneered at the now empty elevator shaft, his friend having just probably been carted off and into the hallway beneath where he was. Judging by all calculations, the elevator wouldn't be able to move until someone else took it back up to get to the security office. He most likely had plenty of time before needing to rush. He had to set up the escape for both himself and Shinsu, after all. Tutting to himself in faux disappointment, Monoma began to crawl inside, only to freeze all of a sudden at the sight of a huge drop. Eyes going wide and his stomach dropped. The aftertaste of vomit came to the forefront of his tongue while Monoma looked down at an absurdly long drop for just a 1-floor difference. The mission suddenly felt maybe a bit too dangerous, he thought meekly. Monoma retreated back into the ventilation shaft and took a moment to breathe. Having a fear of heights was not something he'd ever considered himself having before, but yet, he couldn't just stop now when so many people were relying on him. Not even just his new friends who were entirely insane, but Class B as well, even if they didn't know it was for their own good. What would the HPSC do with heroes at their every command after all? Monoma honestly couldn't say that he trusted them anymore, especially after he'd seen some of the files they had kept hidden within their system. Monoma just couldn't trust them anymore. Using Kodai's size, he brought out a small brick-like object and then enlarged it back to its original form, sticking the strange contraption of Mei's onto the wire closest to him and watching as mechanical claws grasped onto the elevator's wires to create a sort of bungee jump-like item. Gulping down his fear, very rational fear might he add, Monoma leapt from the side of the vent and onto the gadget. For one horrible moment, Monoma wasn't too certain whether or not it'd be able to hold his weight, and he stifled his breath in wait. And after 5 seconds, nothing happened. Oh god, that was terrifying. And the device shot down the elevator's shaft system. The thick concrete walls made certain that not one person could hear the high-pitched and rather girly screams coming from ever seeing the light of day, or from meeting the ears of curious guards. Mei cackled to herself in mischievous delight. It was supposed to do that. Are you aware of how mahjong is played? Isao Nishimoto watched with eagle-eyed precision as Izuku Midoriya sat before him. The hero in training was rather short, for one thing. Bushy green hair that was rather well-kept lay in sleek formation over the boy's head to highlight doe eyes and freckled round cheeks. The boy was the epitome of all that was innocence incarnate. From every wide-eyed blink to every anxious tap of fingers against the mahogany surface of the table that he'd set aside for them. Yet, as Nishimoto sat tall up against a plush red seat, he couldn't help but notice something more about the hero in training. Something he couldn't quite grasp yet, but had seen in the way that calculating eyes had focused with pinpoint accuracy onto him from across the room before what could have or may not have been an intentional bump into one of his men. even further than that. But the boy had seen the true hidden gala opportunity given to young UA hopefuls. While many of the short-sighted students and heroes hoping to make a splash would instantly go for the option of experience for the future, only the truly intelligent and worthwhile of the lot would go for the option to make connections with those in power. And Midoriya had correctly gravitated towards the area of the gala with the highest concentration of political powers, rather than their more famous hero counterparts, bumping into himself too and gaining Nishimoto's own attention out of all of the people currently around. Some on the right of the hall stared at the boy in confusion and hostility, all wondering how a young student could have gotten the attention of the commission's president when others had been trying all night. To combat the potential annoyances, Nishimoto had gestured for his men to surround the table he and the student had taken, not one table nearby holding any games, making it perfect for them to play at. He wanted to draw out whatever Izuku Midoriya was hiding, strip back its flesh, and reveal it to the light of day. We will play by old Hong Kong rules to make it simpler for you to understand. Do you know them? Midoriya winced convincingly and rubbed at the back of his nape in an embarrassed notion. I know a bit of it, but, well, I don't exactly understand how Fawn is calculated. A baleful smile stretched over the boy's face as he looked up at Nishimoto, almost ashamed, keeping his expression flat. Nishimoto nodded simply. The dealer can judge that for themselves. You shouldn't have too many problems in general. To make it more fair for you, I could give myself a disadvantage by no. No, sorry. Please don't try to make things easier for me. It wouldn't be right. Nishimoto looked towards the boy who'd spoken out, staring at Midoriya. This boy only got more interesting by the second. It almost reminded him of Hawks, but more optimistic, seeing such similarities from someone who had a far keener mind. Sighing as if he were relenting, Nishimoto stretched out his arms a bit as if unhappy about the deal despite it having no ill effects on himself. He nodded his head and waved a hand slightly. That is fine, but I insist on a practice round first. How about 2 rounds in total? The first to get you used to the game, and the second for you to test your abilities to make connections. A wiry smile came to the corners of his lips, Nishimoto's brow creasing down the middle as he surveyed the determined-looking boy before him. Midoriya was seemingly contemplating his words, and slowly the president of the HPSC felt a presence getting closer behind himself. I don't suppose you would be looking for a dealer, would you, Midoriya? The pro-hero Midnight had made her way to them in a formal pantsuit. She was one of the UA staff in charge of the event, wasn't she? Other than that, her quirk was one of the main defenses of UA in itself. A powerful support and capture type quirk that was suitable for someone in her position. She'd also seemingly noticed that it was her student against the president of the Hero Commission sitting calmly behind a detail of security. Actually, how was Midoriya so calm as he sat with someone he had previously been freaking out about meeting? Surely even a novice hero student would have been able to notice how now half of the gaming quadrant around them was glaring his way, and that Nishimoto's security had surrounded the both of them. Midnight-sensei, it's really nice to see you here tonight. She shuffled oddly, but Nishimoto paid it no mind, instead droning out instructions for her so she'd know what to do for their match. We will be playing by old Hong Kong rules. All flowers and seasons in play. She nodded, seemingly stuck in thought, as her student listened to him avidly and stared in fascination as ivory tiles came out of their table in neat positioning. What were the capabilities of Izuku Midoriya? And had his knowledge simply been a fluke or a play for power? The one who starts first is the prevailing east wind. Seeing as there are only 2 of us and not the regular 4, you can start and I'll be west. And then we'll swap those over rather than moving through the full rotation. Both of us will roll dice to begin. The kid simply nodded before placing his first piece of a bamboo 4 as the first discard of the game. With everything he'd done so far, Nishimoto hadn't actually expected the boy to be quite so average at Mahjong. He hadn't understood the idea of unconcealed hands and concealed hands just yet, and was taking a rather long time to simply just get a finished hand. Meanwhile, Nishimoto had in his hand a concealed Pong as well as what was soon to be a Chow. Midoriya chuckled a small amount before discarding a win card. Nishimoto watched as the tile was placed and decided to start up a conversation, unless Midoriya had been faking his inadequacies with the game. He highly doubted that the boy would happen to have a concealed winning hand in front of him. Even if he did as well, perhaps a specific topic of conversation would be enough to make the boy fluster. So, I have seen footage of your strength quirk before. A quirk as powerful as that is lucky to have. And Nishimoto had seen it before. He'd taken it upon himself to survey all of the sports festival matches that had people who interested him, and the Todoroki boy had been a prime candidate for his surveillance. The short kid in front of him had broken his hands to prolong the fight rather than just win, before he'd played it off as the kid being a potential adrenaline junkie. Not very uncommon in the line of heroics itself, but rather a trait of some of the more bull-headed and egotistical heroes that would crash and burn in their 30s. Now he could tell that there must have been some kind of underlining meaning behind it. Had it been a statement to Endeavor perhaps? Midoriya simply grimaced as Nishimoto drew a card and subsequently took a tile from his deck and placed it flat down. The character 7. Midoriya didn't reach for it. I really wouldn't say that I'm a lucky person, President Nishimoto-sama. More that luck hit once, and I worked from then on. He paused. How humble of you, Hero Deku. He'd almost made another Kong. I presume that this was another reason for you to come over to the side of the ballroom which favored strategy over luck, wasn't it? Green hair shimmered as the boy blushed in a bashful manner, his hands fidgeting by his sides. Nishimoto couldn't help but stare plainly as a hero in training wasn't able to hold back their embarrassment from being put on the spot. That definitely was a small part of it. He nearly had a full hand of bamboo now, Nishimoto noticed absently. Only 2 more tiles to go and he'd have a pure hand to finish with. I would have to agree with your earlier point, however. It is luck that can bring one to the eye of the public, that is true. However, it is hard work and perseverance that dictates whether or not one can become a true hero able to serve the public. Nishimoto paused for a moment and examined the tile he'd just picked up, before shrugging and placing it down in his deck with a red dragon being discarded. One for Mahjong, by the way. Midoriya froze. Nishimoto hadn't noticed it at first, but something he'd said had set the boy off. Viper-like green eyes fixated on his figure, and for the first time in many months, the Hero Commission president felt exposed. Midoriya was no longer just meekly sitting there. Instead, Nishimoto was being put to a test he hadn't even known he was taking. His skin flared a slight purple hue, and the hero in training continued to stare. So, if a quirkless person put in enough effort, enough work, could they become a hero too? And Nishimoto felt his lip curl back involuntarily, a hateful sneer coming to his face as his eyes narrowed in disgust. Of course, while hard work is important, a quirkless individual cannot as well put in as much effort as those with heroic quirks can, of course. Midnight was also watching the green-haired boy in front of him now, who simply seemed to grin a wide smirk that gradually began to take up much of the boy's face. Isao Nishimoto made the wrong decision, and assumed that Midoriya thought him right. Not all people are created equal, right? Nishimoto thought of the many quirks out there that had the potential to do horrible things. The quirks that couldn't contribute anything of importance. The quirks that simply didn't exist. I couldn't have said that better myself. He relaxed by the slightest amount and drew one final tile. Mahjong. Good game, Hero Deku. Do you still wish to play the second game now that you understand things a bit more? Midnight shuffled oddly where she stood while the two stared each other down. Izuku Midoriya sat forwards in his seat, the only people in the room being him and his current foe. And with a polite smile, Izuku leaned on his arm, an item held between the fingers of his right hand which he surveyed in one easy motion, before letting it fall to the table. I think I do understand now. Do you want to make a wager, Mr. President, sir? The trolley continued forwards beneath the gala ballroom, and the boy cramped inside let out steady breaths for every turn they took. Shinsu heard constant murmuring from outside of his metal tomb, and listened as Deer Head brought him through to what May had said was the passcode entering place. He didn't know what it was called. Sue him. But the doors shifted open with a click, and the lasers he would eventually have to brave were shut off for what was assuredly only a short while. He stifled his breathing even more as the muttering became silent. Brain-kun, don't freak now, but you're nearly at the antechamber. And didn't he know about the antechamber? Shinsu thought with a healthy dash of cynicism. I'll give you the warning to hold your breath when you get to it, then I'll tell you when you can breathe again. To not pass out, just think about how you'd be stuck in there for at least the rest of the night if you breathe in any gas. That definitely was helping his anxiety at all. Shinsu mentally imagined giving the girl a middle finger from her view on the cameras, and probably scaring Endeavor and Deer Head enough for him to lose the arm he stuck out. On second thoughts, maybe he shouldn't do that just yet. Brain-kun, are you ready? He was, and pressed the buzzer once, breathing in as heavily as possible in preparation. Hirano had given what he knew to be a gas mask to Endeavor, who'd strapped it on. And now, Shinsu held in a breath, and waited, and waited, and waited, and waited, and waited. Breath in, doors shut, giving him the perfect time to take in one large gasping breath. Thank you for your cooperation, Endeavor-san. Shall we? A grunting noise of agreement came from the top hero, and Shinsu heaved quietly to himself as they finally entered the vault. There was the sound of drawers opening as Shinsu continued to try to keep his presence under wraps. It was finally actually hitting him. He was trapped in a tiny metal cube and doing villainous activities quite literally under the nose of the second most prolific hero in Japan, and the chief of security for the largest hero organization in Asia. If he were caught here, he could forget any plans of being a hero. No, he could probably forget his plans of staying out of jail. He couldn't go to jail and prove to those assholes back at junior high they were right to say he was a potential villain. Shinsu would never allow his spite to be wasted. So this is the infamous Cullinan blood rose. Being brought back to reality by Endeavor's low voice, Shinsu absently cuddled up again against his propulsion weapon. Next time he would actually ask Mei to give it heating and cooling abilities. Wait, next time. He would never be doing this ever again if Shinsu had his way. Underground hero or not, he refused to be shoved into a lunch trolley again. It's rather underwhelming compared to what I'd heard of it. A sigh of disappointment came from Dear Head, which honestly, Shinsu could relate to. It could be maybe the most boring bundle of rocks in the world, but saying that a necklace that caused the death of 47 kids was underwhelming. Well, nobody ever said that the number 2 hero had any tact, to be fair. Endeavor-san, please take your time inspecting the necklace. It is a staple of our history as Japan's future which grew on the blood of the quirked. Please be delicate. The sound of something heavy changing hands and then a stoic silence. Shinsu scrunched his eyes together, smirking slightly. He could just feel the disdain coming from the hero in the room with them. His hands were shaking by the time Endeavor had put down the necklace. The nerves were seriously getting to him. Monoma and Mei were lightly conversing over the comm line, and he was anxious. Endeavor and Dear Head continued to speak as Shinsu came to a realization. No, not anxious. He was excited, full of adrenaline and ready. Can we leave finally? I wish to get back to the gala. More sighs, and finally, some of his biggest foes were leaving the room. Their footsteps and idle mutterings became more distinct as the sounds of a door opening and closing echoed behind him in the quiet that came with it. He waited for a minute longer than he needed to. I've put the cameras on a loop, Brain-kun. You're good to go. And an utterly devious grin came over Shinsu's cheeks. His back cracked and an arm finally stretched out to push open a metal panel. Gradually unfolding himself from the uncomfortable position, limbs began to emerge from underneath the trolley. One hand fumbled around for a moment on the side of the bottom exposed tray, before it finally hit a point that made another small hole for the other arm. Now both of them were out, hands uncurled to pull twin mechanisms off to the side of the contraption. They both pulled, and dropping down out the bottom came one Shinsu Hitoshi. I hate cramped spaces, he muttered to himself, coming to a standstill position as he surveyed the room he stood in with wide eyes. The trolley he'd been shoved into now lay in a strange arrangement of tables to the side of him, its innards entirely removed. It looked a bit like a locker room, to be honest, he thought. The short drawers, however, made things look more unified, as if he were in a proper bank vault rather than a school storage room. Smirking once again, Shinsu, rather than going to open up any drawers, walked over to the vault door itself, staring at it as he waited for them locked. Grab the goods and skedaddle ASAP. Roger, Roger, ma'am. He muttered through to the microphone of one Hatsume Mei, spinning back away from the door and grabbing the first drawer he saw and opening it out. He blushed lightly, speed walking towards the drawer he'd been specifically told to enter rather than any other. Pulling it open, Shinsu hoped to any god above that Mei hadn't caught his slip-up, especially as he'd been so confident in himself grabbing the right one. The drawer was finally open, and within it was a mound of paper folded over what was within. Carefully checking it was his target, Shinsu opened it up to reveal the Cullinan blood rose. Smiling slightly, Shinsu wrapped it back up and held it tightly. Strange to think he was holding the equivalent of millions of dollars worth of stuff in his arms, not even to mention the historical value. Nedzu sure was a crazy bastard. Shinsu then walked back to his trolley and got out a short pulley, then went over to a security pad at the end of the vault door. One of the reasons Nedzu had cited they needed multiple passwords was because of the case of someone being locked inside of a room by themselves, after all. And the vault was one of the hardest places in this entire school to break into, unless you were Shinsu, of course, and aided by a group of insane hero students, plus Mei. The grin on his face solidified, and with casual taps began to enter the password, which was also being read out to him through their comm line. ZRLI P9AFVDXGKP. The most random and incomprehensible password he'd ever heard of. It was probably the password to Midoriya's laptop with the weird All Might fanfiction. He was up to P when he froze, bringing out one of the many layers he'd had strapped to his side while still keeping the rose in a firm grasp. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead as he tied it around his mouth like a particularly sturdy mask. When one actually had knowledge that Midnight's quirk was going to be used, it was surprisingly easy to go up against it. He typed in the letter P. Instantly, a gust of purple spread out to his face. Shinsu took a large gulp of breath once more. Now he just needed to type in the password again. Trying to see his way through the sweltering smoke was rather hard, but it was harder to think about what would happen if he couldn't type in the number quickly enough. Gritting his teeth, Shinsu pushed through it, finally getting to where the passcode pad was. Blinking away tears from the obnoxious gas, he typed away as quickly as possible. The average person could hold their breath for around 1 to 2 minutes, and the process of entering the password took 3. Shinsu could feel tears gushing out from behind his eyelids now from the pain of the gas against his open eyes. It wanted him to close them, Everything about Midnight's quirk begged for him to just go to sleep, and he was tired. Being tired because of insomnia was one thing, but when you get tired of people it became just so much easier to drift into the fog. He wanted to close his eyes and sleep away the memories of being ignored, long periods of time being neglected, time spent sitting alone at his desk during lunchtimes while his classmates avoided him, his teachers not even calling out his name on the roll in fear he would reply. The time he'd been home and not gotten out of his room to eat dinner for 2 weeks and nobody had even said a word. It would be so much easier to give up here. He struggled, his hand quivering as it reached to type the letter P once more, but the signature Hitoshi Shinsu smirk was finally back where it belonged. He never wasted spite because what did he do if not run off of it? Shinsu opened the door and found himself falling to the floor as he gasped for air. The gaseous cloud behind him was rather contained to its area, but he still slammed the door shut with his foot just in case the wispy tendrils of purple smog could reach him again. Mei was saying something in his ear, but the blood rushing through Shinsu's head was far too loud for him to understand a single word that was being said. Slowly, the boy began to chuckle, and then that chuckle turned into full-out giggles. He hadn't failed. His face smoothened to a dangerous glare, teeth bared outwards in a false display of aggression to the world. He'd actually done it. Had stolen the Cullinan blood rose. Shinsu quickly checked to make sure that it hadn't fallen out from the wrapping paper before he let out a sigh of relief to see that it was, in fact, still there, still hysterically giggling. Shinsu straightened himself up and traveled down the hallway to where he knew both lasers, and none other than Nito Monoma were waiting for him. The room was rather wide when he got inside, and as per the plan, Monoma was already standing in wait for him, looking oddly worse for wear as well. Anyway, it couldn't be anything too bad if nothing had been said over the comm link about it. Hey, you got it. Shinsu grinned and lifted up the package, none too dissimilar to the Raisin Lion King. Monoma sported a twin-like grin to his at the sight and positioned himself over. The lasers were not visible, despite how he sincerely wished, but the machines they came out of were, and each one was moving. Thankfully for him, rather than needing to utilize some kind of acrobatic tactic, all Shinsu needed to do was take the route that was far less traveled. Nobody looked up, after all. The propulsion weapon flung him into the air and over every laser's line of sight. Soon enough, he was fully out of harm's way and squatted next to Monoma, who seemed a bit disgruntled at the display. Show off, Monoma muttered to himself, Shinsu giving the boy a large cheeky grin as he endeavored to not slip and fall on his ass. I still don't understand why you couldn't have just made some mirrors and walked us through. No mirrors are fully reflective, as I've said. The only way you can get that is through a total internal reflection reaction, which is impossible to replicate in just one mirror. The two of them continued to bicker, leaving the vault far behind them as the package swapped hands, and the quirk size was used to bring it down to a manageable pebble-like form. Quickly getting to the elevator shaft, the duo crawled in through a removable panel on the back wall before climbing to the top of the elevator itself. Both Shinsu and Monoma stared up at the long climb of which was ahead of them. Shinsu sighed, stretching out each of his hands separately and wrapping the propulsion weapon between each of his palms. I guess we climb, Monoma sighed angrily, tapping a finger to his earpiece and rubbing with finger and thumb between his brow in anguish. Mei, seriously, after the trip I took to get down. It was uncomfortably silent for too long without a single answer coming through their link. Hesitantly, after 20 seconds had passed, Shinsu spoke in a mildly concerned manner. Mei, are you okay? Do you need backup? No worries about it. Just a minor setback. Everything is fine. But you guys won't need to climb at all. Someone is entering the elevator right now. The two of them winced a bit from her loudness before the reality of their situation set in. Wait, Monoma said, his face gradually turning an interesting shade of pale. Does that mean? A thumping came below them, and the floor they were resting on began to ascend with a jolt. You have got to be kidding me. The two rose towards the very large-looking machinery, wire being pulled through a small gap in the ceiling as faint voices gradually became audible from the cart below them. Fuck. Wager. Nishimoto was intrigued. Here there was a young hero hopeful who was arguably trash at mahjong wanting to bet on the game. Curiously, the Hero Commission president looked down at what the boy had dropped onto the table only to see it was the kid's ID card for UA. Izuku Midoriya had seemingly completely changed his personality on a dime. Previously, the boy had been fanboying over his status, then he'd gone to a predatory observationalism, before finally settling on the form he was in at the moment. Pure and utter confidence, with a dash of determination. It reminded him of the boy's fight with the son of Endeavor, knowledge that he almost certainly knew what he was doing, and had the means to achieve whatever goal his heart was set on. It was at this moment that Isao Nishimoto realized that if any student in this entire godforsaken school had been chosen to attemptedly steal the gates of hell paint, it was certainly Midoriya. The restrictive security that he'd set on all the Year 3 students were now entirely redundant, and the true likely thief was actually before him at that very second. somewhat cautiously. Nishimoto adjusted himself to be ready to signal to his bodyguards at any moment. We don't need to bet on mahjong, Hero Deku. In actual fact, it may be considerably distasteful for a person of my standing to bet against a student in training. Midoriya only blinked, however, and stretched out an arm, movements all slow and steady while the commissioner watched him carefully. Respectfully, sir, I'd have to disagree with you on that. Everyone else around us is betting a true statement, as most tables had set something off to the side to gamble, and I would feel rather awful if you won once again without having won anything alongside. Besides, I am not talking about betting money. Nishimoto stared in what was almost disbelief as Izuku Midoriya picked up his card from the table and brandished it his way with an almost mocking smile. I am wanting to wager my name, Mr. President, sir. The value of a name. Nishimoto couldn't help but blink reflectively. Names were important in heroics. Famous names such as All Might or Endeavor garnered much support when mentioned, and had many brands attached to them to do with general products or food chains. They had the ability to pull large crowds of people behind one unified banner, and were the means of which hero agencies used to gain popularity and power. Names were powerful, which was why they had stripped Hawks of his own. Nishimoto looked Midoriya up and down but saw no naivety to suggest that the boy didn't have at least a small idea of what he was doing. It was the lack of hesitancy that the boy held which made him stumble, however. If the boy knew what he was doing, then why would he offer it up in the first place? Unless, and what would you be expecting from me in return? It was likely some kind of favor if he had to guess, something like asking to take the provisional license test early, and in return, he would offer up his services to the commission. Nishimoto would probably take it if that were it. Izuku Midoriya had what looked to be a rather powerful quirk which the boy was obviously growing to master at UA, and was able to mentally fight at the level of politicians more than thrice his age. Hell, if Izuku Midoriya asked to be privately tutored at the HPSC headquarters, Nishimoto would consider it very seriously and probably be hard-pressed to accept. The idea of someone like Hawks with the intelligence and capabilities of an expert social navigator would likely form the perfect limelight hero. Midoriya simply hummed, however, entirely unaware of the commission president's inner musings, and lifted a finger to his chin in a display of thoughtfulness. Well, as I am bartering my name, I would like to wager it for your name tag, the boy said, pointing an index finger to Nishimoto's label that lay situated over his heart. Pursuing his brow in thought, Nishimoto considered the offer very, very carefully. On one hand, having the name of one Izuku Midoriya would be very useful in the future. The commission would once again have another strong hero under their control, and would have the rights to deal with all fanservice and licensing deals that they had missed out on when All Might had slipped under their nose. On the other hand, however, Izuku Midoriya was expecting his name in return. Having the name of the Hero Public and Safety Commissioner would be amazing for a hero student. While Midoriya wouldn't be able to hide from the law, he could potentially use Nishimoto's name as a guide for getting out of wrongdoings. Nothing that the commission didn't already provide for top heroes, of course, but unheard of with student heroes in training. The major point going away from that, however, would be that it would mean Midoriya could reap the full benefits of being associated with the highest power of the HPSC, while not actually being connected with the organization in itself. Izuku twirled his ID around between his fingers, absently keeping one eye on the commission president, while ever so often flicking his gaze up to the ceiling at something indistinguishable from the wall itself. He continued to weigh both the good and bad sides of things together. That on one side, he'd have control over Izuku Midoriya, the enigma, but if the boy really did get his name, he was the president of the commission itself. He would, of course, adhere to the deal made, but no matter what, the prize would most likely end with Deku under their control and at a high ranking on the heroics leaderboard. Isao Nishimoto then made his third biggest mistake of the night. The first mistake being to have spoken to Izuku Midoriya at all, while the second was misunderstanding what the correct answer to the boy's question about quirklessness was. Isao Nishimoto's third biggest mistake was accepting the bet. The man outstretched a hand the boy's way as his guards shuffled oddly, and Midnight watched their scene without a word, in fear of interrupting the display. You have yourself a deal, Deku. I'll start as East, and you can be West. Let the game begin. Monoma and Shinsu lay flat against the elevator's surface. Now, neither of them was actually afraid of being crushed by the ceiling, in all honesty. No, their largest fear was that how once the elevator went up, it didn't automatically slide down again. There was also no telling just when someone would next call down the carriage, and neither of them particularly wanted to waste the whole night up in an extremely squished position and giving up any chance they had of ever achieving the Cullinan Blood Rose objective in time to gain a reward from it. Below them, the sounds of murmuring guards dissuaded them from talking to each other too loudly. The both of them flattened into the elevator's roof and hoped that nobody below them had any strong sensory quirks. Shinsu tapped what he hoped were the words, "What do we do to Monoma?" who promptly blushed slightly. Seriously, Shinsu said, his voice a hushed hissing. You didn't memorize Morse code either. The other's blush grew even bigger as he angled his eyes away from the other boy. I only could get to the first 7 letters. You try and learn Morse code while May is exploding things behind your back. Hey, is the elevator malfunctioning or something? I'm hearing something weird above us. Monoma could only groan in disappointment as he realized the voice below him belonged to none other than rival 1A student Kyoka Jiru, one of the only students amongst those 1As who actually had a quirk that centered around locating and hearing people. The moment that elevator stopped, the two of them would certainly be found, if not from their talking, but rather from their heartbeat or breathing. And speaking about heartbeats, he felt his own pick up from the anxiety of it all. The girl below them now talking to her female supervisor about the stability of UA transportation systems. Shinsu had similarly picked up on what Monoma had, and was now gesturing around frantically as he looked for options on what to do. Neither of them could talk over their comms line either, as neither of them had actually bothered to learn what Midoriya had told them to know in time from the heist itself. Imagine being so unlucky that you complete the whole stealing from a high-profile vault thing, but fail at riding an elevator out. They were getting closer to the ceiling now, and Monoma's mind was furiously going at 100 miles as he tried to figure out the best course of action. They were halfway there so far, and Shinsu was still looking around, unable to figure out what the best course of action would be. So, Nito Monoma went to where his mind always went when he was in a pickle. A solution, using the things he was good at. And while Monoma wasn't up to Midoriya levels of quirk analysis, which was totally unfair for the strength user to have by the way, and not the quirk that relied on others, Monoma was still a quick thinker. And that was what he would use. Every hearing quirk had the same weakness after all, and that weakness was sound itself. To Shinsu's incredulous looks, Monoma began to use Yaoyorozu's quirk to make the shape he knew the most about. 2 metal pipes began to protrude out from the blonde's hands. The boy quickly connected them to the machine May had given him, which was originally supposed to allow for the two of them to not worry about falling when climbing up the shaftway, but was now moving up in tandem with the elevator's carriage, stuck on the larger wires of which were pulling up the large device beneath them. Monoma grunted as he aligned the poles with the edges of the elevator and began to create 2 more. Shinsu, now understanding what he was doing, grabbed a pole himself and began to wedge them into May's device and held them all together to the elevator's sides. They were nearly at the top and had to move quickly now. With a grunt of force on both sides, the two of them then proceeded to wedge all poles into the gaps of the elevator, the force of which bringing the transportation to an immediate stop. And an extremely loud screeching sound occurred as they rushed to a halt. The two of them plugged their ears for all it did to help them, as metal upon metal roared. May's device sparked and then sparked again before bursting into chunks of exploded shrapnel, narrowly missing the 2 students beneath it and rocketing into the roof, which severed a hook. Shinsu swore to himself, and Monoma blinked back stars. The metal pipes were utterly ruined, as human-sounding screeches emanated from within the elevator below them. Monoma made a crowbar to wedge open the doors, which were now conveniently only just above chest level, hopping up and checking if the coast was clear before Shinsu pulled the both of them out using his propulsion weapon. He absently hoped that Jiru was okay, trying to paw out the heavy ringing noise from within his ears. Apart from Midoriya, and wasn't that something to unpack later, Monoma had never felt so sorry from a Class 1A student before. The two of them walked in the direction of the gala hall, telling May that they had received the package. Meanwhile, May was having the time of her life. Surprisingly, nothing had really gone too wrong just yet, which meant that things were actually going great. The UA security room hadn't yet noticed any intrusion to their camera systems, as technically there were no intrusions to find. They had accessed the server room directly, after all, and it wasn't as if those Hero Commission lackeys could tell what was supposed to in the UA files. They were new and rather easy to confuse despite their track record as well, which most certainly was a plus. Not to mention how they'd provided a gateway into their own systems, which had given May a rather interesting insight into what the Commission was cooking up on its own. Abruptly, a knocking came from May's door. She looked up for a second, her eyes adjusting to the room light, before she shrugged and looked down again. Occupied. Another knocking came from the door again as May slurped from a juice box. Girl, you said that maybe 15 minutes ago. You good? That was a year 3 from her course, wasn't it? May was trying to remember people more now to help out the crew. I'm having my period. Oh, truth. Sorry girl. You need a spare pad at all, just ask me. Yelling out how she was fine and it was just cramping that was bothering her, May then got back to looking at her screens, her eyes focusing on the frame of her boss, who sat rather comfortably at a mahjong table against the president of the company they were going up against. May grinned devilishly, grinning at the screen. He has no idea what her boss has in store. She patted the rather large item behind her, assuring her that it was still in place, a large sheet of brown paper covering its surface, crinkling nicely from the touch. No idea whatsoever. I've always known the Hero Commission to be a staple of safety in our society. Could I ask you, Mr. Nishimoto, just how true that statement is? Isao Nishimoto took his piece first, and the game began. Both student and the president of a major company versing against each other in a game of wit. I would say that it is remarkably true, if not for the efforts of our heroes, more than ourselves. We merely direct them to their full potential and give heroics meaning for those who are so inclined, and allow them to reach their full growth. Midoriya smiled slightly, taking his own tile and after careful contemplation setting it aside. Nishimoto watched as the boy took in a breath before going back to his own set. He was once again going for a pure hand as they were rather handy and made for a good fawn value score in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder if Midoriya too had an endgame in mind. Blinking lightly, the boy in question shrugged and surveyed his own tiles for a moment. I suppose that you do give heroes a large opportunity. It was his turn, and the boy took a tile, replacing it with a character tile. Do you find them through the Quirk Registry or Koski records? Potential heroes, I mean. A bit like how Hawks was, guided by you guys. And Nishimoto inwardly froze, stiffening at the inflection on Hawks's guidance. Nishimoto couldn't help but suck in a small breath of air, still retained an indifferent face, however, as he surveyed the child in front of him. Midoriya was staring at him, a predatorial gaze that penetrated into his chest. But there was no possible way that the boy could know what the HPSC had done. There weren't any leaks, he'd made sure of it, and Hawks himself would never tell. Eyes flickered over to where the hero in question was situated. His red wings ruffled as he, Maruko, Fat Gum, and Takeshita gossiped, and Midoriya noticed his slip and grinned, eyes narrowing dangerously as the boy leant forwards almost like he were considering a particularly tasty meal. Oh, I do hope that Hawks is still operating as you want him to be. The hero in training raised a teasing hand as if he were whispering his next words. I've heard rumors that his newest mission will be quite the hard one to pull off, after all. Nishimoto's spine went cold. A shiver ran from the tips of his toes to his head. I wonder, what mission could you be referring to? His polite smile grew icy, gradually beginning to flake off of his face. For civilians, after all, it is illegal to gain access to hidden files. Impossible more like it. Where was the leak? Was it a person? Or was it some kind of flaw in their system? How much did Izuku Midoriya know? And why was he revealing it now? The boy simply huffed and leant back in his seat. It had been Nishimoto's turn for a while, so he pawed at a tile and brought it into his fold, noticing that it was the winter tile, and setting it aside as they continued on. It was a good guess, really. Now that All Might is retired, a slight flinch. A weakness. Hawks will be moving up to the number 2 spot. Why wouldn't you give the new number 2 a mission? It would be a good test of character to see how well one can obey, right? He definitely knew. But what else did Midoriya know? Continuing onwards as if he weren't currently being mentally dissected by the president of the commission, Midoriya sighed. Really, Endeavor is a number 1 as well. What an interesting turn of events for you. I'm sure that as the HPSC you guys must have worked together quite a bit. Blinking slowly, and leaning forwards with a conspiratorial grin, the boy whispered under his breath just loud enough for Nishimoto to hear him. I wonder how the public would react to know just how the number 1 treats his children. I'm sure they'd be dying to learn just how he'd gotten away with it in the first place too. Talia died so young, and Shoto is such a nice young boy with a very recognizable scar. It was official. The boy somehow knew almost everything. His first thought went to Nedzu. That conniving lab rat was especially barred from their systems despite the UA merge with the HPSC and didn't have access to their reports, but also most likely hadn't shared the information himself. A second option could have been that the creature had given the students the means to hack their records. As for someone else that could have read their reports, Nishimoto could only think of one other person currently in Japan who most likely had the power to both have an insider within the Hero Commission and a widespread ability to gain even more insiders in UA itself. All for one. Under the table ledge, Nishimoto signaled to one of his men to start researching Midoriya, something he admittedly should have done when the boy had first come to him. What do you want? Nishimoto rumbled. His smile fully disappeared. One didn't challenge the Hero Public and Safety Commission without expecting to face consequences. The challenger's age be damned. Midoriya simply grinned, his guards moving shiftily around them in preparation for if he were to come under attack. You can believe me or not, but at this current moment I can assure you that I have no ulterior motives other than to win this game. And the guardsman directly to Midoriya's left nodded minutely, so the boy was telling the truth about that at least. But Nishimoto would no longer be so lenient. Nedzu had put him up to this assuredly. Only that rat could have brainstormed something this intricate. He was nearing a full hand of dots, and Midoriya hadn't yet made any sort of unconcealed sets. They had gotten through half of the round so far to his knowledge, and from what he could see, it didn't seem as if the other was winning. From the strategic placement of his deck as well, none of his men had an easy line of view to his hand. Not that he would ever cheat using his own forces, that is, but simply looking at their expressions of shock or disappointment wasn't cheating in the slightest. It was simply just adjusting the rules to fit his own purposes. And when we are finished this game, what will your motives be then? And the boy only smirked, eyes crinkling in amusement. Well, we'll see then, won't we? Something had been found. The man he'd set to search up Izuku Midoriya had whispered something to his information gatherer while the two actual bodyguards he had close by tensed up in case of a threat. Nishimoto leaned back in his chair while his men communicated, more placated now that he knew with almost certainty that Midoriya would not attack him in such a crowded place, with so many witnesses who just so happened to be highly trained in the capturing of villains. He drew a bamboo once again and set it down to the side. I don't understand exactly what you achieve here by threatening me. Midoriya paused, taking a tile from his untouched deck. But no matter what it is, I doubt you will get it. His employee began to sign something his way from behind Midoriya's back, the boy not even outwardly noticing as he chuckled lightly from Nishimoto's words. The president not backing down, while the boy before him placed a 4 in his discards. His chuckling dying down, the hero in training wiped a false tear out from his eye. Threaten you? I only want to have a fun night at this wonderful gala. Quite a lot of interesting things around here, aren't there? The laughter died down, and Nishimoto's eyes widened slowly as his guard neared the end of his sentence. Speaking of which, the man behind me, the one who I bumped into earlier, has a rather interesting quirk. Assimilation of the qualities of machines in close proximity, I presume. Formerly quirkless, he had messed up. Midoriya carried on as if he hadn't a care in the world, flicking his curls away from his eyes as rambled words of analysis came from the boy's own mouth. I noticed it when I first bumped into the man. Nobody else in your detail has a briefcase with them, and while it could be that he was carrying your own luggage, that was softly disproven when he moved to the front to protect you from me as I stumbled in your direction. Nobody who actually had important documents or items on them would go directly in harm's way when there are plenty of other options. And there was a slight humming coming from the item when I got close. It didn't help that you stationed him behind me, allowing for the buzzing to sound even louder from my end. And the fact that your man with the swift comprehension quirk deferred to him rather than searching up anything from his phone was an easy tell. Nishimoto felt his other two bodyguards who had been stationed nearby draw inwards, his own strength user and element absorber nearby growling at the younger boy who continued on a near-perfect rendition of one of the most perfect guards that the Hero Commission had to offer, who didn't have their quirk disclosed anywhere. There was no possible way Izuku Midoriya could have searched up this man's quirk. This analysis was on the fly, and when he signaled to you that I was telling the truth, I surmised he had a quirk-enhanced condensed polygraph in there, along with a smartphone and an EEG biofeedback machine linked up to all members of your crew to monitor brainwaves. A rather smart idea, although it is ultimately useless on you yourself, Mr. President, Sama. Isao Nishimoto nearly choked, eyes flashing violet for just a second too long. Memories of Midoriya surveying him, smiling, staring into his soul as if he were attempting to figure something out. Yes, Mr. President, I believe I have figured out your quirk. Not too bad for the formerly quirkless kid, as your guards have told you by now, correct? Nishimoto signaled for his men to stand down, lest the heroes around them noticed that the president of the commission was about to attack a child, let alone how deserved it really was. It was simply a matter of watching for the right signs. Nishimoto stoically straightened his back, clasped his hands together on the table before them, mahjong game forgone, and stared at the boy before him. It was obvious that Izuku Midoriya was wanting him for something, but what? It was something involving his name for certain. And Nishimoto had been played into accepting the details due to underestimating the adversary before him. Formerly quirkless and having been updated on the registry a mere couple of months ago before the boys' start at UA was impossible. And the youngest late coming to quirk that wasn't due to odd activation methods or a forced manifestation was 9 years old 40 years ago. Not to mention even that the boy's quirk was registered as superpower, which just reeked of something else going on behind the scene. There was only one single answer for all of it, in all honesty, and that was that All for One hadn't just stopped with one Shigaraki Tamura as his successor, but had picked up some young quirkless boy and outfitted him with the perfect quirks to undermine hero society. Analysis such as the boy had portrayed was uncannily similar to the freelancer quirk analyst Jikin Yokubo, who happened to have disappeared around a few months ago. But that also begged the question of since when had Izuku Midoriya started working with All for One for? Had the first quirk been given to him unknowingly, leading to him entering the hero course of his own free will? Midoriya had certainly seemed the optimistic hero type earlier, but that also could have either been skill at acting or another quirk. Nishimoto stared down Izuku Midoriya with a grimace and sinking feeling within his gut. And, just what might this supposed quirk of my own be? It wasn't recorded online. And no doubt his own bodyguards didn't know, just in case the boy had been potentially using a quirk to pull the information out of their own minds in a way that didn't set off the Egan use. A familiar smirk, and green eyes almost as vibrant as his own met his. A force field. A quirk-resistant force field, if I am to be correct, that dispels the effects of any quirks used on yourself, or anywhere within a 3-centimeter gap between your skin. Two boys crawled within a squished vent together, one in front with a mane of purple locks, and the one behind him blonde and grumbling to himself. I thought that we'd get a good job, doing this thing so quickly. Not the job of crawling around in dust. I am going to annoy Midoriya so much when we get back to the shack, Monoma growled to himself. Shinsu scoffed, whipping away a cobweb that had gotten far too close to his face for comfort. At least the night's still young. We'll have enough time to sleep in tomorrow morning, most likely. As Monoma muttered something along the lines of it being around 9 o'clock, which wasn't exactly young, they finally reached their target. They'd have to time this thing just right to get to the gates of hell. Going to hell and back for Midoriya. So hilarious. Popping out when the coast was clear, Monoma brought out a flashlight and Shinsu his phone. The two trusting in their student status to make it seem as if they were just exploring, and Mei's status of being a technological psychopath to make sure they wouldn't be seen via the many cameras stationed around them, making sure that the actual flashlight itself didn't peek out anywhere else other than where they wanted it to. The two of them continued down abandoned hallways through to the entryway of where their prize was. Monoma allowed the light to stray underneath the heavily locked door's bars, causing for a short commotion to ring out. A clicking came from the entryway as the two guards they knew were in there poked their heads out in shock at someone else being around. Shinsu nearly chuckled in fear. This was going far too well to plan. What are you UA kids even doing around here? And he took hold. Monoma taking hold too as the other guard responded to whatever the boy had said. A crazed smirk and almost incredulous chortle came from him then. Midoriya had seriously planned this thing to the perfect detail. You've figured out my quirk. So what? And Izuku narrowed his eyes at Nishimoto as the man attempted to call his bluff. Little did he know, however, that Izuku had been playing this game for years. It was funny how all of his life experiences had led him to this moment, and aided him in being the best he could be. From his first notebook to notebook 13 at junior high, he'd been practicing, perfecting his craft in a single-minded way that only one person who didn't have anything else to enjoy could do. He'd spent hours outside or simply watching from his window as people walked past, guessing their quirks and making a profile for them in his books. He had every hero in Musutafu written down, if not all of Japan. He could actually say for once that he was good at one thing in particular. And it wasn't just quirk analysis. It came from experience, from struggles, that Izuku could read people's minor mannerisms, learning when he needed to avoid Kaken's bad days, figuring out which teacher would intentionally lose his homework, and trying to see what place in the school halls would be the least likely place people would look for him. It was strange that Izuku hadn't found Aldera's server rooms as Shinsu had done. He knew what to look for. Izuku had listened as Mei recited the movements of the guard behind him, translating their signs, which were all just basic finger spelling, so the girl could just have up a screen with letters and translate it from there, resulting in appearing as if he had eyes at the back of his head. Somehow, he was here at UA and winning, despite not having used one for all at all the entire time, meeting with one of the most influential people in all of East Asia, who he had somehow actually managed to frighten. It was the first time that Izuku Midoriya had ever really thought he could have actually become a quirkless hero if he'd wanted to. If All Might had seen some kind of blonde carbon copy of himself and passed his quirk on to make the perfect hero, Izuku probably could have still saved people in his own way. Well, for one thing, it doesn't really matter that I figured out your quirk, does it? He pointedly ignored the minor shake of hesitance that came to the man's shoulders. All in all, Izuku was rather impressed by how Nishimoto had been rather stoically inclined the entire time that he'd been pulling out various commission secrets towards the man in charge of upholding them, who had also been powerful enough to stage a coup against a well-loved woman in the HPSC community. Nishimoto's expression was as fierce as the man's suggested new policies. Quirk-based employment and civilian IDs with mandatory quirk disclosure upon being asked for it. Isao Nishimoto may seem the perfect businessman with his humanoid appearance and powerful disposition to appear as if he were the most put-together person in a room. But in reality, he was just every school bully Izuku had ever had. He was Kaken, Warui from next door, Leiko from kindergarten, Tsubasa, and so many more people who had all degraded him for being something less than human. And it wasn't right. And for another thing, you are awfully nervous for someone who has nothing to worry about, President Sama. Izuku picked up a tile. The game slowly began to start again, neither of the two speaking to each other. Midnight quietly observing the two of them as if she'd never seen them before. I will say this, however, Mr. President. Izuku spoke, his eyes fixated towards his goal, just as he always was. Nishimoto sighed, his shoulders giving away just how tense he currently was as he continued on his way to making a good concealed meld of some kind. Izuku guessed a dot's pure hand. The man had discarded just about every type of tile other than the dots and was currently just missing a few in particular, such as the ones in his own hand. Yes, the man blinked once before getting settled onto his chair, glaring down at Izuku as he stared back at the older man. You aren't going to win this, Izuku Midoriya. I don't know just who you are associated with. Izuku flinched inwardly at the barb, but they won't win either. When it all comes down to things, you are a formerly quirkless fanboy who wouldn't have gotten anywhere near where he is today if it weren't for the help of whoever you bargained with to get that powerful quirk of yours. The Hero Public and Safety Commission doesn't bow to pressure, and the luck you've had so far will run out. So he thought All for One gave him his quirk. That would definitely be a problem for future Izuku, but for now, all he had to do was finish a game. Oh, don't worry. I would never rely on something as fickle as luck to take down the commission, not that I ever would want to, that is. Nishimoto watched from the side of his eye, Izuku slyly grinning as he realized what the tile he'd just grabbed was. One for Mahjong, by the way. They were nearly finished, after all. Don't you remember what I said earlier? After all, I wouldn't say that I'm a lucky person. More that luck hit once. Nishimoto discarded his next tile, which just so happened to be a terminal 9 of characters. Izuku's smirk finally couldn't be contained, and the body flicked his hand over, grabbing the tile, and placing it in his own deck before the disbelieving eyes of Isao Nishimoto divided by. His smirk became a full-on beaming grin, and Izuku made eye contact with the president before him, who flinched. Mahjong, Mr. President-sama. And rotating it around carefully, Izuku displayed his limit hand of the 13 orphans, a score of 64 fon value, and one of the highest possible scores one could have possibly gotten, unless Nishimoto was hiding the fact he'd gotten all 4 flowers and seasons of which Izuku knew the man hadn't got. He had won. Midnight jolted where she stood, seemingly shocked, and perhaps a little bit confused. Midoriya. That's... She shook her head, snapping herself out of it. That's game. Midoriya, you win. The game had finished, and Isao Nishimoto had lost. The ballroom was silent to the right of the gaming segment, deathly silent, as one boy stood up and brushed himself off, turning around to face the exceedingly still president, who was considered to be the single most powerful person in the room. Some strengths went even beyond all might. Izuku could maybe admit a little bit to himself. Mr. President. Nishimoto was strikingly still. His eyes had ceased their mild radiations of violet, and he looked far more resigned than Izuku would have imagined from a man who understood he could be risking his own reputation with a bet he'd just lost. In all honesty, Izuku could find himself admiring the man. Nishimoto was a far cry from All Might, but after looking at his campaign tactics, there was a steadily growing amount of respect for the president for all the work he'd put into getting to where he was now, from where he had been. Growing from a man into the leader of an organization that practically shadow-governed Asia itself. He'd gone to hospitals mostly, meeting personally with patients there. Inpatients, outpatients, the staff even, he'd spoken to, met them on a personal level, and provided critical funding for the continuation of care for people injured from villain attacks. The man had a personal bias towards useless quirks and those that were non-existent, but he hadn't let that change his behavior in the slightest, still caring for people he hated himself for the good of his own career. His many investments funding his charity, which had certainly become an entirely different thing when he no longer needed to gather public support, but the man had done it all the same. He had increased the number of villains successfully captured by a margin of 4% compared to the way the commission had been run before. All of this in the end didn't excuse his behavior towards Nedzu, however. It in no way excused the blatant torture of Hawks. Dealings with the reemergence of the Meta Liberation Army run by some unnamed but presumably powerful companies Izuku hadn't been able to find too much about just yet, or how the man had been treating his own employees at the same rate of a black company. The fact that he hadn't cut off funding to the hospitals he supported, however, could be hinting at change. Izuku knew he was a hopelessly naive fool sometimes, but it was better to believe someone could change, rather than not believe when someone already had. Todoroki called him optimistic, and Shinsu said he was stupid and needed to be checked for dementia. Nonetheless, Izuku smiled at Nishimoto softly, the man's guards thrown off and not knowing what they should do, because their boss didn't know what to do. A name for a name, Nishimoto-sama. Izuku pocketed his ID card, rather thankful he didn't need to actually give up the product itself. Silently, Nishimoto unpinned the name badge stuck to his lapel. The ballroom let out a large sigh of relief, a breath of air Izuku had been holding in himself in preparation for this very moment, as he hadn't quite known whether or not he'd be able to pull it off. At least Nedzu could have potentially bailed them out if they'd been caught stealing the gates of hell where the Cullinan blood rose. And he also could have potentially left them leaks in the system as the principal had done by so easily allowing them access to the door security codes. But stealing something from the president of the HPSC, not as easily said, especially with the man's quirk happening to be what it was. The scrapping of a chair practically echoed through the sudden lack of quiet murmurs from onlookers and other tables that had stopped to watch his dramatic win, and Nishimoto stood up, his graying stubble glistening under the shading of the hall. The faint hue of purple around the man subtly blending in with his suit in a way that could have been discounted as a trick of the light if one didn't know the specifics of his quirk. And then, Izuku was face to face with his adversary, the other being tall enough that he needed to slant his head upwards to maintain eye contact with the president. He nearly cowered because Izuku was that anxious. He could feel his heart pumping in his chest in the same way it had when he'd come face to face with the frankly terrifying amount of villains he'd met that year. He needed to run, hide away where the hall wouldn't be staring at him, where he wasn't under scrutiny because Izuku would just be wasting everyone's time if they believed in him for just 1 second. And his heart skipped a beat. No, he wouldn't be wasting everyone's time. Izuku's mind began to clear. He wouldn't be wasting everyone's time because, well, he'd done it, hadn't he? He'd actually done it. Beaten the commissioner of the Hero Public and Safety Commission in a game of mahjong and concluded with mental gymnastics good enough for his goal to have actually been achieved. His mind cleared even more than before, and Izuku was hit with a startling conclusion. He wasn't useless. He had actually won. Izuku Midoriya had won something for perhaps the first time in his entire life. And as the president of the HPSC stood head-to-head with him, Izuku could hold his head back up high. They stood there for a few seconds longer in silence, neither one of them speaking as they compared each other to their own mental evaluations of the other's character. Isao Nishimoto bowed, straightening up again to hold out his hand to shake the one belonging to Izuku Midoriya in submission to the other's success, because Izuku had actually won. Congratulations, Hero Deku. The name tag was placed in his hand by the other without so much as a tremble from either end, but the man moved closer so that only the boy could hear what he had to say next. I do hope you understand what you are doing, Izuku Midoriya. What you have achieved tonight is no small of a feat, and Izuku thought to how Shinsu and Monoma must be doing, what Mei was currently preoccupied with. A beaming grin came to his lips. President Nishimoto, you have no idea. Izuku curled his fingers around the name badge and stuck it into his pocket, making sure not to jostle any part of it or allow it to fall to the floor. The man before him straightened up and stifled a scowl behind his commanding presence, signaling something to his guards which made them converge around him, which told Izuku this was most likely the final time he'd ever speak to Isao Nishimoto in a one-on-one conversation. Farewell, Izuku Midoriya, Hero Deku. And the man left, swallowed up by the growing crowd of politician hopefuls around the right side of the ballroom as the area around Izuku remained startlingly clear. There were fewer people playing games now as it slowly drew closer to the main event of the night. Nishimoto clearly knew this himself, as he had set off in the direction of the headmost table prepared by smaller paintings in front of the main event where Principal Nedzu himself sat. Midnight was still staring at Izuku's limit hand in a sort of shock Izuku had never seen on the normally unflappable hero's face before. Something finally snapped her out of it, however, and the woman began to quickly tidy up the table so she could get to the head table herself. She was hosting this event as a representative of UA, after all. Izuku couldn't help but feel maybe the slightest bit sorry, however. She should remember everything in around 13 hours, fortunately. He and Monoma needed to move this giant-ass painting together, and it sucked that they couldn't just shrink it due to the many protections placed on the art piece's surface. It had been wrapped up in black fabric already, so they thankfully didn't need to really focus on the piece's well-being as they carried it through hallway after hallway as quickly as possible. Shinsu simply refused to think about how priceless the artifact he was holding actually was. Refused to. Monoma was doing something similar, although the other was somehow struggling even more than Shinsu was despite how he had the heaviest part of the painting under his control. Perhaps all Midoriya's hell training actually was effective, if it made him more physically fit than someone who'd been in the hero course all along. Not that he'd ever tell the other that, however. It would go to his grave. They were finally approaching the drop zone. The two of them sped up now that they were nearly there. The two of them shuffling through open doors and slid the painting into the room, Shinsu wincing as he accidentally clipped the side of the painting on the wall. Then, they deposited the item in the room they were instructed to, locking the door behind them and putting up a closed sign on the front. It was just so stupid. Monoma similarly grimaced, muttering to Shinsu as the boys left as silently as possible. Are we actually hiding this thing here? Sighing to himself, Shinsu rolled his eyes in amusement. I'll be honest, this thing may be batshit insane, but if these past few weeks have taught me anything, it's that everything here is crazy and only the lunatics survive. He was cut off by the sound of someone walking their way, light footsteps falling in quiet padding motions as their owner headed the exact direction of where they currently were. Good evening, heroes and hero hopefuls tonight. Are you all ready for the main event? The politicians all politely clapped from their tables while the heroes roared. Shishido in a very literal sense, as Big Red Dot joined in on the action, water spurting out of his mouth in a spitting stream. Izuku could practically feel his heart melting as All Might rumbled out a roaring laughter of his own at the antics that practically matched the lion quirk users in intensity. It was amazing to see him having so much fun despite being in skinny form. But All Might didn't really seem to look left out or sad at all. He definitely did admire Nishimoto in a way, but nothing would ever compare to the former #1 himself. Glad to hear it. Now, as you more experienced pro heroes may know, we have a special exhibit here tonight. An art piece that survived the very dawn of quirks, and hopefully will survive for far longer. The hall gradually grew more silent as they listened to Midnight's introductory speech. Heroes quieted down to listen as even the guards seemed to congregate towards the front just to see. Anxiety ravaged his chest. What if something had gone wrong with the plan? What if someone had found where? Scendendo perdono la porte dell'inferno by Isaiah Marchetti. Or in English, Asking Forgiveness at the Gates of Hell, presented to you by our well-esteemed Principal Nedzu and President Nishimoto of the Hero Public and Safety Commission. The lights dimmed, and Izuku felt his hand close around a certain item he had in his possession that may have passed him. Currently, Izuku was at a table filled with heroes, mostly the ones that weren't too well known outside of their communities, like the Fly and Compass Kid, along with a few other even lesser known heroes who probably weren't known within their own community. He didn't know anybody who wasn't on security. Somehow, this felt even more awkward than while he was robbing the place. Nedzu and Nishimoto stood up to applause from the large audience around them, the two of them making their way up to the raised dais rather stiffly as Nedzu waved to familiar faces. And Nishimoto was as stoic as ever with a fake smile plastered over his features. And while he was watching all of this, Aizawa sat down next door to him. Izuku felt his goosebumps ride up his skin as he slowly turned his head to face his teacher, who was sitting without a care in the world. "Problem child," the man muttered, and then went straight back to watching the speech. Izuku was done at this point. At least it didn't seem as if Aizawa knew anything in particular about his plans. While Nedzu and Nishimoto spoke about the honor they were facing being there that night, Izuku felt his mind whirling a mile per minute. If Aizawa had known, he surely wouldn't have just sat there as he was now. Though, despite the other being an underground hero, he had a remarkably short patience. Sure, he was good at hiding out in dark alleyways for drug dealers and domestic disturbances. But while he was trained in espionage, he was a rather too well-known underground hero in all honesty. Perhaps it was because of the information leaked by Nightlight. It wasn't only just student files that were taken that day, but the information of many heroes as well. Vlad King himself had been one such former underground hero before the leak. And while Eraserhead hadn't actually been working as a teacher at that point, Izuku knew better than to think that Nedzu wouldn't have had some kind of contact with the man to enlist him in the future. There was a myriad of other possibilities, however, and one such was how Izuku had even found videos of the man's fight on the internet before and hadn't even needed to dig as much as he had needed to do with some other underground heroes, unless that also was a factor to do with Nightlight's subsequent imprisonment. But in all honesty, it felt as if Aizawa had simply sat next to him because he knew Izuku, and because he didn't want to sit at the main table. There was no doubt Eraserhead was also keeping an eye out for any criminal behavior. He was so sorry. Izuku would need to buy Aizawa a gift basket for all the trouble he would be putting the guy through, and for disobeying his promise. And we are so very excited to be presenting to you the results of our collaborations tonight. Commissioner Nishimoto, if you would do the honors. Izuku readied himself for the reveal, grasping at the device May had handed him as he looked into the crowd around him, making eye contact with. Violet eyes glimmered knowingly, and curtains opened. The blood rose. "It's missing." An empty portrait was displayed, and the audience went still. They'd sealed up the entryway to the painting's position this morning, after all, and not one of the two guards had alerted any changes having happened. So how on earth did they steal the gates of hell? Footsteps finally halted, and a soft-knuckled rapping came from the door to the room they were hiding in. Monoma let out the large sigh of air he'd been taking in so far, and practically felt his lungs collapse inwards on themselves as he walked forwards and opened the door to let in one Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya looked rather nervous, which all things considered was rather understandable. Shinsu, however, lightly punched the boy in the shoulder. "You jerk, we were here thinking you were a guard. Give us some warning next time." They all conveniently ignored the fact that if this particular circumstance occurred once again, there would have to have been quite a few rather unfortunate situations to lead them there. "I am sorry," Midoriya said, glancing at the room around them with a blush over his cheeks. "I was planning on knocking on the door and my name, but never mind all that. We've got it, and it's in that cubicle right at the end there. Let's leave." Monoma shivered. It was getting to be rather late at night now and he was freezing. Winter really was a buzzkill, not to mention that fact that he'd need to get up early tomorrow for the actual gala to begin. And his fake role as security demanded he get up earlier than usual. Izuku hummed to himself, the blush steadily going down as he got used to his surroundings. "Yeah," he spoke softly. "Let's leave. That should fool the tracker quirk that it's still here." And so, the group of three left the room they had hidden the painting in. Izuku Midoriya trusted his friends enough to not even confirm the placement of the painting. But where was the painting? May giggled, which turned into chuckles, which then turned into full-on maniacal laughter, wiping a tear from her eye as she watched the camera room where those HPSC security team bozos were floundering around trying to figure out what had happened to their prized possession was hilarious. They were searching for any sort of intrusions in the system too, just skipping over the fact that May had access to the server room itself. The video feeds were encrypted, and thus so was she. What a genius move on her part, to be fair. But now it was her cue, she supposed. May closed up her laptop and popped it into a bag along her back, sliding the rest of her gear into the bag alongside it, before zipping up the large compartment and shoving it onto her back none too gracefully. Her stuff would be perfectly fine, after all. Then it was time. Brown paper crinkled as she wrapped black sheets around it. In her hands, she held Chidendo Perdono a la Porte de l'Inferno, and it was worth a ton. The boys had gotten it for her just last night, after all. They'd needed someone to keep an eye on it, and the boss had trusted her to do that. Not too many people trust May, but the boss was special. She felt that if he left heroics to go into villainy, she'd still have to follow him. Blondie and Brain Kun would probably go vigilante if not follow him too, she thought privately. That half-and-half guy from Boss's class would certainly switch sides on a dime, though, if Boss did. She hadn't even spoken to him before, but the guy was practically a member of their group and would have been if it weren't for Nedzu not allowing class double-ups. Probably more of class would move than just him too. She held the painting with tempered hands, muscles forged in fire and steel, lifting it up as if it were nothing as she approached the doorway out of the cubicle she'd set up in. Yeah, May grinned, a note of insanity at the edges of her thought. They would finish this. Stop. Everyone, stop and be heroes, goddammit. Endeavor growled out from where he stood. To be fair, it was only the inexperienced and lesser-known heroes that were either frantically searching for the painting. On other heroes too, might Izuku add, and those that were floundering around without contributing anything. Most of the heroes there looked pissed, if Izuku could say anything. But Nedzu simply raised a paw, and suddenly the hall was quietening down. The simple power that one person, or mammal in this case, held over such a powerful group of people. Izuku felt his eyes widen. Aizawa was still next to him, although he was very focused on the scene in front of them. A hand settled on his capture weapon in preparation for a potential attack. Calm down, heroes. In fact, me and Commissioner Nishimoto orchestrated this faux attack as a test of sorts. Mumbling throughout the ballroom. Suddenly, Izuku felt far more anxious than he had before. Surely Nedzu wouldn't expose the fact that he was taking the painting in front of all these heroes. Right? No, he totally would. It was probably time to leave, Izuku thought as he straightened up where he sat, his mind oddly going blank as he began to plan out what his next moves would be. Izuku knew analysis, and then he knew heroes. 3 weeks ago we decided to put a test on for our students. No, not the one where they would pass their exams by becoming security for tonight, but instead a test where the student in question was to actively steal from our protections to ensure our systems and the commission remained secure. Nishimoto stormed off the stage, being met with his security, who he argued with for a moment, before pushing the guard to the side in an uncharacteristically outward display of rage. Curious to see what other heroes' reactions were, Izuku leant back a bit in his chair to look their way. For now, grabbing a glass of cola he'd been sipping on before stuff hit the fan. All Might was a bit nervous, not exactly anxious, but more fidgety than anything. Probably more perturbed about the circumstances rather than anything else. He'd definitely have to apologize after this. Now Endeavor, on the other hand. Well, Endeavor looked pissed, like someone had told him that his house had burnt down. And also that was kind of fair in itself. He'd been with the stolen necklace, and this was also a sort of celebratory ceremony to congratulate him that he was now number one. Deserved then. Izuku glances over to his classmates who were looking rather rattled. Ida and Kaminari were now in the crowd rather than at the doors where a couple of guards had stationed themselves. Now that would be a pain for his exit strategy, Izuku noted with another sip. Kaken and Sato were probably the closest to him, however unfortunately that was so he would have to dodge first and leave second. While Todoroki and Uraraka were maybe the furthermost away from him in the hall from the people he could see. Not counting 1B of course, which made things a whole lot more different. And despite being a student, they achieved what no other person could. The perfect crime in many accounts, with a team of a few other students from outside of their class. Nishimoto was scanning the crowd before the man suddenly made eye contact with him. At this point, Izuku was more tired than anything, so he just sighed into his glass as a small group of guards began to make their way over to where he was. Nishimoto's face even more furious than when the man had lost their game, or when Izuku had been insinuating that blackmail existed for his organization, which was a rather dangerous move for him to make, as the man had been new and hadn't realized the full potential that being the president of the HPSC brought. If the man had wanted to, Izuku could have been silenced right there and then. Izuku had been relying on what he'd known of the man from his extensive research, And he'd been right. Perking up once again as some security continued to make their way to him, Izuku set down his glass and dusted off his lap. Aizawa incredulously gave him a funny look before the man sighed and gave him a once-over. "I don't suppose any of this is your fault, is it, problem child?" Izuku just huffed out a small giggle and made sure the name badge was securely tucked into his inner pocket. "What can I say, Aizawa-sensei?" The man's eyes widened minutely as a smaller grin came to Izuku's mouth. "Trouble just seems to find me, doesn't it?" The man began to lower his hand to something at waist height. Something told Izuku that the man probably hadn't actually considered Izuku a criminal until just then. Any moment now. But the parameters of their job is to take their trophies out of the building, if not UA boundaries itself. That means that there is still a chance for the rest of our students to pass their exams. And a chance for you heroes to redeem yourself without letting our foe thieves get away. No causing major injuries, by the way. We aren't monsters, Midoriya. Izuku never answered Aizawa. Instead, standing up like many other heroes had done, with anxiety churning around in his gut. "No, not anxiety. Excitement. Sorry, Eraserhead sir, I think I've got to run in a bit. So, here is our wonderful thief." The student who strategized masterfully and went through the process of the night without a single hitch to their plan. And of course Nedzu knew just how his night had gone. The excitement within him bubbled up, and the smallish grin he had draped over his face widened into an animated smirk. Aizawa was getting to his feet as well, but the rest of the heroes around him were thankfully clueless, the only people in the know being the president and his 4 security soldiers making their way towards him. Izuku slipped Mei's device out of his pocket behind the table and primed it just before Nedzu's beady eyes made contact with his own. And Izuku could suddenly see how proud the creature was. His stomach lightened considerably, and Izuku could feel his now jubilant beaming smile growing to what was maybe the biggest smile he'd ever made, regardless of whether or not Izuku made it away. He had done it. He'd braved the topic of doing villainous acts in the name of good. Had organized the support of 3 other people with conflicting personalities who had never met before he'd brought together. Had then trained those very people to become masters at a topic he'd never considered for himself. And had then successfully conned the president of a multinational company practically shadow governing his entire continent into giving him a key item for his goal to succeed. Yes, Izuku had done it. Now, give it up for one Izuku Midoriya. And the slideshow behind Nedzu changed to his picture portrayed on his ID card. And the hall moved, and Aizawa gave him an incredulous look, before his face straightened out into what Izuku could assuredly say was a grin. And explosions raced towards him, and Nishimoto was angry, and Izuku Midoriya was proud, his grin once again changing back into a smirk. Izuku gave a 2-fingers salute, activated Mei's smoke bomb, and used the improvised propulsion weapon that was actually just a glorified grappling hook to launch himself up in the air towards the exit. As the line attached to a cylindrical apparatus hanging from Izuku's belt caught onto his target of a very apparent ventilation grate, tightening immediately as it latched onto the surface Izuku had aimed for and yanking the boy attack to it up into the air, with an added boost heralded by full cowling. Bakugo hissed into his sneer in anger, before the boy popped explosions to bring himself into the air to chase after his target. A few more heroes had launched up with the boy, with the most noticeable being Hawks himself, but due to the distance between them, hadn't reached the boy first. Even the fly who had been sitting next to Izuku wasn't able to catch the boy due to his high speeds, which led to a large convergence over where the boy currently was. All of them were getting in each other's way. Ouch, watch where you're going, Explodo Kid. Snarling the sidekick's way, Bakugo reached Izuku first because of course he would. Luckily for him, however, Izuku had a plan for this exact scenario. DK, you are dead fucking meat. The dangerous sneer slowly morphed into an unhinged grin as the boy rotated around to be focusing his palm towards his adversary that was very quickly getting closer. Eat shit careful, Kaken. And a kick implanted itself into his chest as something heavy careened into his body from the floor at speeds that made Katsuki Bakugo's head black out for a moment, before his body was suddenly traveling at high speeds towards the floor. Meihatsum, at your service. A group of heroes quickly caught the fiery teen before he could hit the ground at high speed, but Mei simply cackled with unhinged glee. The rather large package securely fastened to her back, glinting seductively at the heroes below who recognized it for what it was. The gates of hell. Grab it. Hawks zoomed in towards the 2 UA students, making a grateful dive as the 2 of them abruptly descended from where they were in one sudden move. A few other heroes who were fast but not coordinated being flung directly into the marble sides of the hall as the ground-oriented heroes finally stood to have a fighting chance. A thin layer of ice spread out over the floor, slipping up a few speed-related heroes, but disappearing quicker than they could have noticed. Todoroki sipped quietly at a glass of juice while chaos reigned around him. The boy barely even registered as a blonde-haired teen bumped into his shoulder on his way to the center of the carnage. Mei cackled with unbridled glee as her babies were sent the hero's way. One was an airgun welding monstrosity with a painted-on innocent face that immediately set out towards its closest target. Many were flailing machines that simply began to set themselves off menacingly whenever they hit the floor, with a few even heralding forth explosion. One even flew in the direction of powerloader, sputtering in a scary manner, causing for the normally mild-mouthed teacher to let out a loud string of swear words as it locked onto his position and began to glow red. But even then, some heroes were making their way through all the ruckus, with one of which being Achaka Uraraka herself, who placed herself in between Izuku and his goal. The girl grinned evilly, slamming her fists together the way that Kirishima did when he was ready to solidify his skin. No hard feelings, right, Deku-kun? And Izuku took a moment to comprehend that no, his friends weren't mad at him as he had feared for the past few weeks, and threw his head back with a laugh, turning to set his sights back on her once again with full cowling prepped. As long as you forgive me for making you take another exam. She chuckled gleefully before being thrust his way. Izuku dodging around her first strike and throwing an elbow down, which she easily sidestepped herself, floating up into the air before sending a heeled kick towards his head. An explosion from Mei threw the girl off oddly before the kick could be intercepted, and the girl was forced to be flung away from the action with a nauseous look in her eyes as three more heroes came in through the gap she had left. The two of them were off again, finally having escaped the hall itself and now in a few hallways before they would be out, only needing to escape UA itself instead of a large enclosed area. Make way, make way. Izuku felt a smirk pop to his lips at the familiar voice. Something told him that Shinsu was probably channeling a bit of Monoma to get that sort of self-centered righteousness even when with a ton of heroes around him. Purple Hair came to the front of the horde coming after him, and the chuckle in his throat made its way out as Izuku dodged a beam of orange light, Mei being dragged onto him to make a piggyback ride-looking situation as the girl started to struggle keeping up. Shinsu shot him a quick wink with humor in his eye, and that was when Izuku knew that they most certainly had achieved his objective. Do you guys want me to paralyze him, or will that mess you up? Stop him if you can. Who the hell are you? Why haven't you stopped him already then? And as many heroes spoke, the grin on Shinsu's face became positively devious as his propulsion weapon grappled onto Izuku's wrist, pulled off all other heroes non-lethally, and Izuku yanked his arm as hard as possible to bring his friend over to him, as the heroes who had stopped to answer Shinsu paused, and then began to use their own attacks on their peers. Sure, many of them were snapped out almost immediately due to the amount of bodies packed together and the rush around them, but Shinsu's brainwashing took on around 6 people, causing for a nosebleed to abruptly begin as Izuku high-fived the boy, who gleefully high-fived back, one arm wiping away the blood that had nearly dripped in his mouth as the 6 heroes he had successfully latched onto spun around and fired attacks towards their own brethren. What the fuck? An explosion finished off the rest of the man's sentence as the brainwashed heroes began to rampage, one of them even being present Mike, surprisingly. How many brats were there? A breathy free laugh came from the purple boy's mouth, and the 3 of them were running. Izuku yanking his friend out of the way of what seemed to be a torrent of arrows with rounded tips that implanted themselves into the wall of the final hallway they'd just reached, only a bit to go before freedom. And then, blonde hair finally made itself apparent, and Monoma came in a torrent of 1B students who had somehow squeezed past the mostly preoccupied pro heroes. Shinsu rolled his eyes at their friends' antics, the 3 of them skidding around one final corner so that the doors to the outside were right in front of them. Some heroes were waiting there, Izuku could see, all of them ready to capture the thieves of the gala. Kendo, launch me, and without even a single word between them, Kendo launched Nito Monoma the way of his team. 1B began to celebrate as they falsely assumed that they were closer to victory as Monoma collided with Izuku and Mei, who had turned around to catch the boy and set him down safely. As the faces of the many members of Class B slowly contorted into shock and horror, Monoma gave a less manic grin their way, lifting up his right arm their way. No hard feelings, team. I shot off their way, causing various loud acclamations of surprise while their betrayer classmates simply cackled in delight to match Mei. Spin me the other way, boss. And Izuku grinned at the blonde boy, mirth in his eyes despite the situation they were in. Just stop calling me boss. The boy was spun around, and the heroes that had begun to congregate at their exit were forced to move away from the large plume of fire that was spurned their way, ice then freezing them in place while the group of 4 unlikely allies converged towards the exit. The 4 of them were laughing together, dodging so many appendages and quirks that were thrown their way that they had fallen into a rhythm. Kamui Woods howling in pain as his branch was descended upon by a chainsaw-wielding lump of metal that was in no way modeled after any humanoid being. Fire was sent after them, and Izuku was forced to pull them all to one side as Endeavor reached them out of the building. But despite the large quantity of heroes chasing after them, the 4 of them were having of much fun, the night air frigid but cooling on their skin, and stars lighting their way to the walls of UA. which were for very obvious reasons closed, of course. So as they reached the end, Izuku made sure that Mei was still secured over his back with her arms wrapped around his neck, grabbed Monoma once again despite the others protesting, and grabbed Shinsu with his other arm despite the other yelping in shock, looked up to the UA walls of which were so impenetrable in his youth and daunting when he'd arrived to take his entrance exams, and jumped. Isao Nishimoto sneered as the four heroes cleared the wall, holding up a hand to stop his men from going after the kids now that they'd escaped UA while being pursed by heroes. He'd won, after all, and Nishimoto wouldn't go back on a promise. Bend it, yes, but when Nedzu or Izuku Midoriya, as he was coming to realize, was involved, there wasn't much bending to be found on his part, simply just a fiery defeat in a dramatic, and oftentimes demeaning, way. Should we know? Nishimoto spoke, not turning away from the sight of four teenagers having fun as he straightened up his figure, adjusted his suit, and made certain his quirk was still in use. Don't follow them, he said grimly, face stony and stoic as it had been at the beginning of the gala night. They've already won. 3 of them were on the couch, and Mei sat on the floor without a single item to tinker with for once. The 4 of them all being squished to one side really made Nedzu's position on his own empty blue couch all the more barren. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? More importantly, I'm the principal. Beady black eyes fixated on Izuku as the boy sat up, albeit a bit stiffly, but sat up, all the same, to look at his principal. There was no tea to be seen. I am proud of you, Midoriya. And Izuku sucked in a breath and sat up even straighter as Nedzu carried on. I am proud that you were able to succeed despite the hard journey you have taken, and must have continued to do for me what you did. He paused, raising a paw to gesture to the even more uncomfortable Shinsu and Monoma next to him, while Mei was probably the stillest and quiet Izuku had ever seen her. You did exactly what I asked for, and it was a lot. Despite that, you didn't only succeed, but went beyond and plus ultra. But regarding this, I will now grant you all 4 favors of anything I can provide. Regarding you prove to be that you have stolen an item for each one. The painting wish I will grant now, however. What will you be needing? Nedzu blinked up at them, unusually still himself and calm. Izuku sucked in a breath and breathed out. I want Shinsu to join the hero course. A suck-in of breath from beside him, but Izuku carried on. Immediately, Nedzu didn't even pause, the small smile under his nose widening just a tad as he let out a light chuckle. Consider it done. Shinsu, I don't suppose you have a class you'd prefer to join at all. Effective immediately, of course. Shinsu was shaking next to him, so Izuku leant on the other a bit more to provide a comforting presence, making the shaking die down. I will go to class. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat as his friend, wanted to be where he was. Underneath his breath, Izuku could hear the boy mutter a few soft words to himself which everyone in the room heard in the silence. God knows Midoriya here needs someone to look after his disaster-attracting ass. Izuku bumped him in the elbow, face falling to a light-hearted pout as Monoma let out a quick snicker. Mei leaned up to look at the 3 of them and poked out her tongue to make the boys descend into even more giggling as Nedzu watched on with an unreadable expression in his eyes. Well, here we are then. Pulling a stapled stack of papers out from nowhere, Nedzu placed them down on the table. They very clearly were transference papers too. Shinsu took them with a reverent quiver of his hands, his eyes showing nothing but awe as he seemingly grew close to crying. Now, the blood rose. Monoma grinned, taking out a small package from his pocket and expanding it into what assuredly was the Cullinan blood rose. Before passing it over, Nedzu took a look inside, and closed up the packaging once again with a quick quirk of his lips before he pocketed the priceless necklace in the same pocket that held his pack of cigarettes. I see that you do, in fact, have the item. Now what is your second favor? Monoma perked up where he sat, and grinned. I want us to still have access to the hijack shack, that cabin thing you gave us, and I want it to still have all the things we made inside of it but with more rooms. I'm thinking, maybe a storage room. A kitchen too, because the one we have at the moment is just abhorrent. And I want another underground area so we have the training room and labs separate. No, 2 more underground additions. Izuku felt his face grow hot as Monoma outlined all the things he wanted done to the shack as Nedzu carefully listened on, occasionally noting down any specifications that Monoma was wanting and interjecting cheerfully with arrangements they may want to stick with or something that they could benefit from if swapped with one of Monoma's ideas. And, yeah, that's about it. Although, maybe some blood from students with useful quirks could be added in. Izuku leant over to the other who was on his right to whisper into his ear. Any quirk would be useful, other than the ones you can't use, but even then, I can certainly arrange something like that for you. That would be outside of the favor, however, but as a principal, I am invested in your well-being and abilities, and this would certainly skyrocket your abilities to the roof when implemented. Next up, the information please. Izuku took a collection of 4 USB drives and hesitated for a moment, before he passed them down to Mei. The girl lightened up in excitement and grabbed the 4 to pass over to Nedzu. I am wanting equipment. Monoma couldn't even make a voltmeter and I couldn't just grab one from the lab, so I am wanting the same amount of equipment that UA receives for support just for the lab under the shack. Monoma spun to face the girl a bit incredulously. I could have added that into my favor, you know. Well, yeah, but only for the shack. I also want access to play with my baby-making gear in the classroom as well. I'd almost managed to forget her obsession for using the word babies. Shinsu grunted, causing for Izuku to let out a quick snicker. Nedzu accepted the favor, before he then looked up to face Izuku, who felt himself and his group fall silent together. And, the item of great importance to Kama's owner Nishimoto. What did you decide on? Izuku felt a deep sense of tranquility in his chest as he brought out the small name badge, of which had gotten slightly scratched during their scuffle as they'd escaped. Nedzu looked at the small item stoically, before he looked back up to make eye contact with Izuku, who blinked softly. And, why is a name badge important to him? Because it's the most Nishimoto has ever had. He cares about how other people see him, about his name, and he would do many things to protect it. Has done. Izuku gestured to one of the files. And, mind if I ask, how did you acquire this? I believe that, depending on how you acquired his name, it greatly differentiates your win scores at either a 3 out of 4 or full marks. His friends took a strangled breath in from beside him. But Izuku wasn't scared for once. Nedzu wasn't being hostile. Instead, he was outright curious, probably waiting for just what Izuku would say. We tricked him. Mahjong came to mind. Izuku had never learnt Mahjong before then, and he wasn't lucky as he knew more than anybody else. What Izuku did know, however, was how to tip the scales. Shinsu brainwashed Midnight the day before. If she saw me and Nishimoto at a table, she would want to come over and help me win the second match I would play. Monoma brainwashed her to make her forget ever getting the order, or doing the cheating at all. It's what we did for all the brainwashes mostly. Midnight being oddly silent. Nishimoto noticing how she seemed shocked once they had finished, almost as if she didn't remember the game itself. Mei was also helping. She was looking through the cameras to see what his hand was, is that the word for it, and told me if anything was going wrong. Izuku had looked a bit preoccupied, like he wasn't even fully concentrating on the game, like he was listening. And I riled him up. I got him angry. I made sure to bet my ID in a rigged game so he would bet his own name back. And I made it clear we were both betting our own names and not just the physical looks of them. There were fake quirks out there, Izuku knew. Quirks that allowed people to take others' names to reinforce contracts. Quirks like to take form of recognizable things. Humans, animals mostly, mythos. And I won. It wasn't luck. No, it was never luck for me. Luck doesn't like the quirkless. A flinch from next to him. And Izuku realized where he was to the comforting touch of hands resting on his side, a subtle lean, a pressure against his leg on the floor. Izuku had friends. He had friends. Well then, that certainly fits the bill. Now, I must ask, what is the favor you want granted? You've given your favors to the rest of your crew here, so what will be your own? And Izuku shrugs, a smile lighting across his features. I don't have one. If Mr. Blonde sea urchin with a penchant for being punkamo speaks to me again like how he did in class, I swear I will use the strangest insults I can find for him. That is oddly specific. Shinsu, what is the insult, if I can ask? You look like your persona's name is Cassidy Candy Celeste and it cost 55 dark elixir. I do not understand a single word of what you just said. Todoroki, you don't want to know. All in all, nothing much had changed, Izuku thought. His friends were still talking to him, and classes were still the same. Mostly, Shinsu had been an immediate addition to class which had been met with uproar. And Izuku was absolutely certain that Kaminari and Mina would never forgive him for making them have to take the finals test. Until they found out that there was a final test for them. It was just more of a pop quiz on steroids rather than any of the fancy stuff that the rest of his class had done, which would go into their files. Shinsu had gotten along with the class immediately as well, despite his initial declaration that he wouldn't be making any friends at all, and had cemented himself as Kaken's newest rival with a fiery passion that made a fair amount of people chuckle whenever the two of them were trapped together for any reason. At lunches, Monoma would sometimes sit with them as well, which was disastrous to say the least, especially seeing as Todoroki and him had struck up some kind of rivalry themselves. While Shinsu and the boy had came to an understanding of sorts, Izuku had no idea about the specifics of. Shinsu never sat away from their table either, and if it was too loud for them, the table would leave instead, much to the others' chagrin. Uraraka and Shinsu were fast and steady friends, while Monoma and Ada were oddly close. Ada would try to leave whenever Mei came to the table, however, which was a sight to see. She'd even managed to get Ada to say his first swear word, much to the happiness of Uraraka and Shinsu, who would now tease him at every chance. But the biggest changes were purely cosmetic. No, the biggest changes were the hours they would spend in the shack. They came in fragile moments of companionship, and times when things were rough or good. when they could just exist together, without anything else happening despite the trials that came from being a hero student. Izuku felt a small grin come to the edges of his lips. Breath in, breath out. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.